Good morning, everybody. My name's Rachel, and I work with the Iowa Cancer Consortium, and I'm here to give you your official 5-minute warning. So please get your coffee and have a seat.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Good morning. Definitely continue to get food and coffee. Welcome, everyone, to the Iowa Cancer Summit. I don't know about those of you who have been here before. This is feeling a lot like a reunion, and it feels really great. So thank you so much for being here today. My name is Kelly Wells Sittig. My pronouns are she, her, and I have the pleasure of serving as the executive director of the Iowa Cancer Consortium. And it is just my absolute pleasure to welcome you all back, for some of you, to the Iowa Cancer Summit, and welcome you for the first time, for many of you, to the summit as well. Liz Orton, is Liz in here? Oh, you're right in front of me. Liz, who is the mastermind behind our program today, has told me that I have 5 minutes to recap the past 2 years of the pandemic and cancer control and still tell you where the restrooms are. So I'm going to do my best, bear with me. But actually, when I was thinking about that yesterday, this past week, like how do you even sum up the past 2 years? And of course, it's not just cancer control, it's the world has changed. And so I decided today that instead of talking about all the hard things, we would just celebrate. I think today is definitely a day of celebration, mostly because we are all together, which feels so good, having our network here in this room. We have so much to celebrate. We're celebrating this today that the consortium is 20 years old, which is pretty amazing. Yes, we've been around for 20 years. Going strong, and I know there are people here today who have been here from the beginning. If you were here at the beginning and part of the consortium when it started, would you raise your hand? Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, that's quite a bit for 20 years, so thank you all. We're also celebrating the soft launch of the next Iowa Cancer Plan. Talk about having something like the world changing. Our cancer plan is changing at a really great time for our new world, and we're definitely celebrating that today, and we'll talk about it a little bit more here in a bit. We are celebrating you all, so partners, old and new. Really, what is so strong about the consortium is this network. So if you all take just a moment to look around at the folks sitting next to you, this is your network. These are the folks that you can call and connect with when you have questions about your cancer control work or need to bounce ideas off of each other. So I encourage you to meet the people at your table, strengthen your network, and add folks to your Rolodex. Rachel likes to talk about Rolodexes, if you remember those. For those of you who don't know what a Rolodex is, add them to your phone contacts. I also want to go ahead and thank the people who make it possible for us to be here. And of course, those are our sponsors. We would not be able to put this event on without the financial support of the Iowa Cancer Summit sponsors. So first, thank you so much to our platinum sponsors, and that includes Genentech, Gilead Sciences, Iowa Department of Health and Human Services, and the University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Thank you also to our gold sponsors, including the American Cancer Society, the Iowa Oncology Society, Natera, Merck, Pfizer, and Takeda. And of course, thank you also to our silver, bronze, and contributing sponsors. Would you please visit their tables and tell them thank you for helping us put this event on. We just appreciate your support so much, and if you would help me give them a round of applause for making this happen. All right, I want to introduce a few people. The consortium, if there's one thing the consortium does well, it's change. And things have changed over the past 2 years, including some of the faces that you might be used to seeing around the consortium. So I'm going to ask our staff members, if you're a staff member, would you please stand up? All right, we've got a few in this room. Okay. Everybody who's a staff member and our board, who I'll introduce in just a moment, and Kelly Angel's also in the back, has a badge like this, and we are here to be your shepherds through the day, and also your shepherds for this network, again. So if you're looking for partnerships, for connections, for collaborators, these are the folks who can help connect you to people. So we have our program manager, Rachel Schramm, who is an old-timer. Georgia Hodge, who does outreach in the Black Hawk County community. Georgia's very familiar with the, evidently has a fan club also. George has been part of the consortium for a very long time as well. Liz Orton, this is her first in-person summit, and she has done a tremendous job of putting this program together. And then Kelly Angel, who is certainly a familiar face to cancer control in Iowa, and now we get to claim her as part of our team. She does rural outreach. At the front table, you will all recognize Kelly Rollins, who is the logistical brains behind this operation and does a tremendous job, so please take a moment to thank her as well. And then we have a couple people joining us on the virtual world. So if you would all turn and look at this camera back here and wave to our virtual friends today. Hi, virtual friends, we're so glad you're here. And our two virtual friends are also staff members. So we have Abby Batterson, who is our communications coordinator, and then we also have just had Caroline Powell join us as a CDC Public Health Associate. So she will be with us for 2 years. You will become familiar with her, and we're just so glad to have her on our team. Put these faces in your brains and let us know how we can help you and support you in your cancer control work. Thanks, guys. All right, I'm going to also ask our board members, I won't introduce you all, but I am going to ask our board members to stand up if you're able and willing. These are great people to know, and they are steering the ship. I want to make special note of our new board president, consortium president, Dr. Mary Charlton. Mary, wave, yay. You'll hear from Mary a little bit later. And of course, we have to mention, and we'll talk even more later about Dr. George Weiner, who is now our immediate past president, but has been the president for a very long time. And we are just so grateful to him for his leadership. The fact that we're celebrating 20 years is a large part due to him. So, Dr. Weiner, thank you. Okay, so we're going to get into a little bit of housekeeping. If you have a blue dot on your name tag, or if you see someone with a blue dot on their name tag, that means that they've indicated that this is their very first Iowa Cancer Summit. And so those of you who are old timers and are familiar with the summit and the consortium, I would encourage you to meet those folks, make them feel welcome, and if you have a blue dot, this is a very friendly and accepting and welcoming group, so don't be afraid to meet your neighbors and especially the staff and board as well. We've already waved to our virtual friends. It's on my agenda, but we're ahead of the game, so check and check. So many of you are getting CEUs, are interested in getting CEUs today. We are offering continuing education credit to cover both nursing and general hours. If you are hoping for CEUs, please text the event ID, which is the big numbers up here, to the phone number that you see on this slide. In-person attendees, in your folder are more detailed instructions, and of course, Kelly Rollins at the table out here would be happy to help you answer questions. She is the one who knows all about CEUs. And virtual attendees, there should be more information coming in the chat right now. Here's a map of where we are. For in-person attendees, there's a lactation room available in room 142A, which is right outside this room in the hallway. There is no key, but it does lock from the inside. And then also for in-person attendees, the restrooms are right across the hall here. And then there's also a gender-inclusive and family restroom located down the hall to our right. You're welcome to use whatever restroom is best for you. We do have a tobacco-free and nicotine-free events policy. If you'd like to see our policy, you can visit our website at canceridiowa.org. We do also have a copy at the registration table, but we just do want to mention that this is a tobacco and nicotine-free event. And now, because you're all so excited to be part of the consortium already and to be here, we want to let you know that you can actually buy some swag, some t-shirts. We have free swag too, but if you're interested in a t-shirt or a sweatshirt, we've got a few different options that are available for purchase online. There's a flyer in your folder, and there will be a link in the chat as well. You do have to order by the end of the day on October 27th, which is actually this Thursday. So please check that out if you would like. For in-person attendees, you have an exhibitor game board in your folder, and you'll get a sticker from all of our wonderful exhibitors when you chat with them. Once you have all your stickers, you can turn in your completed game board at the registration table right out here. And you'll be entered for to win a prize, entered into a drawing to win a prize of a very sweet little plant, a copy of this book called A Manual on How to Handle Cancer, and you'll learn more about that later today, and then also a consortium t-shirt of your choosing. So please thank our sponsors and exhibitors and get your stickers and enter the drawing. We want to hear from you. We always want to hear from you, but we specifically want to hear from you today as well. So please first of all, look in your email a little later this week for the event evaluation survey that will be sent out to all attendees, whether you're in person or virtual. Please follow us on social media and use hashtag Iowa Cancer Summit when posting or tweeting today. And then finally, I want to let you know that we have our membership survey that we do every 2 years, open right now, and we really, really need to hear from as many folks as we can. Every other year, we survey consortium members this way to see what's working, to see what we can be doing better. This is really a key time for us to hear about what works for you from your consortium membership and how we can make it better for you. In-person friends, in your folder, you'll find a yellow sheet with a QR code and a URL that will let you access the survey. Once you're done with your survey, you can go to the registration table and claim a little special prize. And virtual friends, the link will be in the chat here momentarily. And then if you email Powell at canceridiowa.org, don't worry, it'll be in the chat, to let her know you completed the survey, you'll be entered to win a free consortium t-shirt as well. And now I would like to introduce a familiar face to many of you, our colleague, program manager, Rachel Schramm. Please help me welcome Rachel.
Thank you, Kelly. Everybody, my name is Rachel, and my pronouns are she and her, and I work here at the Iowa Cancer Consortium I have for a very long time. Today, I just want to share with you all my congratulations, because we have collectively birthed a baby. As you can see, these are the different versions of the cancer plan that date back as far as 2006, which is when I graduated high school. And little did I know that the plan would continue to evolve and change. So we've been through 3 versions, and our groups have worked together for the past 10 months, along with our steering committee, to craft a new cancer plan and to figure out what we wanted it to look like. So what I'm here to tell you today is we do have a new plan that is in draft form. This plan will live virtually on our website, so more environmentally friendly, to do no paper, but also it's going to be a plan that we're going to be able to update as needed. So I just want to share that we do have the QR code up here if anybody wants to take a peek. It is still in draft form, but we're going to spend the next 2 months really going over it, polishing it, and adding some media in there. So I just, again, want to thank the steering committee members and any members that have provided feedback. This is truly a team effort. And I just want to say I will be sending out an email on November 1st with additional details, including the link, how to view, how to submit comments. As part of the cancer plan release, which will happen officially at the turn of the new year, we have a series of 5 videos that feature Iowa stories from real Iowans about their cancer journey, different aspects of it. And today, I just want to share a video. So you'll see a couple today, but this one is very beautiful and will give you an idea of what the cancer plan is about and what we're looking at. What button do I push? Thank you.
Taking care of cancer patients is more than just killing cancer cells. It's taking care of patients and all of their needs. It doesn't help at all if you've got all the cancer treatments, but they're 250 miles away from where you live. So we believe deeply that caring for someone with cancer is not just killing cancer cells, it's helping to get them to the treatment, help them to continue with the treatment, and help them with all the psychosocial support.
I think you could probably say every cancer patient has some sort of barrier. So being able to offer lodging to cancer patients is really a huge resource. There's only so many radiation facilities in the state of Iowa, so if someone needs radiation, they're probably going to travel some distance to get that. And so when we tell someone you're going to have to come every day for 5-6+ weeks, you can oftentimes see where they think, well, that's not going to happen. There's just no way I can do that. So when I tell them, well, you could get a hotel room and stay in Des Moines through the duration during the weeks that you're here for treatment, you can kind of see some of that anxiety go away and the thoughts like, well, maybe I can make this happen if they have this resource for me.
So our hotel program that we offer at Above and Beyond Cancer offers complimentary lodging to cancer patients who are traveling over 50 miles for their cancer treatment here in Des Moines. The Iowa Cancer Consortium was our first partner to help us establish the hotel program.
My name is Patty Berryman. I live in southeast Iowa in a very small town called Pulaski of about 300 people. And in March of 2022, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. I'm a mother and a grandmother of 10 children. We have been farmers all our life in rural Iowa. On March 15th, I walked into the mammogram facility and walked out thinking I had excellent health and thinking, bye-bye, I'll see you in a year, and was called back for more imaging and biopsies, and the diagnosis came in a matter of days after then. So there's no preparation for that. It's a complete, just a complete turnaround in your thinking. And so you have this fear of what will the future be like and how long will I live? But and you have that grief of that excellent health that you thought you had. You now have a new diagnosis that is going to be with you for the rest of your life. I phoned my nurse navigator, and those individuals are amazing in the work that they do. And I said just to her, how does that happen for a person like me in this rural spot where I live? And she provided the information about the hotel. And at that time, on that phone call, I began to weep. I can see it's still emotional to me today, many weeks after treatment being done, but it was such a relief to know that there could be a way to get treatment. The hotel program lined up for me by Above and Beyond Cancer allowed me to get radiation on the regularly scheduled Monday through Friday treatment plan. And I never missed. I never had, bad weather or because I was so close by. And so I think that is so key and vital to my treatment plan.
The difference it makes in the lives of patients just to be able to release that burden for them is amazing. It just makes the world of difference to the patients to know that they are going to get their needs met because of organizations like Above and Beyond Cancer and the Iowa Cancer Consortium.
And we are just so pleased with how successful it's been. Number one, the number of collaborators that are still providing grant money, the individual philanthropists that are contributing to this, and then the work that's being done by the staff of Above and Beyond Cancer to make the connection between the patients, the nurse navigators in the cancer centers, and the hotels.
It was so humbling that strangers would be inclined to help people that they don't even know. So it was very humbling, and it was also just that, oh, I think that pathway might be able to happen. And that was a relief. And my husband and I we were so grateful. We were just so grateful. It was like one piece. We just didn't have to think about one piece. We could just set that aside. And Above and Beyond and the hotel program was going to take care of that.
This program provides accessibility that improves the actual treatment that's being given. It improves the likelihood the patients will complete treatment, and I have no doubt that it improves the actual opportunity to cure patients.
Doesn't that make you just feel good? I love that video. So there are going to be 4 more videos just like it, profiling different communities and what they have experienced. So I think we have 2 more on the docket for today that you'll see in different breakout sessions. But yeah, thank you to everybody who worked on that. So without further ado, I would like to invite our board president, Dr. Mary Charlton, up to the stage. Can we give her a round of applause, please?
Thank you so much. It's just amazing to see everybody here. And it's such an honor for me to introduce Dr. Lisa Richardson, who I see at almost every national meeting, but I think it's the first time I've ever seen you in Iowa. So welcome to Iowa. She is the director of the CDC's Division of Cancer Prevention and Control, the largest unit within the CDC's National Center for Chronic Disease Prevention and Health Promotion. As director, Dr. Richardson works with partners at the national, state, and local levels to break down barriers to good health and create opportunities for everyone to live a long and healthy life. Under her leadership, the division's 4 foundational programs, the National Breast and Cervical Cancer Early Detection Program, that's the one I always, NCCDBB, for those of us not in that program. And let's see, also the National Program of Cancer Registries, near and dear to my heart, the National Comprehensive Cancer Control Program, and the Colorectal Cancer Control Program, which have helped the cancer control community better understand, prevent, and control cancer in all populations. Dr. Richardson also provides guidance for the division's research agenda that includes the National Cancer Prevention and Control Research Network, or CPCRN, which several of us are part of at the University of Iowa. Dr. Natasha Askelson is the head of that here. And she's also a medical oncologist by training. She has authored or co-authored more than 150 peer-reviewed journal articles examining multi-sectoral approaches to improving cancer care access, delivery, and outcomes. So with no further ado, everybody welcome Dr. Lisa Richardson to Iowa.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, everybody. This is actually this is my second consortium, and they've all been out sort of in this area. The first one was Nevada, and that was a blast too. So I enjoy getting out and seeing things. But as Mary said, it's really, as a medical oncologist, when I first came to public health in 1997, everybody thought I was completely crazy. Why would you train for that long to be an oncologist, then to go not do oncology? But in my opinion, because if you think about what you're doing, it's called cancer control. which is the entire spectrum, right? We limit ourselves to just that part where treatment occurs, but it really is about the whole life, the lifestyle, the lifespan, which we've moved into. And so really, I do enjoy, and also the lady that was just speaking about her experience, you know, cancer is a life-changing event, and that's why I became an oncologist. When I tell a person they have cancer, they immediately zoom in on you and like, what are we gonna do about that, right? And so, you know, it is sad, but it's also a common place that people can come together and get to work. And, you know, cancer control is like that as well. Sorry, I'm going to stand to the side here a little bit so I can see what I'm doing. But all the things that you guys are doing here is really, we're trying to pattern ourselves after you. We have to do a much better job working together in the government, across the place that I work and lead. So, you know, we have lots of lessons to learn. And I will be in touch with some of you guys because I'm sure I will find a story that needs to be blogged on our website. So you guys do the work. And what I'm most impressed about when I go out in the community is that you don't realize what kind of awesome, you know, world-changing, life-changing work you do, because that's what you do every day, right? Well, this is just my job. But your job, from when I look at it, is really amazing, and the changes that we've made, especially in cancer and cancer control and therapy. I was just telling someone earlier, I'm studying for the boards again. Whew. If you don't see patients every day, it's a tsunami of information, right? But when I'm out there studying, I'm like, my God, when I was a fellow in 1990, tell your age, 93, I mean, the colon cancer was still stage D, and the median survival was 6 months with 5FU, right? Now, if groups like, I don't know if you work with them here in Iowa, but groups like Fight Colorectal Cancer, almost all of those people you see and they come out and talk to you, they're stage 4 cancer survivors. I mean, 6 months, 5 to 6 years, you know, God only knows how far we'll be able to go. And so I could see all sides of it. Somebody was like, why are you here at CDC? I said, well, it's called control, right? That means don't get it. When you get it, treat it well. And then if you survive it, when you survive, and even if you don't, let's have a good life and a good quality of life as we move through the thing. So that's my soapbox. I'll get off of it now. Okay. So anyway, the real reason, you know, at CDC, there's going to be 22 million survivors here fairly soon. That's a lot of people. But when you think about it, you know, my challenge to the people that work where I work, I ask a lot of questions too. It's just my nature. So does 22 million people make a public health problem? No, public health is not about numbers. It's about impact, right? You can have a huge impact on 22 million people, but that doesn't make it a public health problem. So what makes what we do sort of fit in our wheelhouse as public health? And so this is a graphic that I found that looks at public health systems. So how do systems, you know, work? You know, if you have a lot of arrows and I'll show you a little bit of real data. I'm also a data-driven, love data kind of person. So I will, what is that thing called? Trust and verify? You tell me something, I'll trust you, but I will go back and verify what you said or try to figure out what that means or come back to you directly and ask you, well, what did you mean by that? And so, but strong public health systems save lives, and so I'll show you some of that. So in the last revision of the Essentials of Public Health, equity was added to the middle of the circle. Used to be research. And this was before the pandemic. They started redoing this report in 2019. I thought I turned it on. Too much coffee. All right. He said green was, oh, never mind. Green is good. I should have just left it alone. Okay, never mind. But anyway, so even before the pandemic that, you know, exposed a lot of issues that many of us in the room already knew existed. Now everybody knows they exist. But really in public health, we were moving towards the equity in the middle of all the work we do, even before the pandemic occurred. So, you know, I think the evolution of thinking in public health is really, because that's what we do, right? We serve people who wouldn't otherwise get served and, you know, do things that other people wouldn't otherwise, you know, know. Somebody laughed. I'll check with you later. It's like, what's funny? So this is one of the, this slide actually depicts my confliction as a medical oncologist. Some of the stuff we're going to talk about in the afternoon about precision medicine. and then the community, the environment, where we all live, versus, the super duper duper. So this is the upside down pyramid. When I think about it, it's sort of SNPs are at the top, the little, single nucleotide polymorphism kind of thing we like to look for. And then at the bottom, it's really the whole person where you live in your community, right? And so this is really what we look at as the health impact pyramid at CDC, but when I think about it in medical terms, it also applies as well, but it's usually the opposite way. So, do comprehensive public health systems save lives and save money? Absolutely. So this was a study funded by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, and if you look at the comprehensive centers on the left, you'll see that the expenditures per capita are smaller and more of the recommended activities, lower, and more of the recommended activities are performed in those communities. So it sounds like from some of the discussions I've had and talking to people, there are quite a few communities who are like that one there on the left, the comprehensive. And then if you look even closer, because we want data, what are the economic impacts of the economic effects? And then what are the do we save lives effects, right? And so we do. Larger gains in low resource communities. If we go into those communities, we can make a difference. One of the things I think that disturbs me, well, not disturbs me, but makes me sad sometimes, is that when people aren't doing well, we tend to penalize them. We should double down and go into those places and make sure they get exactly what they need. Because people who are really doing well, they're gonna do well regardless of whether we come in there or not, right? And so if you think about how human nature is, because that's how you're messing up, we're gonna have to take your mess away. Well, then they're just gonna get worse, right? And things are not gonna get better. And, and then we'll be back here again next year talking about how the death rate went up in X community, right, that year, instead of getting in there. And so, but that is sort of a shift change in how we do business. And then the most important thing to me is this graphic, is that if you have comprehensive systems of health in public health, and this is a public health study, it does improve mortality from all types of, different types of conditions. All-cause mortality, cardiovascular, diabetes, and cancer, all of the death rates in those comprehensive communities are lower than they are in communities that don't have comprehensive public health systems. So what is that? So the Robert Wood Johnson has a program called, okay, I'm gonna have to let y'all know what that is later. But it's a program where they go out and they reward communities that have good outcomes, and every one of these communities has a comprehensive system of public health where they have better outcomes. The schools, all the businesses work together. Everybody's working together for health, not disease treatment. There's a big difference. We call ourselves public health, but we're still out there doing mostly the same thing everybody else is doing, treating disease. And really what we want to do is prevent the disease in the first place, and then we don't have to treat it. That's why I'm in public health, by the way, as an oncologist. I know the end point of what cancer is, but I also know there are things you can do to prevent it. And by the way, it is hard. I'm not making, people say, all you have to do is eat right. Really? Exercise, really? I'm like, really? Anyway, whatever. You still takes amount of, mind change and internal mind change to make that happen. So, in my job at CDC, we collect a truckload of data, right? And one of the things we weren't doing was putting it out there for consumption immediately in a form that people could understand. So about a couple of years ago, the 2021 data will be posted on our website probably in January or February, just finalized 2021. That's the best we can do at the moment. But that's pretty good. It's better than this being, in our health system, in our USCS data system is 2019. So as soon as the data are available, we collect, your tax dollars collected all that information. So why aren't we sharing it with you? And so this is something that we started a couple of years ago, where as soon as these data are available, and we're working on it, and this year we're gonna put a COVID spin on it, what were the changes in death among people with cancer, related to COVID? And the short answer is everybody did worse. And as you would have expected, immunocompromised people with lymphoma and leukemia did really worse. And so just to sort of highlight again, immunocompromised people are a special subset of people that we need to pay attention to. And we've got a ton of criticism from CDC that we don't do enough of that. And I happen to agree with that. Why wouldn't I? I'm an oncologist, right? Anyway, so this is cancer deaths, and we put Iowa side by side. You guys have, it looks like it's slightly higher, but the death rates are, a little bit, but everything's going down. They're, and just showing this as a way to sort of show how you look compared to others is that, there are multiple reasons this could happen, right? And so what data are to me is a way to go look and say, I wonder why that happened. And then when you look at, if you go to our data system that's down there, the data visualization tool, you can even look at it by county, your death rate by county, incidence by county, all the top cancers. And, if you're feeling it, you can look at it by congressional district. I did that on purpose. We did that on purpose. So to provide tools to everybody to go out, and I can't do it myself, but you guys are more than free to go talk to anybody you want to talk to. So we put it, again, but that's really what we do in public. That's what we should be doing, is providing tools for you guys to go out there and be empowered to make differences in your community. You guys all know this, the disparities persist no matter what, and I would even say they've gotten deeper. There are multiple systems and sectors of healthcare, and this is what I meant by, Iowa may look different on some things. You look a lot better on some cancers, maybe not as good on other cancers, but there's, like I said, there's so many things that impact. It really is a community level effort. You got to get in there in the community, what's going on, and that's where the difference is. And once you feel kind of like, I think with health equity and all the stuff that's going on, we all feel a little discouraged. So there's this thing I read called the 3-foot rule. Like, you control the things that are 3 feet around you, and then not the things that are, 1,000 miles in Washington, D.C. And I really do think, but once you control the 3 feet around you, all those things will bubble up, and they will come to the point where I'm a cup half full kind of girl, too, if you hadn't noticed. But it'll all work out, if we all work together. And then why do they matter? I mean, really, everybody should really have the same opportunity with their health. Correct. Again, not disease. Now, once you have disease, there's a certain imperative for us to go and make sure everybody gets the same treatment, the same, access to care. Love that hotel program, because that woman may not have been able to come to Des Moines to get treatment because it was so far away. The weather is so bad here in the winter. All those kinds of things. And really, when we're thinking about treatment, it's not just getting there to get your, dose of radiation that day. There's 1,000 other things that are happening in your life that we have to be sensitive to. The pandemic really has impacted the public health and what we do. The quote here is probably the most important thing. This was a quote from a person that was in this study. HPV probably is not at the top of our list, which is, you may have noticed that in your own data, that things have not kind of fallen off. But this was an example of, how do we get people into care? How do we make sure people get back into care, which is really where we are now, without being terrified? Study from Iowa. Who knew? There you go. I probably should have known, though, right? I should have known. I'm sorry. But anyway, but this is a perfect example of going out into the community and like, what is bothering people, right? This past weekend, I did a project. Some of you may know Glory Coronado. She is in Portland, but she came up with this technique called boot camp translation. You can do this anywhere, by the way. You can do it in treatment. You can do it all along the spectrum, or any blood pressure control, anywhere. But we developed messages thinking that we're speaking to people, and we're just, right? So we took for this particular project, it was colorectal cancer screening in African American with the African Methodist Episcopal Church. So we decided to go right in there where, where the people are that can tell us. And we took the ACS messages that they just developed in their toolkit that they downloaded. And we asked them, we asked the people there, does this make any sense to you? Does this word mean anything? How can we change these messages to resonate with you as a person that we want to encourage to get screened for colon cancer? But you can really do this with anything. We're going to do a project this year coming up. We had some extra money left over where we're going to do this with Native American communities. All of these messages we have out there for people, are they working? Or are we just spinning our wheels and basically resources, money, energy, and all that good stuff? When I say resources, I don't just mean money. I mean, people resources, you know, time, energy, all that stuff. And do they work? And I think this is a perfect example. So how can we get HPV back on the top of the list, right? So it's almost going to be a one-time thing. If that NCI study works out, it may end up being one shot, which would, oh my God, my son got it when it was 3 shots. It was hard. Even though I knew what the benefits were, I still had to show up 3 times to get a vaccine. It was tough, yeah, but anyway. And this is during the pandemic. This is a different study, but just sort of looking at how things sort of, you know, down in this particular place that we went, it did go up a bit. After the initial wave of the pandemic, people kind of lost interest in sort of sharing with us like what the current state is. So this is the most current thing I could find through a year old now, looking at how many screenings were missed. But we predict, well, the people who are doing the predictions out there, it's like tens of millions of people are behind. And the real challenge here is how are we going to use our current healthcare system when in some places can barely keep up to make up all that backlog, right? And there are some thoughts out there about how to do that. So I'll kind of speed through. This is, again, the pandemic effect. You see when everything closed, came back up. Everything's coming back up at different rates. What cancer diagnoses were made, not made. Later on, will the stage be higher? People are already seeing some of that, I believe. And then we say, well, just go and talk to your doctor. What does that even mean, right? So here we see these on the left is primary care shortage areas. You see on the right that they've gotten more and more of those. So the people that we're asking to take care of, the primary care providers were asking to take care of people and get them, you know, into the system. There's fewer and fewer of them, and I think that will continue. Even at CDC, we're having challenges with people who've been there 25 years, you know, 26 years. They're retiring. So I have 3 people retiring at the end of this year who are on my leadership team, which means, you know, that's going to be a void that we have to fill. And this is everywhere. People are just, I don't know what you guys think, but people are worn out from this whole thing. And, you know, with it getting harder and harder and harder to take care of patients, I think, you know, that's my opinion. Those people who are closer to getting out are getting out because it is a struggle. So switching really quickly to what we do at CDC. Is anybody watching the time? Let me know, okay? Okay, you are, okay, sorry. I was just like, is anybody, I didn't ask you to watch the time, let me know. But quickly, I was the co-lead of our health equity task force within our center. Our center does diabetes, heart disease and stroke prevention, obesity, smoking and health. So it's really the chronic diseases and chronic disease risk factors. So they asked me to, I don't usually volunteer for this kind of stuff because anyway, we can talk about that offline. Because it really is, we try and try and try, you know, what is the sincerity of the system to really change, right? So you have to question yourself, is it worth it, Lisa? So then at this point, I was like, you know what? I think with the pandemic, this was like right after, this was like the year the pandemic started. So in the summer of 2020, I said, okay, it might be worth a shot, and I got a little energy for that. But these are the groups, the subgroups that we had, and really it was, how do we change the system? I'm more of a systems change kind of person. So what we had done previously, the group I led, and this might be why I was less than enthusiastic, is that we did this long, you know, study, a strategy thing. We gave it to the director at the time, and they threw it in the trash. Yeah, it's okay. It's fully expected. See, I don't really have very high expectations sometimes, so when I hit the mark, I go, wow, that was great. So totally, because it wasn't there. I don't understand that. It wasn't my thing either, right? I didn't do that. Well, it was good. You know, it was, well, anyway, I thought it was. So let me tell you real quick, like, let's go to the notice of funding opportunity. Those of you in the room who apply for, you know, funding from CDC, in our center, and I think we're the only one that does this, we now have a checklist for health equity that every single notice of funding opportunity has to have it in there. And the trick on this one was, it's an opt-out option. You have to tell us why you're not going to talk about that in your notice of funding opportunity. You see the difference, right? Because if it was opt-in, we might get 5% participation. Now we're going to get 95% participation because you have to, it might be 100% when we go back and look at the numbers this year. This is the first year we've done it. But you really do have to, build accountability into the things that you're doing. You just have to build it in, right? Otherwise, people go, I don't want to do that. The one we've had the biggest struggles with is research and data, because there's so much of it out there. The other thing too that I noticed is that people feel like they have to go and create their own when there's so much out there. And so that one has been the biggest struggle. But even that one, we're continuing and trying to figure out how to. I don't know if Iowa did this, but we offered, on the Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance System survey, we offered Reactions to Race, which is Kamara Jones's module. You guys probably know Kamara Jones. And a special social determinants of health module for BRFSS. And I would think Iowa would have picked that up, but I don't have them. I should know that too, right? We can look on the web and get that. But yeah, so we are trying to, what can we do as CDC to provide things for people to do the things that they do? I'm probably, if I get behind, just tell me, I can speed it up. Okay, sorry. So this is our strategic plan on one slide. There is no backup document to this because you won't read it anyway. So why would you do that, right? Yeah, I love being in charge of this place, y'all, because I get to do it the way I want to do it. But seriously, people do not read strategic plans. It's like, what's wonderful, we're going to sit in a room for, this took 3 months because I've been in our division, shouldn't tell them, 1997. We did at least 3 or 4 of these over from 1997 till the time I took over 8 years ago. So what I did, the shortcut was we took all that information we never did anything with and gave it to the contractor, and because nothing had really changed, right, as far as I could tell. They did some new interviews, but it was very short. So in 3 months, they came up with this, and this is the entire thing. And we've already, to the point that somebody made about the cancer plan being a living document, we have already updated this once 3 years ago, and the plan is to update this again this year. It was very, very small changes. The biggest thing we did was simplify the language, reduce risk of cancer. It doesn't get any simpler than that, right? So then you choose that thing you want to do. And then what I heard today, the one in the middle, scale best practices to increase screening outcomes. And the aspiration is all people get the right screening at the right time for the best outcome. It used to say the right care, but since we do screening, we sort of tried to bring that in. But that's really, if you can't get to the place that's giving you the treatment, you're not going to get the treatment and you don't get the outcome that you need, right? And so this is I'm a lump or two, not a splitter. So this is why this is like, it's lumped. And then you can see yourself in all of this, which is the other thing. I don't see myself. I'm like, how can you not see yourself in that? I mean, it's everything, right? We don't do treatment, but we collect data in which you can look at treatment from cancer registries. We do special studies in, cancer treatment where you can look at those types of things. So as long as it relates. And then the bailiwick, my biggest one at the moment, and you guys do a great job here in Iowa, is the cancer survivor one. That one seems to be a conundrum to people. What do you do in cancer survivors? Well, cancer survivors, just by having a cancer, have the highest risk of getting another cancer. Why aren't we out there with steroids doing primary prevention? 10? Okay, all right. In cancer survivors, that really, and quality of life, we like to think about quantity of life, but as I talk to patients, it's been about 3 years since when the pandemic happened. I stopped going to the VA. I used to go to the VA in Atlanta. But they really do want to live a good life. It's not just about the number of days. It's about what is the quality of life that I'm going to live. And that really is what we're trying to concentrate on there. So I'm going to speed up a little bit here. You all know about our division. I see a lot of our grantees in the room. Thank you for everything that you do. This is the Cancer Control Continuum that was really put out there by the National Cancer Institute, Dr. Abrams, a long time ago. But this is really how I think about cancer. When we were thinking about planning, the last big giant planning thing that we did, everybody wanted to stick to, I was the minority report in the room. I expressed my disagreement with the way it was going. But everybody wanted to site specific, like lung cancer, breast cancer. And that's fine, but when there's let's say there's a new innovation like lung cancer screening with CT scan, how do you deal with that if you're trying to be an organization that's trying to do things in an organized way? Well, you deal with it by doing early detection, right? So early detection is in the control continuum. Every time there's a new thing in early detection, insert, and then we can go on and start doing the work that way, right? And so But because we're funded, and that's another thing, is that we get stuck on how we're funded. Unlike other agencies, and unlike the NCI, we are funded by lines. So we have a breast cancer line, a lung cancer line. And it does and we hear from you all the time, why can't we just blend it all? Well, Congress has the ability or the authority to come down and audit us on every single line that we have and see if we spent it on the thing that they gave it to us for. So that's why. But cancer survivors, there's all lines, all the things that I'm most excited about. You can do it in any line because there's survivors everywhere, right? And so it's really one of those things where you be a little bit more creative. So I think I'm going to have to end this early. But you guys can have the slides later. So this was right before we were, as you all know, we were told in the federal government that we couldn't talk about race for a while. It was about 1.5 years, actually. It wasn't trivial. But we got this one through the system right before that. So this is something I've been wanting to do forever, but how do we work with communities and community organizations to address disparities? The one primary prevention is a community group in Jackson, Mississippi called Blacks Against Tobacco that's working with a contractor, but they applied for this money to look at smoking in Jackson, Mississippi among Black people who tend to have more impact from smoking, right? Smoke fewer cigarettes, get cancer more frequently, different types of tobacco, menthol tobacco, but this is really one of those efforts is because I don't really, in my opinion, reading everything, there's not a lot of evidence out there about how to do this health disparities thing in the community. So these 3 groups are going to be building that evidence base, which is what you guys do. And when you write about it, everybody can learn about it, right? Which is why we encourage people to write about what they're doing. Because in my world, sometimes it doesn't exist if you don't write about it and talk about it. The National Comprehensive Cancer Control, thank you very much. Cancer Plan. Yes. Again, partnerships, couldn't do it without it. This is our cancer control partnership that is mostly unfunded. I think 90% of them show up because they're wanting to help us get the job done. And this has been one of the things that we've been able to sort of maximize and use to move the agenda at CDC. If I had my computer, I could skip through this. So just some of the things we do in primary prevention. The HPV roundtable. Now there's roundtables and everything. There was an announcement yesterday. You saw that the President's Cancer Panel recommended more, roundtable activity might be something we would do. So yesterday, I think the First Lady launched the breast roundtable and the cervical cancer screening roundtable. So we'll see how that goes. And there's always a building phase. This is one of my favorite projects we fund with the Office of Smoking and Health. There are lots of groups who smoke more, people with behavioral issues, LGBTQ, those types of groups. So this network, and they're up for funding again this year, the network is, we work with them to sort of figure out how to work with those high-risk populations to get, smoking to a lower level. And that's actually one of our biggest successes. And this year we hope to expand it to include some more disability type groups, visible and invisible. Learning all the new language. We'll just skip through that. This is where our data goes. We work with the National Center for Environmental Health. You can go to their website. The link is down there, the melanoma dashboard. And you can look at melanoma in your community based on UV, all of those things. It's a problem in Iowa. It might not be the sun, but it's the snow and all the other things. We forget that UV comes in many, many, many forms. But you can actually track, melanoma based on the risk factors, like UV exposure and those types of things. It's really we try to put all this stuff out to you guys in emails, but, sometimes we kind of miss the mark, so. And I'm going to end here. Do I have like 2 minutes? Oh, okay, all right. So I'll go until I run out of time then. The National Program of Cancer Registries, there's 50 central cancer registries that we fund. When we put our data together with the National Cancer Institute SEER program, which is in Iowa, we have a 100% coverage of the U.S. So since 1997, I think it's 97 or 96, if you go at these data, this is the actual picture of what it looks like. I think it's really easy to use. That it has a census of cancer cases since 1990. So 25 plus million. You can look at all kinds of different, if you're doing some exploratory work, you can look at all kinds of different things in the data. And we have a release coming up, and that was June of 2022 was when we added state level data on survival, prevalence, and stage of diagnosis. So just briefly, the prevalence data out there are estimates from SEER. So if you go into our database right now, you can see 18-year prevalence of cancer survivors in Iowa based on the data that you guys have provided. And we got quite a bit of that from NCI as well. And every state can look at now how many people in their state have survived cancer, not an estimate, and not self-report. So we've done the self-report thing as well, and it's sketchy, to say the least, right? And this is our surveillance vision. Sounds like you guys have, I think Kelly said you guys applied for some of the DMI money. Jill, sorry. Data modernization at CDC. We've been about 15 years ahead of the agency on the work that we do with data collection. Trying to get some attention though from people now that COVID is a thing is almost impossible. Like, you could use a lot of the methods we've used to sort of get cancer data, but we're making slow and steady progress there. Trying to get the attention, the resources, and Jill said that the registries or the state health department was, brought different groups in, and she was able to represent cancer control, and that's great. So I think I'm going to end this here. This is actually another one of my philosophical things, and I can just end it there with that. Screening is more than a test. So a lot of the stuff we read now is, oh God, our screening rate is 80%, they got a FIT test, right? Well, did they get a follow-up when it was abnormal? And if they had cancer, did they get treatment? That's the continuum. It's not just a test. And so a lot of the language that we're using in communications at CDC is really moving away from that. ACS, Dr. Rich Winder, when he was there, he and I used to talk about this all the time. But it really, and everybody in the room knows, it really is more than a test. It's a process. And if you don't, what we learned in breast cancer way back in the day with breast cancer screening, and this is probably true for all cancer screening, is that if you don't tell people what's coming next, they might not show up for the next thing. And so you've created, in my mind, the real tragedy there is you've created a lot of anxiety in people with a positive test that they have no intention of following up on because they're scared, right? And so, but your opportunity to educate, I think the best opportunity is when you recommend the test and, have a sit down. And we're actually working on a couple things. There's a simulated human on our website named Nathan Bennett. And they're like real people once you sit down and do it, right? But Nathan Bennett is a man that's trying to decide whether he should get screened for prostate cancer. And you can click the choices and he talks to you and you can go back and look at it and ask all the questions you want for as long as you can go back to that thing and stay with it all day till you understand. And the goal for that, and then there's the second one is if you're diagnosed with prostate cancer, what do you need to know when you go to the doctor so you can ask the right questions and make sure you're getting the right thing? It's a tragedy that we have to put that burden on people to make sure that happens. But, in the system we have here in the U.S., that tends to be sometimes how it happens, right? Navigation is really one of those other things that helps that. You all have been doing navigation forever, by the way. It just has a fancy name now. It's called social work. It's called case management. It's called all of those things that you've always done. Now they've just put a fancy name on it. So I don't really care about names. It's what are we trying to accomplish? And then let's go accomplish that. And if somebody hooks a name on it, get your money for it, stick that name on it and get that cash, right? That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying. But remember what you're doing and why you're doing it. It's a process, right? It's the thing you're doing. So I'll stop there. I got tons more. I really did try to cut it back this morning, y'all, but anyway, I got so much stuff I like to tell you. But I'll be here all day if you guys want to, if anybody here wants to come and talk to me, and I think we're going to have questions now. And there's only about maybe 2 questions I can't answer, so I'm happy to answer. There's a couple I just won't do. So anyway. Thank you so much. Oh. Sorry about that, y'all. I'll do a better job next time. Invite me back next year. How about you could take this one out, maybe? It works. He can turn it on.
Is this on?
Oh, he got you.
Okay.
It's not on. Here, you want to use this one?
I'll just project. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Richardson. Are there any questions? None of these are on, I don't think.
We're besties. I'll just get closer.
We had dinner together, so. Yes, Dr. Weiner.
I'll shout here. So, Lisa, thank you for a great overview of cancer prevention and control for your national leadership on this issue.
Thank you.
We're obviously coming out of a public health emergency with COVID, and a lot of lessons learned. What would you say we've learned that we can apply in Iowa from the COVID epidemic that could apply to cancer prevention?
So I think about these things a lot. Thanks for the question. I think what I really, and we're still not doing it, by the way, which is very, horrible to me, and you guys are probably going to do it. It's about planning, right? And it's about having a plan in place, in cancer control. For instance, we notice that people don't come for their radiation therapy. Why don't we get them a place to stay? I mean, the VA's been doing that forever with the Hope Lodge, right? When I was training. So I really do think it's planning. I think it's anticipating what might be coming down the pike, which is hard to do. For this one, it could have been who would have ever guessed anything this horrible would happen, right? But, I guess the military, if we could go learn some lessons from the military. This is what they do. They plan for the worst possible thing that could happen. And then when something does happen, you sort of pick your parts out. And part of the thing I think is going to happen with CDC, I don't know if this is getting at your question, but what we're kind of lobbying, well, we're not lobbying, but the people who lobby for us is, why can't we have a permanent emergency operations center that's on the ready to go when these things happen? For us, this is, you may not know this, but, this is one of the things, the hidden challenges that we have is we don't have any money for emergency response until there's an emergency. And then you're already behind the 8 ball. So you're already we're out in the field doing stuff with what we have, which is not a lot. How that plays out in real life, I have been deployed to the emergency response coming up on my 5th time here in December. I know nothing about that stuff. My God. It's interesting and it's all of that, but, wouldn't it be nice to have a crew of people that this is what they do for a living, right? This is what they think about all the time. And so I think at least half of our staff have been deployed at some point over the last 2.5 years. Similar to, and thank everybody here in the room in our programs, because I can't remember what it was called, expanded authority. Where the state could just take all of our government, our federally, funded project people and just put them out in the field to do COVID, which happened a lot. It has seems to have slowed down quite a bit. I don't know what came through for monkeypox. I don't remember anything coming across my desk, but we were specifically told by the response that your people in Iowa will be working on COVID, not your stuff. And so we lost ground there as well with the cancer control stuff. And there's a couple studies out there that I didn't talk about where they've actually modeled what would it take to catch up, and I could share those with you later if you'd like to see them. Was that okay? But I think it really is about anticipating what's coming. Again, there's another, if you follow the news, Ebola's on the move again in Africa. So we're going to be expected to pull up and go to Africa. And some of us are already there and have been there for a while. So it's and in this environment we're in now, it's a constant struggle, and we should really be continuously planning, and you guys as well.
I think this is on now. Thank you. Other questions people have? Yes.
I especially liked your instrumental variables. It's good to see that on a slide.
Yeah.
Regarding research at the CDC, what would you like some of us in the research field using some of the data that you mentioned? what are some of the pressing unanswered questions or methods that you'd like to see in the next 5-10 years? Thank you.
So as far as, so in the past, so I think what I would ask is that people broaden their definition of what research is. That's one of my pet peeves. So I've done epidemiology research, health services research, clinical trials. I even worked in a lab for 2 years of killing bacteria looking for something I never did find. I was like, I got to go find something else to do with my life. So that was actually that event, but really it's sort of, I think people talk like practice. I don't know what kind of research you do, but how can you go in and evaluate what's going on in a community to build evidence for the thing there may not have been a study out there on it. I think that type of practice-based evidence, practice-based evaluation is critical, and that just some of the research I didn't, some of the stuff I didn't get to show you was one of our most comprehensive evaluations we've done on the colon cancer control program, which you guys have here in the state, is that, what are the levers of movement, and then how do you move those levers in the place that you are? But if you do research in public health, it's really, what does research mean, right? It's really just a question, right? It's a strong question, hypothesis, null, all of that. So I've done all those types of research, and there really are common themes. And just to realize what we do is just as important. Now, data-wise, what we're trying to do is get the data used more for whatever reason you want it, to just get it out there, to be known that we do have the United States cancer statistics. We do track and follow that. We have noticed that the number of citations in the literature have gone up significantly in the last 5 or 6 years, but that's because we're pushing it really hard. And if you want to talk about what you could do, that's fine. For instance, I had a graduate student, don't ask me why she wanted to write this paper, I don't know. She was in the surveillance branch, but we looked at intraspinal tumors. Because we have so many cases, you can get a sample size large enough from 1997 until 2019. We'll be putting 2020 data up, this coming up spring. But you can pretty much look at any problem and try to figure out where it's so rare that you don't have enough cases that you could do, some simple stuff, not really, a bunch of complicated things, but there's so much we don't know, right? And we do collect every single case of cancer in the country. One of our quality metrics is before death diagnosis. I think it's 0.1% of people are diagnosed at death, which is a quality metric in the program. And if it's higher, we go in and try to help people figure out why people aren't being diagnosed before they die. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of mess under there, but love to talk to you later if you got some thoughts. Mm-hmm.
Other questions people have? Yes.
Diagnosed with cancer and then follow all the way through the whole process. Then after you've had the cancer, it says that you can get it again. Yes. Most of the doctors stop. They don't tell you that.
I know.
That it could possibly come again. So then how much study is it for that? And then what's the possibility? So then after your 5 years and then you are diagnosed with, what do you call it? You're in remission.
Right.
Okay, so you're in remission. Possibility you could get it again. So then they have studies like, so if you have breast cancer, what percentage would that be of getting it again, or that, or some other type of cancer? And then what can you do to prevent that from happening? What happened in the first place? Too much sugar? Something, like what?
Yes, ma'am, there you go. You answered your own question. Yeah, everything that caused cancer in the first place can cause you to get another one. And in particular, let's say the one that, strikes me the most is smoking. You get a tremendous benefit if you're diagnosed with cancer and you stop smoking. If you continue, it's 1% to 2% per year that you're going to get another smoking-related cancer if you don't quit. Right. There's still a high risk. That cancer is the one where the risk doesn't fall off quite as fast as we would like it to. And so if you look at some of and you're right, the question is, how many people who already have had a cancer get a cancer? And I think, I'll have to look this number up for sure, but I think it's over 15% of new cancers occur in people that have already had a cancer. Right. And so it's all about, one of the things we've noticed too when we look at it, women with breast cancer do really, 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 really good for like 2 or 3 years, and then they fall back down just like the rest of the population. I mean, you're at high risk for getting another breast cancer if you've had one, right? Mm-hmm. And then so I think quite frankly, I just think it's healthcare entry access fatigue myself. I mean, you just get tired of it, right? And if you talk to people, like some of the qualitative work out there, some people don't even want to talk about the fact that they've had cancer. And that was one of the things I said, about having data on who actually, data-wise, we know you had cancer from the cancer registry, that when you ask people, a lot of people either don't want to tell you that they had cancer, or they truly don't remember what it was that happened because of what you just said. Was it explained that way? Were the things? And if you don't know it was cancer, or you don't remember it was cancer, you may not think you need to do anything. So there's a whole bunch of psychological things that we're working on. That's what I'm interested in, actually. Maybe my next life after I leave CDC. Mm-hmm. I'm getting old, but I'm not that old. But okay.
Okay.
Are we good?
I think we have time for one more question. We had 15 minutes, and it's 9:12. If there's any other questions people have. Okay. Liz, Kelly has a question.
And by the way, it's really good to see everybody. I think I recognize about 50% of the faces in here. I didn't know all you guys were from Iowa. This is great. Yes.
Dr. Richardson, thank you so much. Is this on?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
I was going to wait and ask you this later because I think there will be a narrow interest in this, but I loved your online strategic plan that is one page. I love that. So smart, so clear. My question is, how do you associate measures with that?
So the measures part is really the work. So when I leave, it'll probably all go, where, but, I'm just, saying. But when we assess work as a division, does that work line up? And it could line up with any of it. It could line up with the 4 guiding principles, the places we said we could lead, the 3 priorities. I mean, you could almost drive a truck through this thing, right? People don't get that part, though, and I try to tell them all the time, you can drive a truck through this thing, right? And they say, I don't see myself. I'm like, well, what are you looking for, right? Or what are you looking at in the mirror? I don't know. But but that's how we do it. Does it line up with those 3 priorities, the places we said we could lead? For instance, in our notice of funding opportunity, you notice the research one, there's 1 in each priority area. Then within that, and it really is about finding those measures that already, because we're always trying to find new stuff too, but we're really not, new stuff. For instance, this is something that the people in our program, the Breast and Cervical Cancer Early Detection Program, found and inserted in the NOFO for 2202, our current version, is something called SMARTY goals. So it's SMART goals with equity, with an equity lens. So everything that you all report to us has to tell us what the equity component is of that measure. Right? So it could be whatever you want, and by the way, it could be whatever you want it to be as long as you explain what the equity component is of that, right? But every single goal in that particular program, and that project is $260 million or $280 million, the entire thing. So that's our big, but that's where we're going to get, and once we start getting when you start reporting that to us, we'll be able to roll it up and have a look at what we're doing nationally in the comprehensive cancer control world and the BNC world and so forth and so on. And it's all about how you talk about it too, right?
Thank you.
Happy to talk to you later about that. You might give me some new ideas. All right, thanks everybody.
Thanks everyone. Thank you so much, Dr. Richardson.
Thank you.
One you want us to use? Whoops. All right. Thank you so much again, Dr. Richardson. Thank you so much for being here and for all of your great information. Mary Charlton and I, got excited. This is always one of my favorite parts of the Iowa Cancer Summit, and that is when we get to honor those of you who are doing tremendous work, which is really everyone in this room. But we also give away 3 awards every year, nominated by peers, to folks who are doing outstanding cancer control work. And so Mary and I are going to announce awards right now, and I'm going to turn it over to Mary to kick us off. with the very first award.
Okay, so we'll start it off. The first award is given to a person or organization in Iowa who demonstrates a commitment to reducing the burden of cancer in Iowa through work on policy, systems, and environmental change. The recipient of the 2022 Iowa Cancer Champion Award is Dr. George Weiner. A well-known figure to many, George has worked for the last 2 decades, helping to create the Iowa Cancer Consortium and leading the Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center to become a National Cancer Institute designated comprehensive cancer center in the year 2000, serving as the hub for cancer research and maintaining this important designation ever since, which brings substantial cancer research funds and infrastructure to Iowa. From his nomination, which happens to be from my nomination, he received multiple. As impressive as these major accomplishments are on a state and national level, his commitment to mentoring the next generation of cancer prevention and control leaders is perhaps the most impactful. When I think of the opportunities I have been afforded by mentors like Dr. Weiner, I think of the quote, if I have seen further, it has been on the shoulders of giants. So congratulations, Dr. Weiner.
Sure. Well, the consortium is certainly in wonderful hands with Mary. And I'd like to just start out by thanking my partner, Teresa, my wife, who's been at my side for over 40 years. We're approaching our 40th wedding anniversary, so thank you for everything. You know, when thinking about why this coalition has been successful, the word partnership obviously comes to mind. But it's also the passion for the mission. And when I think back when we started, one of the best decisions we ever made is that we really all recognize that we come from different places, we have different backgrounds, we have different life experiences, but we all share the same passion. And when we first got together, we sort of put the special interests of our own day job behind and focused on the mission, which is cancer control. And by doing that, we all came together, and looking back 20 years, I couldn't have imagined just the progress we made and what we've been able to accomplish together. So I'd simply say thank you to all of you for being part of this wonderful journey, and we're not done yet. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations again, Dr. Weiner. All right, it is my pleasure to present the next award, and this is the Spirit of Collaboration Award. And this year, this award honors, as it always does, a member or members of the Iowa Cancer Consortium who show an outstanding commitment to collaborative cancer control efforts in Iowa. The recipients of the 2022 Spirit of Collaboration Award are the members of the Black Hawk County Community Steering Committee, a group of 9 community members who lead a collaboration with the Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center and the Iowa Cancer Consortium to explore cancer disparities and community-led solutions within the Black and African American community in Black Hawk County. Committee members are entrepreneurs, nonprofit leaders, medical professionals, community health workers, clergy, all who embody the spirit of collaboration. In less than a year of meeting, they have begun to explore reasons for prostate cancer disparities within their community, expressed interest in addressing racism within healthcare, and have requested a cluster study from the Iowa Cancer Registry. Their award nomination from Dr. Natasha Askelson from the University of Iowa College of Public Health said, "The focus of the past year has been building a foundation to move forward, and the committee is fired up and ready to make a change in their community. They are eager to continue to build relationships and sincerely recognize that collaboration is key to tackling health disparities in our state. We are lucky to have a group from the steering committee today. So if you all would like to come on up, we'll introduce you and you can receive your award. Don't be shy, come on up. And while they're coming up, I just want to say I've had the pleasure of working with this group as well. And they are presenting later this morning, and I think you'll see what great community-led work can really look like. So please help me congratulate the members who are with us today from the steering committee in Black Hawk County on the receiving the Spirit of Collaboration Award.
First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for coming and receiving this award and the work that we've all done together and the collaboration of these different minds and different services that they do with the health facility and care has really made this possible. I look forward to us working together and continuing to work in the Black Hawk County. Thank you.
Okay, and then brand new this year, the Iowa Cancer Consortium will present the George Weiner Cancer Control Visionary Award to an individual who has kept their sights on their long-term, big-picture goal and worked tirelessly to achieve their desired outcome in cancer control. So the recipient of the 2022 inaugural George Weiner Cancer Control Visionary Award is Shirley Reedy. A cancer caregiver turned avid American Cancer Society volunteer, a columnist turned three-time cancer survivor and author of her own book, Shirley Reedy used her gifts as a talented writer and volunteer to become a champion for cancer control. From her nomination, as a cancer survivor and caregiver, Shirley frequently stepped out from behind her columns to bring care and compassion on a personal one-on-one basis. To those dealing with a cancer diagnosis, her persistent encouragement to get cancer screening undoubtedly saved hundreds and hundreds of lives of people that Shirley never knew, but who will be indebted to her for the rest of their lives. Let's all give a round of applause for Shirley as she accepts her award.
I'm a child of the printed page, so that's what I'm going to do is read my brief remarks from the printed page. To say I'm honored and humbled with this award sounds trite, but the reason something becomes trite is because it is so true. I'm honored because George Weiner, researcher, teacher, oncologist extraordinaire, himself an Iowa trailblazer of the first order. When he took over the reins of the Cancer Center at the University of Iowa, it was just that, a cancer center. He brought it up to the rigorous standards of a comprehensive cancer center set out by the National Cancer Institute and has maintained it for all these years, the only one in Iowa and one of only 53 comprehensive cancer centers in the whole nation. That is an achievement. For me, as a cancer survivor and journalist, I envisioned a cancer column that provided a steady flow of information to the public, not just a sporadic story here and there. So I took the idea to my managing editor, and the idea died. He retired. I took it to the second managing editor, and the idea died. He left. I took it to the third managing editor. He said, "Write 5 sample columns for me to see." I did. He said, "Go for it." And a cancer column was born. We were afraid people might think, bummer, and turn the page when they saw a column on cancer. But they didn't. and the column was popular with both the medical and the lay communities. Readers told me that they taped it to their computer monitors, posted it on their refrigerator doors, mailed it to friends and relatives here and abroad. It popped up in doctors' offices and on hospital bulletin boards. When I retired, readers said, "Why don't you put a collection of the columns into a book?" And in June, I did that. It's on Amazon, entitled, Finally, A Manual on How to Handle Cancer, and focuses on the emotions of the cancer journey. I think Dr. Weiner and I are both warriors in the field of cancer, he with his microscope and I with my pen. Our goal is to see the day when cancer is no longer a life-threatening disease. George helped me many a time in my column writing when my layman's knowledge ended and I needed his expert advice. So, yes, I am humbled to be given this award with the name George Weiner on it. Thank you so much to the Iowa Cancer Consortium for recognizing his and my efforts and bestowing this wonderful award. Thank you.
All right, congratulations again to all of our award winners. All of those folks are inspiring people who you could meet during our upcoming break, if you'd like, build your network a little bit. So we are going to take a 15-minute break now. Beginning at 10 a.m., you can switch. So actually, we're a little ahead of schedule, so you'll have a little bit of a longer break. But beginning at 10 a.m., you can attend the health equity session in this room or a trauma-informed care training across the hall. I want to thank one more time our sponsors and exhibitors. Please make sure to visit them, and don't forget about completing your exhibitor game. And actually, I mentioned the book that's in the drawing for the exhibitor card. Shirley's book is the one that you can enter to win. There are snacks, Rachel tells me. We've been doing this summit for a long time, and if there's one thing these are multiple things. Coffee all day, snacks all day, try to keep the room warm but not too warm, and cool but not too cool. So we're doing our best for you, but we can do the coffee and snacks for sure. That last one is hard. Thank you, Rach. So out in the hall there are snacks. There will be coffee all day. And award winners, if you don't mind, we will do some pictures during the break. So thank you all. Go mingle, meet each other, have fun, and we look forward to a good day with you.
it's alright.
Hi, everybody. I'm just giving you a 5-minute warning. We're going to start. We do have breakouts in this room in 5 minutes. Again, there are snacks and coffee. There's still a little food from breakfast outside. Grab what you need, and we'll get started in 5 minutes.
All right, if everybody wants to go ahead and grab a seat, we're going to get started here in another minute. Want to welcome everyone back from break. Hope that you're having a good time catching up with everyone and checking out the exhibitors. But we're going to start our morning breakout session now. So I would like to introduce Malycki, who graduated with a Bachelor's of Arts in Spanish Language and Literature, Political Pre-Law, and International Studies and Relations from Loras College in 2021. His energy, passion, and optimism have made him a focal point in a hope of building a more profound, meaningful connections with the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer, or LGBTQ+ community in rural Iowa and also among BIPOC populations in the Midwest. Before One Iowa, Malycki was a health literacy advocate for the migrant and refugee communities of Eastern Iowa. Malycki, welcome to the stage. Here's your clicker and there's your slides. Awesome.
Hey y'all, my name is Malycki Mañon-Sosa. I am the program coordinator at One Iowa. If you're unfamiliar with what One Iowa is, I'll tell you all shortly. But that being said, I'm also a strong believer that representation matters. So I always like to disclose that I'm a proud Afro-Latino. If you don't know what that means I'm Black and Latin identifying cisgender man from a small town called Kalmus, Iowa. To give you an estimate there, I really related to the individual in the video saying that they had about 300 folks in their hometown in Iowa. Same. So that being said, I have a pretty diverse outlook on what's going on here in our state, especially being from such a small rural community. I saw the lack of resources for folks that looked like me, that had identities like me, but also folks who were different from me, right? But then also different from the small population that was there in rural Iowa. So that being said, I'm here to talk to you all today about LGBTQ health in Iowa, specifically the 2021 Iowa LGBTQ Health Needs Assessment. So before any major presentation that One Iowa does, we do what's called a land declaration, and this is declaring the native and indigenous stolen land that I reside on. You might be wondering, Malycki, what does this have to do with what you're talking about today? It actually has a lot to do with what I'm talking about today when we're talking about native and indigenous folks. So if you want to learn more, I invite you to do so by reaching out to One Iowa. But that being said, I always like to disclose that I live in West Des Moines, Iowa. So I reside on the Iowa, Lakota, Dakota, and Meskwaki Native and Indigenous tribes lands. So then, right, who are we, right? We are One Iowa. We are a small but mighty team of 5 representing the entirety of Iowa when we're talking about the LGBTQ population. So we were founded in 2006 working towards marriage equality, and then in 2009 when that became law of land, we shifted internally and said, do LGBTQ folks still need us? Surprise, the answer was yes, it's 2022. And so we've been working diligently in general advocacy for the LGBTQ population here in our state since that time. So that being said, we have a long history of work that we've done in our state. And that being said, we focus our general advocacy efforts on the 3 areas that you see on your screen, and then you'll see resourcing as well. So we focus on healthcare access. Today, we're gonna be talking a lot about healthcare access and the barriers that our community faces and the outcomes or findings that we found in our survey to kind of give you a reason why we focus on that as an organization. Then we also focus in leadership empowerment, right? We believe, right, 5 people cannot represent an entire state of LGBTQ folks. So we're all about finding great LGBTQ leaders throughout our state, lifting them up, giving them resources to continue doing their great work, but be even better leaders, right? So that way they can do the work that we're hoping to do in their own community. Then workplace culture, we're all about going into organizations saying, hey, here's what LGBTQ folks experience, here's why it matters, here's why you should care, and here's what you can do to make things better. So if you're interested in that, again, please reach out to us. But that being said, we also do a lot of resourcing, making sure everyone in our state has everything that they need to live a happy and healthy life. So let's see here. Whoa. Awesome. So, right, I can't be here talking to you today about our health needs assessment if you truly don't know what that is. So, our 2021 Iowa Health Needs Assessment was a comprehensive survey that was looking at a variety of health topics specific to our community. And it was the first state-funded needs assessment that looked specifically at the LGBTQ community. There were a few other surveys that went live in our state in previous years that looked at LGBTQ health. I always like to shout out other previous work done by great people in the field. So shouting out Des Moines University and the University of Iowa, specifically Dr. Paul Gilbert at the University of Iowa, who was looking at LGBTQ health before myself and the lovely folks at IHHS were formerly known as IDPH. So, right, how did this begin? How did we get started to look at the broader picture of LGBTQ health in our state? So it all started with one of those great grants that Dr. Richardson talked about earlier, a CDC grant received by the tobacco division specifically at IDPH. And so they decided, we're gonna choose a local lead agency to get onto this grant and work together in collaboration. So they obviously chose One Iowa. And so we decided, what do we do from there, right? Specifically talking to folks at the Iowa Department of Public Health, we were like, where do we go? What are we talking about specifically when we're talking about tobacco control in the LGBTQ community? And we decided, you know what? We might need to understand the community a little bit better to start working in tobacco prevention efforts for our community, right? So that was kind of the first step there in our process. So then you'll see the LGBTQ National Cancer Network, which is a CDC org. So that being said, they've provided a great plethora of resources to One Iowa and IDPH in conjunction when we're talking about planning this survey. So the great folks at the LGBTQ National Cancer Network put us in touch with some folks in Pennsylvania, right? Why rebuild the wheel if it already exists? So some folks in Pennsylvania had already done some great surveying as well and said, hey, we have this tool and all these questions we asked, and we have some best practices, some tips for you all, and they really helped us get started here in our state to do this amazing work. So again, always wanting to shout out folks who were doing this work before I. So the timeline of it all, right, once we kind of got that instrument and tool established from the folks in Pennsylvania, we decided, it's time to get working. So in April to September of 2021, we were looking at the pre-launch of our survey, specifically talking about the logistics, right? Revising the questions that Pennsylvania asked, right? Some of the questions were too specific or weren't questions that were specific enough for us or, right, weren't specific to our population here in Iowa. And then recruitment plans, right? How are we gonna get people to take our survey? Again, if you have questions about that, I'm happy to answer that at the end about how we got folks to be taking the survey. I'm sure you're all familiar with IRB approval and that fun process. And then obviously we also collaborated with the University of Northern Iowa, who did a lot of our data collection and cleaning up as well. So then on October 5th, our survey went live. We actually launched our event with a round of trivia. Again, getting in touch with the community. We went to a local gay bar in the Des Moines Metro and sponsored a round of trivia at this gay bar that was a typically established event and said, you know what, let's have a round specifically looking at health equity. So asking questions to these groups of folks that were at this bar, right, to have a fun night and kind of depressing them with some of these questions, saying, hey, like on average, how many folks in Iowa are receiving testing for sexual health screenings and things such as that. So kind of getting folks to say, oh, these are some really wild things that are happening not only nationally, but also in our state, and maybe that's why I should take a survey. So that was a great, fun event, but then we also did a lot of other dissemination through prides, through word of mouth, through great networks such as the Iowa Cancer Consortium. Y'all are great, thank you for that help there as well. But then we also obviously had some speed bumps and road bumps, we'll talk about those, but then ended our survey November 29th of 2021. And then we entered what was called kind of like what I call a waiting game, a long waiting game, if you will, to get the data that we received in June of this year from the University of Northern Iowa. So super excited to share with you all of these great findings, but obviously that brings us to today, right? When we're talking about dissemination and sharing of this information, I think you're all involved in that process with me as well. So when you read all of these fun numbers up here and you hear me talk about these findings, know that like you're also involved in this effort as well. Take these numbers back with you in your daily lives and use it in the work that you do. So, right, our dissemination protocols or our dissemination plan all involved a lot of steps. First and foremost, we disseminated through social media efforts and campaigns. So on the left of your screen there, you'll see what we used as some digital media to kind of get folks to get engaged via social media. We also did a lot of rural outreach. In the middle of your screen, you'll see what we called Pride in a Box. We sent these out in the fall of 2021. To specifically our rural communities. We found folks that had rural zip codes and on our mailing list, and in conjunction with Amera Group, we sent out these little Pride in a Boxes there. There was a great list of resources all about health, COVID, and all that other fun stuff that was going on at that time. And in the back of that box there, you'll see the "We need your help," asking folks to take our survey. Then we also did poster printing as well on the right of your screen. So we printed those out, put them in areas that we knew that LGBTQ folks throughout our state often frequented. So specifically talking about gay bars, talking about clinics as well that do sexual health screenings, and again, other areas that our community frequented. So, right, what did this survey entail, right? What did it all look at? It looked at a wide variety of areas. Obviously, because we were in conjunction with the Iowa Department of Public Health's Tobacco Division, we were looking at substance use, talking about drug, alcohol, and tobacco specifically, physical and mental health status, which includes sexual health, experience utilizing health care programs or institutions in our state, cancer risks and screenings, which of course we will be talking about today, social support systems, demographics of the folks taking our survey, what does the population of LGBTQ folks actually look like, experience of discrimination and victimization. Again, you might be thinking, what does this have to do with cancer outcomes and things such as that? Actually, it has a lot to do with it. And then talking a little bit more about some specific areas, dental, mental, and vision health, status, access, and utilization. That was specifically given to us by the Des Moines University. They were hoping to do some focus groups around those areas there. So our characteristics of our survey, it took about 15 to 20 minutes to complete the survey. It was a lengthy survey, right? And because of that, we then incentivized the survey. And then we said, hey, thanks for taking the survey. Here's a $10 Amazon gift card, or you could be entered to win a $100 Visa gift card. So folks had those two options. It's also important to note that a majority of folks that took our survey chose not to receive an incentive. So that's an interesting thing to note, that usually when folks are taking a survey, they're just taking the survey because they want to. So good to note there. We had nearly 1,000 respondents. I think the correct number is about 860 something folks that took the survey. So we had a good number of folks that took the survey. It's also important to note that 86 of our 99 counties were represented in the survey. So One Iowa likes to say that that number is close enough for us to say there's LGBTQ folks in every county in this state. And so that being said, if you're interested in how to work with that community, reach out to us. But again, the survey itself was accessible in Spanish and English. We're hoping to even more so diversify the accessibility of our survey in the coming year. But right then, talking about demographics, who took our survey, to give you kind of the picture of who we're talking about when I give you statistics in a moment. But that being said, right, 1/4 of our respondents identified as non-binary or transgender. So that's important to note. Then talking about sexual orientation, I believe, yep. While a majority of folks did identify as gay, bisexual, lesbian, or queer, you'll notice also straight on there. A lot of folks say, how do straight people take a survey for LGBTQ folks? And I say, well, trans and non-binary folks can identify as straight. So that's always important to note there when looking at statistics. But then also talking about the age of folks, I think the median age was about 35, right? That was a large chunk of the folks that took our survey. But I always think it's super interesting, right? We had someone who was 87 take this survey, and our survey was entirely virtual. So shout out to an 87-year-old for doing that for us. But that being said, right, we also want to talk about race. We think it's super important at One Iowa to look at everything that we're talking about today with an intersectional lens. And that being said, right, race isn't the only intersection that we can be talking about. We also need to be talking about socioeconomic status, cultural backgrounds, citizenship, geographic background, all of that fun stuff as well. So that's why we're sharing this today. So that being said, right, the majority of Iowa is 91% actually white. We had 81% of folks report white on our survey. That being said, it's also safe to let you all know that younger generations are more likely than not to not identify as white. So might have something to do there because we had a younger population take our survey. But that being said, I also think it's important to note that we had higher margins for folks who were in marginalized populations take our survey. So specifically talking about the percentage of folks that identified as Black, the number of folks that identified as Native American or Indigenous, Asian, and all of those other things there. And then you can compare those to the numbers up top, right? We had an overrepresentation of folks who were of a different race other than white, which I'm very proud of us for doing. But along with that, right, some other key demographics to take away. 60% of our respondents had achieved an educational degree higher than an SHED or a GED, formerly called a GED. So it's important to note that that compared to Iowa is 6% higher. So our population is reporting higher levels of education. But that being said, right, 40% of our population reported not having a GED. And we know statistically folks who have lower levels of education have lower levels of accessing resources. So again, while 60% is a great number to be proud of, 40% is also a number to be looking at as well. Then 21% of our respondents reported living in a rural area, or community, and or farm. Iowa is 46% rural, I believe, based on the US Census defining our zip code, so that's important to note. And then nearly 20% of our respondents reported being Latin or Hispanic, and we contribute that great turnout of that community due to the accessibility, not only in Spanish, because we know not all Latin or Hispanic folks speak Spanish, but also just the great outreach that we had from y'all. So now let's get into the meat of this conversation, right? This is the stuff that I think you're all gonna be excited to hear about, or maybe, right, interested to learn about. So these are the greatest disparities facing the LGBTQ population in Iowa based on the findings of our 2021 Health Needs Assessment. And these were all areas of health that One Iowa is now working towards addressing. So first and foremost, discrimination and violence. 41% of respondents reported being openly discriminated against in public, right? That's almost half of our population, only 6% shy of half to be exact. And that being said, right, if those respondents are being openly discriminated against due to their LGBTQ identity, you might be thinking, again, what does that have to do with our health outcomes? If I'm being openly discriminated against due to my identity, I'm more likely than not going to not disclose my identity to people in my future, right? So that being said, if I have a health advocate reaching out to me saying, hey, how can we take care of you today? I might not disclose, hey, I'm LGBTQ, right? Which is a very, very sad thing to notice. Thank you for saying that, as I did too. But then 36% of our respondents reported being forced into sexual intercourse. 36% of our respondents were victims of sexual violence. And again, you might be thinking, what does that have to do with anything? Again, higher levels of discrimination, higher levels of violence result in higher levels of negative coping mechanisms. So specifically talking about turning to drugs, alcohol, tobacco, right, due to discrimination. And again, 26% reported being forced into sexual acts within the last year. 20 reported this violence was explicitly occurring due to their LGBTQ identity. And I know this is really heavy stuff, right? But this is important to note because, again, all relates to our health outcomes. And then 37 reported being physically threatened and or harmed based on their LGBTQ identity. So, right, these numbers are all around like 40%. And that being said, right, if 40% of our population, again, this is all of respondents, this isn't a representative data set. We don't have enough folks to say that this was representative of all LGBTQ folks in Iowa, but that being said, if this is occurring with just a small group, it's probably going to be occurring with a larger group as well. So that being said, we know that these folks then probably are more likely than not going to disclose their LGBTQ status to their providers. And we'll talk about why that's important to know as a provider in a moment. This is a very brief slide, but we'll talk about why in a moment. But lack of access to healthcare, transgender Iowans, not only on this survey, but the last two surveys that were specific to the LGBTQ community reported driving over 1.5 hours to access inclusive medical care. That's a really long way to just go see a doctor, right? And that means, right, if I can't afford to drive, prices of gas are going up, right, or maybe I don't have a vehicle, I'm less likely to go see my doctor less often. So again, we're talking about folks that receive a diagnosis specifically around cancer, right? And then do they go back for treatment? It's safe to say, right, if I have to drive 1.5 hours, the answer to that would be no. I'm not going to go receive treatment regularly. Then nearly 20% of LGBTQ folks have been refused care, and that's inclusive of all medical services, including life-saving services. It's also important to note that a national survey done by Williams Institute of Law at UCLA reported 41% of LGBTQ folks in rural areas are being turned away. So it's safe to say that this number is probably heavily rural folks being turned away. Again, noting that rural areas have lower levels of income, resources, and education, so maybe not knowing about rights, things such as that manner. But that being said, right, if I go to my doctor, say, hey, you know what, I'm really scared. I've noticed, for example, if we're talking about breast cancer, I've noticed a lump on my chest, right? And I'd like to get it examined, and my doctor sees I have a pride bracelet on, and my doctor says, you know what, we're good. Yeah, I just heard that little oof. Yeah, oof. So then lack of access to LGBTQ specific care, specific to our community, right, that we're talking about here. A lack of knowledge around sexual health needs for our LGBTQ populations. This is inclusive of PrEP and PEP, that's pre-exposure and post-exposure prophylactic. Those are two drugs that make the transmission of HIV virtually impossible. And then sexual health screenings are getting tested. 55% of our population reported being tested. It's also important to note that LGBTQ folks on average report higher rates of getting their sexual health screened when you compare them to heterosexual folks or folks that are not LGBTQ. So it's safe to say that if 55% of the LGBTQ population, again, it's important to note that this representative or this data set isn't representative of the entirety population in Iowa. But we can make broad assumptions right here in saying that 55% of our population that took the survey had ever been tested. It's safe to say that less than that in the heterosexual community has ever been tested or gotten their sexual health screened. And we know what all of that means, right, when we're talking about sexual health outcomes. You'll also notice I put an X over LGBTQ because, again, HIV or AIDS or HPV, right? Sexual health isn't just an LGBTQ thing. They affect all of us. So whether you're LGBTQ or not, you should be getting your sexual health screened. If you're sexually active, you should be on PrEP or PEP, right? Just to protect yourself. It also probably has a lot to do with the fact that Iowa has reported an increase in cases of syphilis and HIV in our state. So again, why there's an X over the specific LGBTQ patients. Then 45% of LGBTQ patients have had to educate their healthcare provider, 45% of our respondents have had to educate their healthcare provider about LGBTQ care. And that's inclusive of hormone replacement surgery, top or bottom surgery, pre and post-op care, or sexual health needs. And again, you might be thinking, what does that look like? That's like someone like me who doesn't have a medical degree going to a doctor and saying, hey, I'd love to start hormone replacement therapy, and my doctor saying, Malycki, I have no clue what you're talking about. And I say, Doc, don't worry, I've got you. I go home, do a Google search, come back and say, here's everything you need to know about hormone replacement therapy. Let's get started. I'm assuming most of you know that a doctor won't prescribe me hormones based on a Google search. So that being said, I might just say, you know what, I'm good. I'm not gonna go to a doctor anymore because my doctor can't care for me. What happens then? Drug, tobacco, and alcohol usage. 60% of our respondents reported utilizing tobacco or nicotine products in their lifetime, and then 75% of those respondents reported wanting to quit. So there's a desire from our population wanting to quit tobacco, but not having the resources, which is another great reason why we've partnered with the tobacco division of what is now IHHS to look at the health outcomes for our community and how we can get them those resources, right? If they want to quit, that's a step in not only tobacco control and prevention, but cancer prevention. Then 10% of respondents reported utilizing tranquilizers, 9% reported using inhalants, 8% reported using prescription drugs that were not prescribed to them. Again, a wide variety of health outcomes that can occur there, especially when we're talking about the different types of drugs being involved. But then 17% of respondents reported binge drinking at least once a week, 3 to 5 times. We define binge drinking as 3 to 5 times, or 3 to 5 drinks on more days of the week than not. So that's a range of 12 to 20 drinks in a week. That's a lot. Then mental health outcomes, right? How is my mental health doing? It's important to know, right, especially when we're talking about patients who might be receiving cancer care. Mental health is a long, long thing and process to accomplish, right? To say that you're mentally healthy is an achievement, I would say, and especially in today's society post-COVID. But that being said, right, 50% of our respondents reported having considered suicide in their lifetime. 49% of respondents had reported seeking professional help for their mental health issues. And nearly 20% of respondents reported having seriously attempted suicide in the last year. And again, this is because of discrimination. This is because of lack of access to care, right? Again, this is important to know. But these are some other unique findings that we can take away from our survey. 66% of respondents reported having a primary health care doctor. Only 66% have a primary health care doctor, right? So that means that 34 of our respondents, 34% of our respondents reported not having a primary health care doctor. And that also contributes to what then? Not going regularly to the doctor for checkups, not having someone to turn to if I have, again, if I find something on my body that might be worrisome, such as a lump or bump, or I'm having other health complications. Then nearly 1 in 4 respondents reported having a health condition in their lifetime. 1 in 5 reported having 2 or more health conditions, and 2 in 3 reported having 3 or more health conditions in their lifetime. Health conditions are encompassing of mental health, physical health, sexual health, health, all of those things are encompassed there. But then specifically, right, 1 in 10 respondents in our survey reported receiving a cancer diagnosis in their lifetime. The leading results of that found that skin, breast, and colorectal cancers were those most reported by folks who took our survey. So then some other cancer specifics to know or note. Cancer in people living with HIV or AIDS is more likely to, or folks living with HIV or AIDS are most likely to encounter these types of cancer in their lifetime, specifically lung and anal cancers. Those have an asterisk next to them because, again, it's important to note that people living with HIV actually test at higher rates of receiving a diagnosis than folks who don't have HIV or AIDS. So again, important to note like that intersection there. If someone has HIV or AIDS, they're more likely to receive a diagnosis for lung or anal cancer. But then also important, liver cancer, colorectal cancer, and testicular cancer. Higher HIV folks also report higher rates of tobacco usage. And then, right, the misconception or miscommunication with or for the trans and non-binary community also results in a lot of misinformation there. You'll see under there we have, if you've got it, check it. That's one of Iowa's favorite sayings that we have on some of our materials is, right, if folks are trans and non-binary, they most often sometimes don't know, right? If you have breasts and access of breast tissues, you should be receiving mammograms, right? So how do I tell a transgender man, hey, you should be receiving a mammogram, right? Some doctors just won't do that, right? They'll say, oh, if you're a man, you're good, right? Or, hey, a doctor will say that and the patient will say, why do I have to do that, right? So important to know that we should be educating and communicating effectively with our trans and non-binary community there. But then, right, now that I've hit you with all of those depressing statistics and information, right, what can you do personally? So these are some recommendations here. You should be inclusive of LGBTQ specific care in doctoral education. So if you're involved in the educating of health professionals, you have to be talking about that intersectional lens, not just LGBTQ folks, but how can you also effectively care for folks of different race, ethnicities, cultures, and backgrounds. If you're not talking about that in a classroom that's talking about medical health, in my mind, maybe you should reevaluate that. You should also decrease misinformation. Education through trainings or presentations such as those occurring today are a great way to take that information that you've learned and take it back to your own communities, right? Take what you're learning today, take this information into your own community saying, hey, let's look at this, right? Or, hey, we've never talked about this before and we have work to do. Then an increase in funding for DEI efforts in Iowa's healthcare systems. And this is specifically talking about bridging the gap between the religiously affiliated hospitals and the LGBTQ community. Most oftentimes in our community, there's a distaste for religion or religious discourse. But that being said, there's more often than not an open door for us, right? And so how do we bridge that gap? How do we tell LGBTQ folks, hey, this space is safe for you and you're invited in and we will care for you effectively, right? So that comes about with education and DEI efforts. But then also an increase of resources in rural areas. I'm sure this is all something we talk about daily. How do we do that, right? It's a lot of work. Some other things that you can do, educate community and providers, providers that maybe are in your network, right? If you're no longer maybe going to a doctoral school or receiving your doctoral degree, right? You might be saying, hey, there's doctors that I work with that aren't competent on LGBTQ issues, right? So here's how we can educate. Then sharing this data from our survey, I'll provide you all with a link to that survey as well so you can have access to it in the slides. But then also support One Iowa efforts, specifically talking about our LGBTQ specific community. If you're looking to support us that way, support the future of the survey. 2023 and on, we're hoping hoping to have this survey go live every other year. So that means not 2022, but in this next year, we're hoping to have another surveying of our population. So we would love to have you all involved with that. If you're wondering how to do that, stay in touch with One Iowa, stay in touch with the Iowa Cancer Consortium, because we have a great relationship there and rely heavily on you all to help us with the work that we do. But then also some best tips or practices for you all, now that you know all this information, that you can take back today and implement in your daily lives, right? Instead of having to reach out to us directly, you can be updating your intake form, so you should be soliciting information, specifically asking legal name, then correct name, legal sex, gender identity, and letting folks fill that in a blank, then asking pronouns, but not asking folks for their preferred pronouns, right? Their gender identity is not a preference, it's who they are. So just asking for someone's pronouns. Then also making sure that we're helping manage dysphoria in care, specifically talking around gender dysphoria and sexual dysphoria that occurs most often with our LGBTQ population. So using correct anatomical terminology, right? I've heard some great folks already come up here and talk and use correct terminology, right? Using the correct anatomical terminology. For those of us who might not be doctors working in offices, right? Or working in like the specific room with a patient, we might not know, right, how to do this, right? Hopefully we're all adult and can handle saying, hey, we're talking about prostate cancer, right? Instead of saying a men's cancer screening, right? Because when we're talking about our trans and non-binary folks, women can have prostates. Then also, right, I think this is a pretty standard thing. I think this is something we should do even without someone being LGBTQ, and I think Dr. Richardson also talked about this a little bit. We should be explaining screenings thoroughly and check in to answer patient questions, right? If we don't tell someone, hey, I need you to see you next week and here's why, someone probably won't come back. Then also offer breaks if needed, right? And include LGBTQ pamphlets in your waiting rooms or just even on your website. It's actually proven that if you provide LGBTQ literature in your wait rooms, LGBTQ folks are more likely to disclose their LGBTQ identities to their providers. So just something to think about there as well. Then I want to provide you all with some resources that you can take away and utilize to continue doing your own research. So some state-specific to Iowa, One Iowa's resources there, but then also the University of Iowa Carver School of Medicine has a great resource as well for you all to utilize. They have a plethora of resources, and we actually work with them diligently to make sure that we're providing care effectively for the LGBTQ population. Then some national resources for you all, right? I've already shouted out the LGBTQ National Cancer Network. I love the folks at the LGBTQ National Cancer Network, and I hope you all will too when you reach out to them. Please do that. They're very passionate about what they do and can help you when you're looking to educate and continue growing. The Williams Institute of Law at UCLA, also a great group of folks. If you have ever had the opportunity to connect with them, they do a large majority of research for the LGBTQ population, so please, please, please reach out to them. Then also, right, the Human Rights Campaign working towards the LGBTQ community for advocacy in our LGBTQ community nationally, and then obviously, right, just the National Cancer Network as well, another great resource for you all to utilize. But that being said, I want to thank you all for having me here today and talk to you all a little bit specifically about the LGBTQ community and the disparities that we face. Feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions in the line of work that you do, or even keep me in your back pocket as a resource if anything comes up in the future. Thanks, y'all.
Malycki, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we do have about 5 minutes for questions if anyone has questions. I know you have questions.
You said of the 66% of the respondents reported having primary care doctors. Are those people that disclosed their identity or to them, or is this just in general?
That was just in general, right? So that 60% isn't promising that their doctors know that they're LGBTQ. Good question.
Did your survey ask anything about like protective factors, like supportive families, or was that kind of outside of the scope?
Yeah, we actually did ask questions about support systems, specifically asking folks, do they have support systems at home? Do they have individuals that they can turn to, not specifically like medical or healthcare providers? So we did ask that, and you can get specific data around that in our findings that I provided to you all earlier on in our session there. But I believe the number of folks that reported having a supportive system was about 60% of the respondents.
Good morning and thank you. When I looked at the demographic slides that you had, did you go any deeper as to the geographic areas that these people are located, whether it be rural or in larger cities?
Yeah, so I believe the number that I shared was 21% reported being in rural communities or living on a farm, and we did that all by population and zip code. So folks didn't always have to put in their zip code, they had the option to, or they could select where they lived based on population of their city or wherever they might be if they're living on a farm. So does that answer your question effectively?
Population slide, and if there was opportunity for resources in certain areas of counties or in the state where you saw some overlap of needs based on those zip codes.
Yeah, those weren't published in our findings specifically in our findings document, but those are things that we have and are hoping to utilize. The University of Northern Iowa houses all of that just to keep LGBTQ folks safe. We decided that we weren't going to share out the information where LGBTQ folks specifically are in our state, especially when we have high levels of discrimination and violence towards our community. But we do have that, so if you yourself are a professional looking at, hey, what are the respondents in my county looking at, or who are the respondents in my county and what are they experiencing, please reach out to us because we can get you that information. We just don't have that in our findings to keep LGBTQ folks safe. Yep.
Other questions? All right, let's give Malycki one more round of applause.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to invite our Waterloo Blackhawk County Steering Committee members to come to the stage for our next session. So you've met these folks already today during the awards ceremony, and they are going to share some of their work with you today. So come on up, folks. And while they're coming up, we're going to play a video. This is one of the cancer plan videos. I may need a little help. Okay, awesome.
I just believe that healthcare is a human right. Health equity to me means if they don't have the ability, if they don't have the access, if they don't understand or have the education to receive that healthcare that is their right, that we have to provide tools to be able to get them the care that they deserve. So this group is a community-based steering committee of just community members who care about healthcare, care about the health of our community.
When you're looking at health equity, you're really looking at what I feel like ministry is. But God said, when you have done it unto the least of them, you've done it unto me. So this group is ministering to the needs of not just the community, but what God has called them to do. And that's ministering to Him, as well as ministering to the people.
Equity for me is an opportunity for all. It gives you access you get good insurance coverage, and education.
I've realized working in the medical field that a lot of people don't know a lot of things. Things that I think, or some people think is just common sense, to them, they don't know about it. But since I had a little schooling, it makes sense to me, but to them it doesn't. So I've always wanted to educate the people so they understand.
If you're not aware and you don't understand, you don't know what to ask for. And you just can't rely solely on somebody else to tell you. But with the knowledge, with the awareness, with the understanding, you're able to now not only have the skills to participate in your healthcare, but you also have the knowledge to be able to say, well, these are treatments that you haven't told me about. I would like to know about that. Is this something that's available or appropriate for me? You know, because we're not the healthcare providers, but what we are able to do is provide you with the education so that you can ask those questions to really get the best outcomes.
Right now we're on the project of prostate cancer and the disparities here in the community. Knowing that in Iowa, alone is one of the highest here for mortality rates.
I was a little bit shocked to learn about that. I would figure maybe like colon cancer or lung cancer, but prostate cancer being like the number one for Black men, I was kind of shocked because I have a son. And if I can take in that information as he gets older, then you know what to look for, you know what to ask, and you know what to do. I got brothers, uncles, and all of them. Like, they don't ask those type of questions and they don't know. So if I can take all that information and pass that along, that'd be awesome.
I believe that if we educate the community and we go to the places where they gather, where community members gather, that is where we're gonna make the most impact.
You know, especially growing up, you can see where the healthcare is, where if you have money, you can buy anything. You can buy more time, you know, but the people who don't have much, they need help, you know, and I wanna be there to help.
So this wonderful steering committee is made up of 9 members, and we are very lucky to have 5 of them with us today and 4 of them up here on the stage. I will tell you their names, but then we'll let them introduce themselves as they present. So please help me welcome Miriam Tyson, Lachelle Oliver, Tiffy Greer, and of course, Georgia Hodge. Thanks for being here.
Well, good morning, and thank you for coming. I'm not supposed to touch the mic. That's what I've been trained. Don't touch the mic. Crazy stuff happens. Anyway, all right. So my name again is Miriam, and I have had an opportunity to work with these beautiful ladies and Reverend Cedric, who decided to let us do the honors, but we won't let you out next time. This has been a great opportunity for each of the members on the team. Many of us have issues with cancer, whether individually or family members. But we didn't really know that much about cancer. But we've been working with the University of Iowa and the Cancer Consortium, and it has been an eye-opening experience for us. So we said, okay, to develop and forge ahead with a plan, our committee, steering committee, reached out to our partners that I just mentioned to provide cancer statistics for us. The University of Iowa team provided us with information on incidence and mortality rates for cancers by race and cancer type in Iowa and in Blackhawk County. So our first slide, we're going to look at the incidence and mortality rates for all cancers by race in Iowa from 1995 through 2019. And if you noticed that the incident and mortality rates per 100,000, and we did that for the 4 slides that I'm going to show you. So the first one, as you can see, that the incident and the mortality rates are higher among the Black population compared to the white population. But it has narrowed in recent years. And also, the mortality rate is also higher among the Black population compared to the white population. So you can see both of them started in 1995 through 2019. We've had some ebbs and flows, some ups and downs, but it's narrowing. Now, one of the things when we looked at the slide, we did not look at any reasons why, because we really need a study for it. But the Iowa Cancer Registry, we got the information from them. Next slide. So, incident rates by cancer site and race, Blackhawk County, from 2015 through 2019, that shows that the Black population has a higher rate of prostrate lung, colorectal, and liver cancer. All right, next slide. Right now, this graph shows the mortality rates by cancer type and race in Blackhawk County from 2011 to 2019. And it shows that the Black population has higher rates for all the cancers shown. Next one. And this is my last one. We just set the stage for you. So we have top 4 cancers, incident and mortality rates by race in Iowa and Blackhawk County from 2011 to 2019. And as you can see, the spike, we have breast cancer, we have prostate cancer, and look how high the prostate cancer is. And that was a surprise for us, by the way. And then lung cancer, as you can see, Black population, there is 94 and 60, and that's pretty high. So we just wanted to share that stats, and then Michelle will tell you a little bit more. But we're using the stat as a framework for us to pursue what we need to in Blackhawk County. We couldn't just go out there helter-skelter and say, oh, I think this is it, that's that. So we got a lot of stats. You're lucky you haven't seen all the stats we have gotten. We just thought we'd just give you a snapshot. Thank you.
Hi. Oops, that's a little loud. My name is Lachelle Oliver, and I will be talking about the causes and the racial and ethnic disparities in cancer experiences and outcomes. I will be talking here about the distrust in the Black community about the healthcare. So I'm gonna, anybody heard of the Tuskegee experiment? Okay, so those of you who don't know, this is a study that was done in Macon County, Alabama in the 1930s. So there was a widespread of syphilis going around, and they researchers wanted to do a study on it or try to find a treatment for syphilis. So they did it in that county, and they did it with the study. The name was originally called the Tuskegee Study of Untreated Syphilis in the Negro Male, also known as the Tuskegee Syphilis Study. It was funded by the U.S. Public Health Service, And their criteria were crop shares, black men 25 years and older, and they were told that the study was to help them how can I say this? They told them that they had bad blood and that they didn't go into detail what this was. You know, down in the South, they would be happy to get medical attention, you know. And that was one of the incentives for them to do this study, was to receive free medical exams, free meals every time they went to their exams, and burial insurance. I know you guys like burial insurance. That's kind of crazy, right? But I'll discuss that in a little bit. So they took 600 men, 399 of those men had syphilis. I know people think that they were giving them syphilis, but no, these researchers knew they had syphilis, and they took them and gave them these incentives. And like I said, down south, they didn't have much, and that was gold to them to get medical attention. And they told them that with the bad blood, they were going to be able to be treated. Well, boy, were they wrong. So they had this study. They found out, like about 10 years, 11 years later, they found a treatment for it, right? So they found a treatment. You would think that they'd go back and go treat the people who they had with the syphilis, right? No, they did not. In fact, they did not give them treatment, and they proceeded on doing a research on them, and they wanted to do this research until they died. Well, 10 years after that, they found the treatment. It was broadcast in the newspaper of what they did. And so the families of these people they didn't know anything about this. They thought they were going to be treated, but in fact they weren't. And at this time, next slide. At this time when it was published, 28 participants died of syphilis. 28 participants had died of syphilis, 100 died of related complications, and at least 40 wives infected and 19 children contracted the disease at birth. So that's pretty harsh. So after this whole study was done, the trust in the Black community had gone down because they were told that they were going to be treated. So that's where, I'm not saying that's where all the trust came from, but this is just an example. Next. So I will be just going off, healthcare shortages. I work in the medical field, and in this, there's lack of physicians, you know, with a large population of Black and brown people. Well, in these communities, if you want to go to the doctor, you can't. You can, but there's going to be a longer wait time. With that longer wait time, there's things that happen, and then by the time you get to the doctor, you got something. You know, your primary care doctor is just for the generic things, flus and stuff like that. But if you have like a lump on your breast, they will refer you out to go see a specialist for that. Well, with these specialists, it's going to take longer to get into them because they have a criteria you got to use. And what about the people who don't have insurance? You know, with these specialties being far out, most of these people don't have jobs, and due to working, you know, Black people get paid lower wages. So they're, you know, they have to debate if they're, you know, they don't have cars, they don't have the support. They may have a ride to the doctor, but they may not have a ride going back. So these are the things you got to think about. Like, so when it gets to that step, it's just the ball is dropped. So I'm just going to give you some things of the disparities that are happening in the Black communities, and this is coming from the American Cancer Society. Black people who have the highest death rates and shortest survivals of any racial ethnic groups for the most cancers in the U.S. Research has shown that African Americans experience more illnesses, worse outcomes, and premature deaths compared to whites. Cancer deaths in Blacks is twice as high as in Asian and Pacific Islanders, who have the lowest rates. Prostate cancer's death rates in Black men are more than double those every other racial and ethnic group. Black women are 40% more to die of breast cancer than whites, and are twice likely to die if they are over 50. About a third of African American women reported experiencing racial discrimination at a health provider visit. Living in a segregated community in our areas highly populated with African Americans have been associated with increasing chances of getting diagnosed with cancer after it has been spread, along with having higher death rates and lower rates of survival for breast and lung cancer. Thank you.
My name is Tiffany Greer. I have screenings, of course. So, which slide is that? You can go to the next one. Oh, I didn't see that. So I just have a couple of examples of recommendations for breast cancer and prostate cancer. I won't really read through all these, just kind of hit on some points as far as like the recommended guidelines for breast cancer, mammogram at 40. And decision-making as far as being able to know this information and being able to speak with your providers to kind of bring those type of conversations up. Whereas I work in the medical field also. I have seen breast cancer in women that are way younger than 40. And having conversations with your provider saying, hey, I'm checking, I want you to check, just knowing those type of things. Not every provider brings that up. Family practitioners, kind of, but not really. Because I see family, OBGYN, I get more of that information from my OBGYN than I do my own family practitioner. So, next slide. Prostate cancer guidelines are not 100% because with prostate cancer, which we have realized now in Black men is higher and the mortality rate is higher. They say men aged 40 to 54 is when they should start testing for prostate cancer, where how many of our Black men actually know, hey, prostate cancer, how do I test for it? A lot of them think they just do a rectal exam, which is not true. So not very many of them will come out with that type of conversation with their provider because they don't have that education and knowledge to know, hey, it's just a blood test. Next slide. Go to the next one. And that one. So in my, from what I've learned in my field, screening suggestions for our African American men and women is to know your risk factors. Age, race, family history, you need to know that type of information. And let your providers know, because some providers don't really take that information. Hey, I go see the nurse. She said, hey, you got a family history? Of course. Okay, what is it? That's it. They don't bring that type of information to the providers. So being able to know your risk factors, family history, and knowing how to initiate conversations with your providers, whether you start with your family doctor and say, hey, refer me to the next provider that will, take the proper steps to make sure that our health is going in the right direction, because that does not happen. And for providers, being able to know your patients, talk to your patients, kind of getting more comfortable with race, culture background, and knowing that risk factors for African Americans are a lot higher in other races. Because some of them I think they don't know, but don't know and really don't know how to initiate that conversation with their patients of color, Black people, even other races. But I don't think there's a whole lot of providers that really kind of know, but I think some of them do. They just don't know how to bring that conversation in, and neither do our Black people as well. So that's all I have. George, you take it away.
Hello. Now, from all we've heard so far, we've heard about all the disparities and things that are going on with people of color. So how or what do we need to do to make this better? Community outreach. Community outreach does not have defined lines and guidelines like some of the statistics for mortality, incident rates, and all that. So we have to go out into the community. And we go out in the community, I think of it like going down a winding road. You never know what you're going to meet at the next curve. You may have this population, and they need certain things of certain educations, but as soon as you think that you've overcome that obstacle, you run into something else, right around the curve. And also, as you go down the path, you got hills on the side of other things that they may be facing as far as family issues, economics, transportation. So all of those things are included in community outreach. So the first thing we need to do is education. Education is about talking about, giving them information about the cancers, explaining what the cancers are, the signs and symptoms of cancer, and also the screenings, what screenings are available for the various cancers. And in the screenings, there's a certain age, but then we also have to teach them about knowing your own bodies. For example, we were saying that certain ages that you start breast cancer screening or prostate screening. Know what to look for in those things. For breast cancer, a woman should always examine her own breast. And then if you find something different during an examination, you know that, something's not right, and then go to the doctor. I am a breast cancer survivor. I was not of age to have a mammogram, and that's how I found mine, through a self-breast exam. So those are the types of things that we need to let the community know in community outreach. Also, we need to talk about our diet, education, eating healthy. They may not prevent us getting cancers, but they may reduce our risk of getting cancer. And so these are just some of the things as a community outreach person we need to do to help decrease the disparities of cancer. And when we are doing this, we have to know that every segment of the population may be different, and we have to reach that segment according to where they are. Some of the population may have some education, so we may not need to tell them as much. Another segment of the population may know nothing, have no information at all, so we have to reach them at their point of need. And so that is part of health equity, being sure that we reach whoever we're outreaching to at their point of education. And so these are just some of the things. And after that, after we've educated them and they've gone to the doctor, we have to be an advocate, because the most important thing for a person in their cancer journey is helping to make their own decisions so they feel comfortable with whatever health journey they're going through. A lot of times, people go to the doctor, they're diagnosed, and the doctor will tell them, okay, do this. And the person says, okay, but then they're still confused as to why am I going through this, and what am I going to expect? And so as an advocate in community outreach, we help the person to understand their diagnosis, to understand whatever information the doctor gave them, and to help them make their own decision. Because if you're involved in your decision making, you have an understanding of what you're going through and an understanding of what to expect from whatever treatment that you receive. I have worked with people. For instance, one person was diagnosed with prostate cancer, and they didn't know what to expect. Another one had pancreatic cancer. They told them that there's no surgery options, nothing they could do, but yet they told them to take chemo. I said, well, why are you taking chemo? I don't know. And so 6 months later, they tested, and the chemo hadn't done anything. And that decreased their quality of life. So was that chemo, did he have a decision in taking it and knowing what it was going to do to their body? As an advocate, we work with people to help them make those decisions, to know how they want to live their life. And also as an advocate, you work with various age groups in the population. A lot of times you think of just working with the elderly because many times elderly have no family around them, and so we work with them to help them understand and just be able to support them. And that is very good, but elderly are not the only population that we're working with. Okay, and so you have to, in outreach, you have to know who you're working with, what age group, and how they're going to respond. It also could be a young person who has never experienced any type of health issue. And so you have to explain to them what the purpose of these health visits are, and just to give them support. As an older person, that person may say, oh yeah, I've experienced this, I've been through this, but when a younger person is diagnosed with something, it's more, I don't know what you want to say it, it's more scary to them because they're at a young age and think they're in the prime of their life. And so we just have to know how to work with all age groups and know what to say. And so through community outreach, through education, we may help decrease the risk of getting cancer, and we also may decrease the rates of cancer. So this is just some of the work that can be done through community outreach. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, so much for your presentations. We do have time for questions. We're going to grab an extra mic here, I think, so that we can ask questions. First, we'll just do a little jogging first.
Well, first of all, I want to thank all four of you. That was about the most eloquent description of cancer disparities I've ever heard. So thank you. So my question is, what do we do now? So how do we expand on the community outreach? What is the best way for us to get this message out there so that we can help reduce these disparities? And if it was an easy answer, I wouldn't have asked the question.
Well, what we're doing right now, getting out into the community, working with the community, checking with the community, going to places where people like that are. If there's a community center, go to that community center while people are there and say, hey, I'm coming to talk about health. I'm coming to talk about cancer. You have to meet people where they are to give them the education to let them know what's available.
Thank you all so much for such a great presentation. And just to build on the last question and your response, Georgia, I know they have public health programs in Allen College in Waterloo and at UNI up in Cedar Falls. How do you think, what would be the best way to get more people from your community to go into public health or to the medical, into the medical field so that our people, our Black population in cancer don't feel so alone and so different than all the healthcare providers that they run into? And do you have any advice or strategies that we can help facilitate to get more people into public health in your community?
I think, in my opinion, is reaching out into our community, because you said UNI, Cedar Falls Health Department. How many of Black people in Black Hawk County are actually really in those areas? The majority of Black people are in Waterloo. So I didn't know that UNI and all that was in Cedar Falls and like Allen College. A lot of, I'm gonna say people like me, because when I graduated high school, I went to Hawkeye. Like, I don't know if maybe they can reach out more to like more community colleges, because after Hawkeye, I went to Kirkwood and got my medical assisting. I never even thought about UNI at all. And then there's a lot about nursing, not a whole lot with public health. in my opinion. So I guess just like getting that information out to us more in our areas where we live would be the easiest way to do that.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. A lot of the Black population, they don't migrate out. They stay in their community. That's their safe zone. So you coming in and seeing where the gaps where you could help at, or when they have events that's posted, see where you can fit in. I mean, learn about what those events that they are doing, because a lot of those events, we're trying to educate our own people, because that, you know, and we do reach out to other organizations, but they don't reach back.
I think with you and I, part of it is how the university, how their infrastructure is. First of all, a lot of us don't necessarily want to go to UNI because the park, or even UNI, U of I, Iowa State, all the public universities, it's a bear cat to move around. So, and now we've had a lot of classes that are online. Now I'm a continuous learner, so I'm everywhere. I mean, I go to everything, but I think what needs to happen is we need to collaborate with each other. So your folks don't want to go to UNI or wherever, but the professionals can come to us. The students can come to us. I'm currently working on a project. I'm bringing the symphony to my church in December, because people don't want to go all the way across town. I don't know what it is about the cultural relationship between Waterloo and Cedar Falls, but there are issues there. So they need to move out into the space, as some of the other folks have talked about. There are a couple of things, while I have the mic, I'll just mention this. We know that education is really important, but to the healthcare professionals in this room, when somebody of color, or just anybody, come to see you, you make sure you listen to them. Because what we're seeing in the Black community, I go to my primary care doctor, oh, just take something over the Walmart or Walgreens or whatever, over the counter. Sometimes you need to check further. You need to check in. I am blessed that I have really good doctors in Waterloo and in Des Moines. It's not an issue for me. Some people also come because they don't want somebody else to know that they're ill or they could be ill, so they go by themselves. When they leave there, they forgot what you told them. Now, when I got diagnosed with breast cancer, the second time around, I took my notepad with me. But when I went into that doctor's room, there was another person in there, and they said, you don't have to take notes. We'll take it for you. I think those were the two things that I got from working with people in the Black community and for myself. I'm just fortunate that I had really good doctors, and I do have a lot of connections, and I think that made a difference too for me.
And as I was saying with doctors and about the trust and trying to take anything from doctors, pills. A lot of the Black community don't like pills. I mean, especially if you explain it, but you don't explain it in the way that they understand. You don't know how many times my doctor has sent a prescription. They're like, I don't know what that is. I ain't taking it. And then that's where the disconnect, and then that's when it proceeds to something else. Bring it down a little bit. Bring it down.
Explain it to us.
Yeah,
like we don't
yeah.
Know
so
what y'all
I know with my doctor, I have to come in after him, and I say, do you have any questions after him? Yeah. And I have to bring it down to them and say it in a way that they understand.
And, you know, even like the way he comes about things, I have to say, he don't mean it like that, and smooth it out and tell them, you know, and they're like, you know, so they understand. And so that's what I picked up on the way, and I do educate them on the way as well, because doctors know doctor. Doctor talk and doctor lingo. They don't know how to bring it down. I think they do in a sense, but then they don't. Because then if you ask them, do you have any questions, they're like looking like, no, you know, because they don't even know what type of questions to ask because they didn't understand what you said. So
I could comment on like every single thing you guys said. But I think that I'll just go with the last thing. It's really about listening to people, and we don't listen to people, period. I mean, and that's everywhere you go, right? It's not just in the doctor's office, but really hearing what your concerns are. And so this is one of those 1,000% problems, right? This is not a 3 feet problem. But what you guys are doing in your community is, but for me, thinking about what we do, for instance, like Nathan Bennett, the thing I mentioned to you guys, if you go and look at it, Nathan is trying to figure out if he should get prostate cancer screening. And then he gets prostate cancer, then Nathan has to figure out what I'm going to do for treatment. So that's a resource sort of where you can go and look at that thing yourself and figure out what your questions ought to be. You know, something else I'm interested in is empowering people to ask the right questions when they get to the doctor's office, and to be taken serious.
Absolutely.
And yeah, one study we did like way back in the day, it's been about 20 years, but we interviewed a whole bunch of women, focus groups about breast cancer screening, why aren't you going? We talked to Hispanics, Asian Americans, Black women, white women, and their Hispanic women, right? And everybody's concerns were pretty consistently the same. It was just, how do you talk about it? What words do you use when you're communicating to people? And that really is something that I send everything back. I review everything that comes through our division, and I just send it back. I'm like, that word makes no sense to anybody. So can you work on that again? Or in this community, that community. So to your point, too, about how can we hire people, you know, because I am the director in cancer control and I'm a Black woman, I'm sure I do a lot of things quite differently than someone else would do just because that's who I am. So how do we get more people? You know, I don't know if you guys knew this, there are undergraduate degrees now in public health. You know, you don't have to go to public health school to get a public health degree anymore. So, I mean, there's all kinds of things. And so the conundrum for me is, how do we get that information out to people? It's just what you said, you come to where the people are. And so at CDC, we're trying to fix the way the upper structure looks, y'all know what I'm talking about, and get more women in, because it's a male-dominated leadership sort of organization as well. The CDC is. So Black women, you know, we're trying to spice it up, but how do you get people to do that? Because who do we hire? I mean, right now it's like, who would I hire? And, you know, somebody said that we got to educate kids, but I think we got to start in kindergarten if you want to know what I think. Because by the time they get to middle school, they kind of like run that road, right? I ain't doing that. I want to do this, you know, kids. So I think we need to start, you know, well, we can start in the womb if you could talk to them while you're pregnant, but, you know, it's that kind of thing. But yeah, but I'd love to hear you guys' ideas about how to do a better job with that, how to reach out to kids when they don't even know. It's a great profession, you know, public health and healthcare is a great profession.
That's a good question. You said, how do you go? Yeah, start having these doctors go out to the elementaries, having, like, you know, you guys always do career day when they're in high school. Start that when they're in elementary. Get their minds. Of course, in elementary, they want to be Superman and Spider-Man, you know? So if you get to talk, you know, show them, I feel like that's a good start. Yes, absolutely. Hello.
Churches. Well, that was exactly what I was thinking about. Is remember, well, you guys probably don't remember, but us older group will remember. As kids, you did field trips. You went into these different places, you know, and viewed, and they talked to you, and they told you what they were doing. Same thing here. You've got public health. You got hospitals that have rooms, you know, the X-ray rooms or whatever. Yeah. Call them up, you know, take the kids in as they're young and start building that health care thing with them. If they see this, you know how kids about machines, oh, you know, I want to work that, you know, and that will stay with them. So that's what we got to do. We have to go. Instead of waiting on everybody to come to us,
absolutely,
we've got to go to them.
Right. Well, that's very good, because a lot of the times when we do reach out, a lot of the doctors don't have time. We invite them, but they don't have the time.
Well, then that's what you ask
and
them.
then you have to go to the big people, because it's not the doctors who run these hospitals and stuff. You have to go to the big people. They don't want no conversation with us, but we do try, don't? Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
try.
but you know what I've always done is that when you reach out to them, you ask them for their schedule. What does your schedule look like at this time? In Cedar Rapids, I've never had that problem with anybody that has come to our lunches. I always reach out and say, are you available? And if I give them a date and they say no, I said, okay, but we would like for you to come and speak, and what time is available for you. So I go on their time. So that way they can't tell me that they had something else come up. I'm on your book, just like I'm coming to visit.
Also, when we were talking about youth, and some of the things I've done, I've involved the youth with my activities. I have had with breast cancer walks and different health events, I've had the youth participate. One time we were talking about tobacco cessation. And my granddaughter, she listened. I didn't know she was paying that much attention. She said, can you take me by my dad's when we leave here? And she gave him the entire spiel about, about what was said during the tobacco cessation. So involving kids, the children, as you do these things, you never know how much they're paying attention, and they will spread the word.
Thank you all so very much for your presentation. It was awesome. As a black male in that age range, that prostate slide just really jumped up and down at me. What is it that we could do? What is it that collectively, individually, group-wise, that we can do to help more men my age become more aware of prostate cancer, since our numbers are so high?
Well, one of the things I think is getting into the community. It is so hard to get black males to come to events. So what you'd have to do is go to them. Go to find barbershops who are willing to participate, because all men are going to go to a barbershop sometime or another. Find those that are willing to participate and go there. Go there and set up shop and just educate them there. Or wherever you think men may be, or if they have basketball teams or associations, things like that. You have to go and meet them where they are.
So another one of the things that we are doing, well, one of our members is we're starting surveys for black men in Black Hawk County so that we can get that information. If they're going to the doctor, if they have primary care doctors, how are they getting their information as far as on prostate cancer and men's health? So far, I think we've done 67.
About 68, yep.
And of a lot of those, one of the main things was not very many of them have primary care providers. Like the older men, they do, but some of the younger ones don't. And the screening for it was one of the big things where they think, oh, it's this and it's not that. And the providers aren't really educating them on, hey, this is what we do for prostate screening. This is what we're doing for a different type of screening. They're not really letting them know or informing them the right information. So we're trying to get more information from our black men, but we go into them to get that information and reaching out to them, because a lot of black males don't really understand or come to us, so we have to go to them.
I was just going to say, what you can do is hold or conduct some kind of event where they just come and talk, but you got to make sure you have food. I think food takes care of a lot of that.
In the study that we are doing that Tiffy was just mentioning, knowing that we are having a higher mortality rates in African Americans, They're dying really fast. The cancer is really aggressive in prostate. And, you know, our screenings are at 40, and that's just to standardize. But we think, and I know someone, or know of someone that has prostate cancer at 30 right now. So it's like, should we get tested earlier since it's more aggressive and we're dying faster than any other race there is? And that's why we want to get the talk, and we want to see where the disconnect comes from. Is it the doctors? Where are you getting your information from? Is it your friends, your uncle, your brother, you know, anywhere, you know, because we want to see where the disconnect, because we want to bridge that gap between you and the doctor and everyone. And if we have to be the go-between to do that, we will do that. That is a good question, and we actually have a flyer that has all the questions you need to ask your provider about that. Yeah, we should have brought some. I'm going to take your information. That's a really good question. Yes, we're actually currently doing a study on prostate cancer right now. Yes, absolutely.
Well, and I do have to say, too, that we really do need to work on educating. Remember when we were big on smoking? We were talking about not smoking and all of that. That finally got through. The U of I team had sent me some information where lung cancer among men has declined because I think we saturated the market with no smoke, you know, no cigars, some of that. And I think we just need to do more of that because it does work. And to Georgia's point, the Committee Outreach and Education really does truly make a difference.
Right. And
what, Georgia?
Your symptoms, what you were talking about, to look for, they're not as prevalent as in men, like breast cancer with a lump. They typically do find them when you get a PSA done and a blood test.
Okay, we're a little over time, but this is so great. We're going to do 2 quick questions, and then we're going to release you to lunch. There's 2 lunch tables, same food. If you requested a special lunch, see Kelly Rollins at the table out here. But let's get 2 more quick questions in very quickly, and then we'll release you to lunch and talking to exhibitors.
Thank you, and I hate to be the person that's keeping us from lunch with the question, but I also wanted to say, great job. The work you guys are doing is yeoman's work, and it's so needed, so thank you again, and a great presentation. You know, my question is this kind of work in navigation, I think Dr. Richardson had talked about it before, community navigation is where we all need to be. So how are you guys now taking your findings and putting that out there so other communities can learn from that? I mean, are you looking at publishing? Are you looking at the impact that you're doing? Maybe it's through a survey like Malycki walked through, but what are your next steps in that form so communities across Iowa and the country can then mimic what the success you're having?
I'm going to look at Natasha, actually.
That's a really good question. Right now we're on the ground. We're doing the studies right now, and hopefully by then after we get the studies done, then I don't know from there. I think we were going to put it all together, put a presentation, and then you're on it. We're still there.
Well, one of the things that, and I was talking to Megan and the team, I think what we need to do is we need to start with the health professionals. We need to talk to them. We need to find out what their needs are. Because, you know, it's easy for us to sit up here and talk about what they're not doing. Well, you know, they got a life, and somebody says, well, they don't care. I think they do. They just don't have the time, or maybe did not have the training. They might live in a neighborhood where there might not be anybody of color in it. It's, you know, so I think they care, so you need to talk to your doctors and ask them to have a dialogue. If that doesn't work, you know somebody is paying their way in that hospital or in that clinic, you go talk to them and you tell them, look, we got to have a town hall, or we have to have some kind of collaboration, education meeting. And if they don't do that, like we do with professors on campuses, you have a call to Jesus meeting. There is also an assessment every year of doctors or anybody else. We all know we've been subject to it in our workplaces. But we got to put pressure on folks. But I just want to thank all the healthcare professionals, because I think they do care. I think doctors go home, nurses go home, and they worry about their patients. Give them a little bit of slack, give them a little bit of grace, but at the same time, grab them by the whatever.
And what we've been doing, we actually, just last Saturday, we held a thing at a church about, in the Black community, trying to educate them on the prostate cancers. And like we said, the people did not know anything. They knew that, they thought it was a rectal exam, and that's why they never brought it up to no one. And so when we told them it was it's a blood test, they were kind of surprised. And we gave them a sheet that educated them what questions to ask when they go into these things. So that's what we are doing to educate the people.
Another thing for physicians is maybe if there's some way to give them diversity training, and that way they would know how to deal with you go to school and you get your education, you know about the medical part, but then you also have to know how to talk with the people that you're seeing. So maybe some type of diversity training to be instilled into part of their training as an ongoing thing during their career.
I'd like to say a little bit about our program at our church. We've been shut down because of the pandemic, and our program is called Body and Soul, and it's a health program. We have physical fitness, we teach about how to eat healthy, and we have a cancer doctor that has come several times and spoke with us, and that's Dr. Reed from Mercy Hospital in Cedar Rapids. So we're about to start our program back again and get it back up and flowing. And this is our pastor right here, and he's very energetic, and I'm quite sure he'll be there to boost us up and get us back going again.
Oh, so is that an invitation?
Sure. Yes. And so that's Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Church in Cedar Rapids. Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Church. Okay. And I'm the coordinator, Paulette Clark, so I can be reached through Lynn Jackson, the secretary. Okay. So no problem.
And I want to say that I love the work that you have been doing throughout the years, and you have made a tremendous impact. Your church has. Yes.
Thank you all so much again. Thank you so much. Great news. We have about an hour. We have a little more than an hour for lunch, and so you can talk to folks. Our panelists will be here. You can chat with people at your table. You can go and visit with exhibitors. Take an hour, and we'll reconvene at about 12:45. Again, there's lunch on both tables out here. If you requested a special lunch, talk to Kelly Rollins. The two tables are the same. Thank you all so much. We'll see you back here at 12:45.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me? Good, good. Well, welcome back from lunch. I hate to cut off the conversation and the dynamic networking here, but we have a great afternoon in store. My name is George Weiner, and I'm the immediate past president of the Consortium and the director of the Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center at the University of Iowa. And it's my privilege to moderate this session on precision medicine and its impact on cancer. We have 4 panelists, 2 here in person and 2 here in larger than life form on the screen. So I'll go ahead and introduce them briefly, and then we're going to just jump right in with a series of questions about precision medicine and precision cancer care. So we'll start out with Jackie Kale. Jackie serves as the Iowa Government Relations Director for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, which is the advocate affiliate for the American Cancer Society. Next to her is Dot Guccione, who is a senior biomarker testing account executive for Genentech Bio-Oncology, and she previously had experience as a medical oncology nurse, which gives her an in-depth knowledge of oncology and biomarker testing. On the screen, we have Dr. Colleen Campbell, who is the Director of Genetic Counseling Operations at the University of Iowa. Dr. Campbell has successfully led the Iowa legislative effort to license genetic counselors in Iowa, and is taking her incredible energy and passion at the national level, where she's now leading the National Society for Genetic Counselors Advocacy Coordinating Committee. And then finally, Bryce Olson is a Portland-based tech and an internationally known patient advocate for genomics-guided precision medicine with deep connections to the industry. And he started a patient-driven movement called Sequence Me to help other cancer patients improve their genomic IQs. So a fantastic and very diverse panel. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask a series of questions here and just allow them to speak from their perspective on their thoughts on these questions. So I'm going to start out with a very straightforward question, and that is that many would claim that precision health is not a new concept. Indeed, surgery, if you think about it, can be considered precision health. It's giving care to one patient at a time. What are your thoughts on your interpretation of the meaning of the term precision health today? And Jackie, why don't we start out with you?
Is this on? Thank you. So my name is Jackie. I'm with the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. Thank you to the Consortium for inviting me on this panel discussion. Thank you to Dr. Weiner for moderating. I don't love that I'm starting first. I do not have a medical background. My background is in policy and advocacy. So I will defer to my other panelists when that comes to more of the medical side of precision medicine, but one thing that ACS CAN is doing, we focus on how do we get this precision medicine out and in front of the public. And what we think when we think precision medicine is each patient is getting the right treatment at the right time. It's breakthrough with new research and technology that has happened over the past years. It's very exciting science, and we want to make sure that everyone knows about it. And then what we do as ACS CAN is make sure that we can advocate for everybody to have access to this new treatment.
Doc?
Is this on? Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to steal from the National Cancer Institute's definition of what they say precision medicine is. And it really is a form of medicine that looks at a person's genes, proteins, and their lifestyle and the environment that they live in, collate this to prevent, to diagnose, and to treat disease. So what does all that mean? Well, and it can mean a lot, but just I'm a biomarker specialist, so I dive into biomarkers that really identify the type of disease the person has that makes that cancer, that specific cancer, grow. Well, we've started doing this probably in the late 1990s, 97, 98, where we really had a drug that came out that looked at breast cancer and found a new biomarker that worked in breast cancer. And it revolutionized, but was the very first drug that actually looked at the pathophysiology of the disease and the pharmacodynamics of the therapy and kind of merged them together to get positive outcomes. Well, when I say this revolutionized breast cancer, it truly did. With that concept, we have now moved forward with other diseases and identified them specifically through biomarker testing, identifying the dysregulation, what's going on, and then taking that to the final step and saying, how do we treat this? Bringing in that pharmacodynamics of how do we put this together to make better positive outcomes than we had previously with our other therapies.
Thank you. You're welcome. As I strain my neck here. Colleen, your thoughts? You're on mute, I think.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you, Dr. Wiener, and everyone for the invitation to speak today. So I think, you're right, George, when you say precision health is a term that's used a lot. It is. I also think it's a term that evolves based on our current knowledge. And while we thought we were performing precision health or precision medicine, we now know that what we thought was precise may not have been as precise as we previously believed. Oh, a lot of P's there. For example, breast cancer is not the same in everyone, and we know that now, but we didn't know that 20, 30, 40 years ago. And as a geneticist, I'm going to be biased, but I can say we now can use the genetics, and we know that genetics as well as other sources of data can help us inform us more precisely about not only the origin of cancer and what drove it to begin, but also what treatments may best target the tumor and how, in addition, how patients may metabolize medications, which is known as pharmacogenomics. So I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. And Bryce, from your advocate point of view, what are your thoughts on the term?
Yeah, I really think, and I think somebody mentioned this already, I think it's right intervention, right person, right time. We move away from a one-size-fits-all approach where everybody gets the same, treatment pathway, and you really individualize things based on what's driving somebody's disease. And then you use a bunch of other data sets that are also unique to that person, and you give the right intervention at the right time for the right person.
Okay, thank you. So I had prepared a list of questions, but I'm going to go with a question that I didn't prepare, partly because of the fantastic discussion we just had about disparities in Iowa. So, and Jackie, this should be up your policy avenue. What can we do to assure that advances in precision health reach everybody, including those who have less access to healthcare in general?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I was thinking about that as we were listening to the panel before, so I really appreciate the insight. And I defer to all of you on what we can do to help have this access reach Black Hawk County, Waterloo, because obviously we don't have all of the answers, but one thing that we are doing at ACS CAN is advocating for coverage with Medicaid. So we know that people on Medicaid are less likely to have the same resources or the same access or even the same knowledge about, innovative technologies like precision medicine, like biomarker testing. And by making sure that Medicaid covers comprehensive biomarker testing, we're expanding that base. We're making sure that everybody has access to this innovation. I was listening to a panel last week. They were talking about biomarker testing in Minnesota, and one of the doctors on that panel said that innovation is fantastic, but it can also create disparities if we're not providing that innovation to everybody, and we don't want to do anything to widen the disparity gap that already exists.
So I may just jump to Colleen and say that, that precision medicine and innovation is not just the molecular testing. It's also counseling patients about what the results of that testing means. And that obviously needs to be done differently for different populations. What are your thoughts on providing counseling to people from various communities, and how does your field help assure that the language being used is language that can be understood?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what genetic counselors are known for, right? Is communicating the complexities of precision medicine and molecular testing and the results, not only to the patient, but also to the providers, right? Who are being inundated. There's 14 new genetic tests launched every day in this country. There's just a ton of information coming out. And so to help the healthcare team really stay on top of what's best, I think that's the role of the genetic counselor. And one of the things we're doing, sometimes people will say there's a shortage of genetic counselors. And we actually, I would push back against that. I don't know if there's necessarily a shortage, rather there's more of a distribution issue. So if we look at Iowa, there's 27 genetic counselors based in Iowa City, and there's 3 in Des Moines and the Des Moines Ames area. That's a distribution issue for our state. And we know that hospitals, I get calls all the time from hospitals that want to hire genetic counselors. They want to offer these services, but they don't know how to pay for it. Because right now, genetic counseling is actually a covered Medicare benefit, but genetic counselors are not yet recognized as Medicare providers. So it's kind of a weird catch-22 there. And so one of the bills that I'm really passionate about on the policy side is House Bill HR 2144 and the companion Senate Bill S 1450, which is the Access to Genetic Counseling Services Act. And what this will do is recognize genetic counselors as Medicare providers. And why I'm so passionate about this bill is because of all those calls I get from hospitals who want to hire genetic counselors, but they're not sure how to pay for it. And so this would enable genetic counselors and their hospitals to get reimbursed for those services so that we can, start working on this distribution issue that we really have. The other thing that bill will do is allow genetic counselors to provide and get reimbursed for telehealth, which I think is obviously really critical in a state like Iowa that's so rural. So I think, I'm biased, but that's one of the bills that I think will really help with the access, hence, the name of the bill. But we do need to work more on, how do we help people from all different backgrounds. I'd say the other part of that is that we need genetic counselors who are from different backgrounds. And so one of the things we focus on a lot at the University of Iowa is trying to engage, students to enter this profession who are from rural Iowa and want to, go back and work in the rural setting and understand the needs of rural patients better than, somebody from, a larger city may. And so I think not only the needs, but also the challenges, I think, that face rural patients. And so that's something we're working really hard on is, to diversify the population of genetic counseling providers and, doing that in a lot of different ways. Diversity can be, is a very broad term, right, and can mean a lot of things. And so not just looking at race and ethnicity, but looking at all the elements of diversity.
Thank you. Dot, from an industry point of view, what can we do to be sure that these advances reduce instead of enhance disparities?
That's a great question. And I talk a lot about lung cancer because it is still the #1 cause of death in cancers, more than breast cancer and prostate cancer combined and colorectal cancer. So I think that we really have to get the message out. One of the things that I have been working on is educating nurse navigators on how to talk to patients about not only lung cancer, but biomarkers and what does that testing mean, and what about the terminology? I mean, we talk about genetic versus inherited. What does that mean? Genomic, genomic profiling. It's so confusing. And as healthcare professionals, we forget that we're talking to lay people who've never heard this term. And one area that I think is really important is to distinguish between inherited. What is that? Your DNA that you were born with, that came from your parents, versus somatic, which is 90% of cancers are somatic. They are environmental. We don't always know where they come from. Yes, smoking is one of them. Pesticides is another one. But there's a lot of environmental factors that play into the role of developing cancer. And we have to educate not only our nurses and our healthcare professionals about how to properly talk to patients, but we have to educate the community about this. It's just critical that we do this, because we will never have people understand the importance of a diagnosis with this type of biomarker testing if they don't understand what it means.
Thank you. Bryce, what role can patient advocates play in helping address disparities through precision health?
Yeah, it's critical. It's kind of something that I started with the Sequence Me thing that I did several years ago, where it really wasn't about any individual cancer. It was just the importance of understanding what drives your disease and how that can open up new doors. And all patients, especially once diagnosed with advanced cancer, they need hope. They need additional doors to be opened up, because it's mind-boggling how fast you can exhaust the standard of care therapies that are out there if you're an advanced cancer patient. And then what do? With only 5% of patients going into clinical trials today, that means 95% of these people are just going through the standard of care and then moving into palliative care and then dying. So that's just unacceptable. So greater education, but then again, to reach a diverse population, you've got to go where they are. You've got to figure out ways to, meet those people where they're at, and, again, use language that will work. But I think also the diagnostic testing companies, the big commercial diagnostic testing companies like Foundation Medicine and Tempus and Caris and Guardant and folks like that, they've got to also, proactively work with hospitals to get samples that are more diverse. We all know today that a lot of the databases are full of Caucasian samples. And, I just think that they need to invest together with the hospitals to really proactively go after diverse populations and to understand some of the unique drivers that are going to be unique to those people, and, build those databases, because right now it's heavily Caucasian, really.
Okay, thank you. So why don't we move on to another question, and that we're making progress in cancer research faster than ever before. And how is this progress in both diagnosis and therapy allowing us to take the concept of precision health to a new level, including things that we couldn't have imagined a few years before? I think I'm reading Bryce's shirt that says sequence, and I don't want him to be sequenced last for each of these questions. So maybe we'll go ahead there. And from your point of view, as an advocate, what do you see on the horizon that you think will help patients most?
Well, I wouldn't be talking to you right now if I hadn't benefited from the advancements in precision health. I would have died years ago. I got diagnosed almost 9 years ago with super aggressive metastatic prostate cancer, and I burned through the standard of care real quick. And that's what happens when you have a super aggressive cancer. You become resistant to drugs real fast. And so, you know, I got lucky. I was fortunate. I got exposed to the power of genomics and was able to have my tumor sequenced. And I found out that I had hyperactivity along a cell signaling pathway that had drugs in phase 1 that were being developed and tested at different sites. And I just basically said I wanted to do that. And, you know, it was interesting. My doctor originally said, well, why do you want to get sequenced? It's not going to change what I would offer you. And I said, I don't really care what you're going to offer me. I want to know what's driving my disease. So then I can get into something that might be an off-label drug or a clinical trial. And I was super successful with that. You know, when I identified that I had hyperactivity on this one pathway, I found a drug. And when I called up the pharmaceutical company for it, I said, hey, I want into your trial. They were like, oh, I'm sorry, we don't have any space available. And, you know, they've all been filled. I said, yeah, but I got genomic sequencing data. They're like, you have what? I have genomic sequencing data. I know I'm a perfect molecular match to the drug you're trying to test. And she said, wow, no one's ever called us and said that before. We will absolutely make a spot for you. And so, and I've done this. I've kind of, you know, rinsed and repeated this strategy numerous times where I understand, I do the diagnostics with commercial diagnostic testing companies like Foundation Medicine or Tempus or Caris, and I identify what's driving the disease. And then I go and find a drug that's a good, usually works for a while. And, you know, I'm looking at cancer as kind of a manageable disease right now. And I wouldn't have gotten here without the ability to do that, to open up new doors with precision health. So.
Thank you. So, Colleen, I don't think there's a profession where the advances are moving more quickly than in yours, going from, you know, small panels of genes you were analyzing to whole exome and RNA sequencing and methylation patterns and circulating DNA, et cetera. Where do you think this is going to take the field, and how are you going to keep up?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think it's where I hope it takes the field is more in Bryce's direction, where more patients do have access to be able to do these things and find out what, you know, is fundamentally driving their cancer and what causes it, so that we can get better treatments. I think, you know, there's a lot of technology we have to think about with how to keep up, right? And the best way to do that. And I think, you know, the panels are good, single gene testing is good if you know what is that there's a familial variant that's, or a mutation in your family that's causing the disease. But I think really we need to be moving to everyone eventually getting closer to having the whole genome plus the RNA-seq, and doing, you know, like I think it was Dot mentioned, both your germline, what you were born with, as well as, you know, somatic, what your tumor has, or what you've acquired. So I think we can build on the information and then develop those new therapeutic approaches, or, you know, Bryce's newest treatment option. I think his story is so inspirational, and it's really not a new drug, his latest drug, but it's something that has been around a while and is easy. And I think that's really equally as exciting. I'm hoping not everything's going to be these really expensive new treatments that come out, but we'll be able to repurpose some classic drugs that will be more accessible to people as we improve the knowledge. But I think what that takes is more people knowing about it and knowing the options and asking, and not just the patients, but also the providers, and asking what is available to their patients. I don't know. Bryce's stories always inspire me a lot with thinking about how to improve, you know, the patient care.
Thank you. So. Dot, from an industry point of view, where do you see the field going? I mean, it's moving forward so quickly on so many fronts.
Yeah, and just to give you a little idea, I was in clinical practice when we first understood that there was a driver mutation for breast cancer. And we had to wait until the patient was in the late stage to even test the patient. But what I saw from, my viewpoint, I saw patients, get off a hospice and get out of their wheelchairs, go back to work. It was amazing. That was the beginning. There was nothing then for other cancers, but even today, we now have 9 actionable biomarkers for non-small cell lung cancer. That's incredible, and that's just in less than 25 years. We have number 10 at the FDA, but it's not ours, but it doesn't matter. It's that we are identifying, biomarkers, drivers that make these cancers grow, that we can put therapies, targeted drugs to, that can stop that. And people with late-stage lung cancer can live those 6, 7, 10 years until we find something else. But the other thing that I think is really critical that we talk about is early detection. Screening is so valuable. We don't want to be always treating people with the end-stage disease. Let's give them an opportunity to never see metastatic disease. Early detection and the therapeutics, well, they work great in the late stage. What do they do in the early stage? That's what we did with breast cancer. We can do that with the other diseases too. But we have to get people identified, and we have to get their cancer when it starts, and we can test them, and we can find out if they have drivers, and we can take that forward. So where we can, as Bryce said, someday live with cancer as a chronic disease like diabetes and heart disease, but people live with it. And that's where I see them going, is continuing the research, continue to understand how our bodies are working at the cellular level to really bring out the opportunity to expose more people to this, and even beyond the cancer realm, talk about other diseases too that we have got biomarkers for, and the research that's going on with that. It's blows my mind sometimes when I think about how fast it's going and how furious, but probably education has to come to everyone, and that's from bottom top.
So Jackie, sometimes when science and medicine move ahead very fast, policy has a hard time keeping up. How do we assure that maybe we look a little, skate to where the puck is going to be with respect to policy, given the advances being made in precision health?
Yes, that's a very good point. Policy moves extremely slow. I think it took like 10 years to close the colorectal loophole. Still blows my mind. But so I think when we think about the future, we want to get as ahead of it as possible. So that's why we're thinking about how can we get this access out to people now as the advancements are happening now. But we can't do it alone. So when I think about it, I think about the individuals that are benefiting from biomarker testing, and they're living a better life, they're living longer, they're having a better quality of life from this innovation, and we really need to share those stories, and we need to share them with the legislators, that we can spew facts at them any day, all day, but having those stories come to the legislature where they are is really, really, really impactful. And we're going to continue to do that at ACS CAN. So if you are, in this work at all, we really, really appreciate you lending your voice to the cause, because it really does go a long way. And we're hopeful that we can change the mind of a few legislators in this next year.
Yeah, as a scientist and physician who's advocated both at the state and national level, I recognize I'm not nearly as effective as a patient who has a remarkable story to tell, like Bryce spoke about, when it comes to advocacy.
Yeah, and I notice the stories are here in Iowa, so please encourage your families and friends, because having them come to the legislature really does make a world of a difference.
Thank you. So a sort of related question is, care pathways have become very popular recently, and as an approach to try to improve quality and consistency in healthcare. And for some health problems, they work very well. However, they can get in the way of tailoring a treatment specifically for a patient from a precision health point of view. So how can we be sure such pathways take into account advances in precision health to make sure, as we've talked about, we get the right treatment to the right patient at the right time? And maybe I'll shuffle up the sequencing, and Jackie, come back to you again, since this is a policy question.
I actually don't have an answer to this question. I am going to pass it off.
Okay.
I did have this question prepared, but I don't have a question, and I would rather pass it off to an expert.
That sounds
on
fine.
the subject.
Does anybody want to take it on?
I mean, I'll throw something at the wall and see if it sticks.
Okay.
So, I mean, I think, I'm just thinking all academic cancer centers and community hospitals, they have to have relationships with other folks that are experts at looking at this stuff, I think. So, whether that's, because, a lot of academic cancer centers will grow their own genomics driven expertise, but it gets pretty siloed, and I don't know if you can really compete with some of the bigs like the Foundation Medicines of the world and the Tempuses and the Carises. So like building relationships with them so you can tap into the clinical decision support tools that they have, and then also, just benefit from all the data they have. Like some of these places like Tempus Foundation Medicine, they have 1/3 at least of all cancer patient data out there, so building those relationships, I think, are helpful. Establishing a molecular tumor board, if you don't have that at a hospital, where you can, give those physicians that are maybe older and they haven't been exposed to a lot of this genomic stuff, a little bit more coaching and help, in making decisions. I think you want to have, as a hospital, and I've experienced this firsthand because I've been to 5 or 6 different academic cancer centers. And so I've seen ones that have really, really good relationships in getting compassionate use and getting access to drugs that are not on label, because that's a big thing, right? When you sequence a person's tumor and you identify what's driving it, there may not be an FDA approved drug that's for your indication, but chances are there is an FDA approved drug that might be for some other indication. You can get access to it if you can show that you're a good match, but you've got to have the pathways involved with the pharmaceutical companies to get compassionate use or something to kind of expedite that for the patient when they need it. And again, I think some of the clinical decision support tools that are coming out of some of those large commercial diagnostic testing companies that are built for physicians that they can give access to are really, really handy. And so, I think those things would improve the pathways and making sure that they work for this new world that we live in.
Any other comments? Anybody want to comment?
I'll have comment.
Great.
As I always do. Well, I was doing a little bit of research going, when I think of pathways, I'm like, it's like step by step in, direction. And I think that's good. But I also think that can be bad because I think people can get tunneled into that and you get stuck in a routine. And you see this, I certainly have seen this in my days of healthcare. But I was looking, I was actually reading something on Geisinger, which is a big healthcare, in Pennsylvania. And they addressed this issue of pathways where they actually developed their electronic medical record in their system to talk to each other. Yay. And not only that, but they also incorporated, this takes a village. This is not one specialty or one subset, but it takes a village. And what they have done, and of course, they're in the beginning stages of it, but it's a continuing event where they have incorporated people to continue to feed into these pathways and to keep them current so that healthcare professionals who are very busy and, can't always go back and look at the research, but have people fill in. And I'm like, whoa, that's a great idea to think about continuing on, because we are only going forward with the thought of precision health and biomarkers and how do you stay current with that. And I think that they might have something here. But again, it takes a village to bring everybody together and to speak the same language and be working for the same cause. So I'm anxious to see how they go, how they turn out.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would, add on to that, and I think kind of marry, what Dot said and Bryce, because I think those are the clinical decision support tools are helpful, and having the labs more integrated into the health systems are helpful. And it's something we're working on at the University of Iowa, is updating the EHR, be more like Geisinger and Penn. But it's also expensive, and you have to have the people, like Dot said, to maintain it. And so I don't think every community health system is going to be able to have that. So how do you develop those relationships and the partnerships between the larger, medical centers and the community health centers to be able to maintain those and be able to identify the patient for the right clinical trial and, and the off-label drug use and things like that. So I think it really does take, those networks. And that's where groups like, the Iowa Cancer Consortium, where you're, a resource for the whole state, can really help, I think, in bringing these services and bringing the right people to the table so that you can have that communication and develop those relationships.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to ask the panelists now to look into their admittedly fuzzy crystal ball. And we're sitting here 10 years from now and having another panel discussion on precision health. What do you think the greatest advances are going to be in the next 10 years? And again, this crystal ball is very fuzzy, but what would you hope to see at that point in time? And Dot, maybe I'll start with you.
Well, we're hearing a lot of buzz about this, but I'm really excited about it, is artificial intelligence. I really see that coming into healthcare in such a positive way and really helping, like I said, put all the data together and when we talk about individualized, personalized healthcare, you're looking at one person, what is different about that person that is unique, and they have an issue you need to treat. You can come to the database. This artificial intelligence will help them to identify what is specific about this patient that they can bring to figure out how to treat this patient. It might be different. You have two people with the same disease, but you have two different entities, and having artificial intelligence help you to understand the difference and predict, what therapeutic maybe will work for that patient. That's my dream and idea that I don't think I'm very far off. I think it's happening.
Okay.
My turn?
Sure, Jackie.
So, as Dr. Wiener mentioned, government is always about 10 years behind on these advancements, but I hopefully see more targeted treatment, and as a personal goal, it would be nice to pass policy that is comprehensive and covers those future advancements now. When we think about passing policy, we're trying to pass comprehensive policy. So when those new advances are created, they fall into that bucket already that is covered, instead of us trying to play catch up. So in 10 years, hopefully we will have comprehensive biomarker coverage and many, many new treatments.
Thank you. Colleen?
Yeah, I think mine is a little bit more of like what I hope is in the crystal ball, I guess. And what I really hope is that we have more consistent access for all patients. And I think we have a shot at that, because there is a lot of people are worried about this and are talking about it, which is the first step. And we need to make sure that everybody has, that can benefit from these advancements. Bryce, I love you, but I hope in 10 years, everybody's like you and you're no longer, kind of the poster child for this. I hope we see everybody having the same access. And I think in order to do that, we're going to need innovations in education, because like you mentioned, Dr. Wiener, this stuff is coming so rapidly and so quickly, and we're all inundated with so much information. How do we actually get this to the providers in a way that they can quickly, understand it and are more comfortable using these advancements so that patients do have more access. We also need to do a better job educating, our general public and our patients so that they know to ask the questions and they feel comfortable picking up the phone like Bryce does and, making those calls. And so I think in a rural state like Iowa, I really would love to see in 10 years that the access question, we're not we're not having that same conversation in 10 years, that everybody has access to, you know, having their tumor sequenced, their germline DNA sequenced, having, you know, the access to the treatments and moving forward so that the patient and their provider can make the best, you know, informed decisions for what's going to be best for that patient, knowing that it could evolve during the course and get to that, you know, chronic manageable disease state that, you know, Bryce has alluded to.
And Bryce.
Yeah, so when I look in the crystal ball, I'll tell you what I want to see, but it's going to require that some fundamental things shift, I think. And so what I would love to see in 10 years from now is a robust marketplace of apps and tools that patients can use and that physicians can use. And, you know, in some ways, it should just be like online retail, right? I mean, you know, today when we go, we want to start shopping for something, or we do a Google search on something, next thing you know, you got an ad coming from some other company because they know what you already wanted, what you're looking for. And like, you know, we need to be able to get to that place in healthcare where doctors have access to so many tools, patients have access to, you know, clinical trial matchers and, you know, help with understanding your biomarkers and, you know, all these kind of things. But in order to get there, you need data liquidity. You know, I'm a tech guy, right? Like, and until we make this data extremely liquid and usable, we're not going to get there. And I think in the healthcare space, there's just too much regulations. And I mean, privacy is important, but we're never going to really make a lot of innovation unless we free up a lot of this data that's siloed and stuck in institutions today. So I feel like that, you know, policy needs to look at that. And, you know, Biden, even before he was president, when he was driving the moonshot stuff, you know, he was hounding, you know, the legislation branch of our government, just telling them like, look, you know, you shouldn't be hoarding this data because the data isn't the IP. The IP is the analytics and the insights that you get out of data. And the only way you're going to get that is if you start combining large amounts of data and then you find patterns that you're not going to be able to find otherwise. And so I'm hoping that we get there. Like Dot said, I agree. I think AI and analytics are going to be everywhere. But again, it's only going to be everywhere if we can make the entrepreneurs and the innovators out there, you know, give them something to play with. And if it's all hoarded up and locked up and siloed, then they're never going to get this opportunity. So the opportunity is there. We just have to free up this data and make it more available for people.
Great. So before we open it up for just general questions, maybe I can ask each of the panelists, is there anything else about precision health that we haven't covered that you'd like to speak to or say at this point?
What I would like to say about precision health is I would like to see equality. We are so needed. I mean, clinical trials are pathetic. We know that this type of patient maybe responds, but how do we know everybody responds? We really need involvement. We need education to not only the public, but the healthcare professionals. They need to understand the importance of this early detection and testing. Testing, do you know that 2 years ago at the Association of Clinical Oncology, they did a huge, that their whole program was based on health equity. And at that time, less than 50% of late-stage non-small cell lung cancer patients were being tested. That's horrible. That's horrible. And why is that? Well, there's many reasons. So you're right. We have to get policymakers educated about this, but we also have to get payers on board to understand this is not experimental medicine. This is, you know, 60% of patients with late-stage lung cancer they'll find an actionable biomarker. That's impressive. And we're not even testing to get on a targeted, when I say actionable, I mean there's a drug out there for these people. So we have to think about that. And Then we have clinical trials, because that's where our clinical trials are. They're looking at these new mutations that we don't know anything about, but they're comparing that pathophysiology is what's that mutation doing, and what is this drug, how's this going to fix it? And that's why clinical trials are so beneficial today, but we have to take it to everyone, not just few people, and we have to open it up to everybody. And biomarker testing has to be paid for, period.
Okay, thank you. Jackie?
Yeah, so I was trying to think of what I would want you to know, but I think it's more of a question of what I should know. I'm just one person in the state, and I'm bringing this to the legislature to talk about. But if we think it's more valuable to hold, maybe a roundtable to talk about this issue in your county, or hold a meeting in your county, please reach out. I don't know what's happening in every county and every state, so I really encourage you to bring it to me as well, because I'm here to listen and I'm here to be a resource as well.
Thank you. Colleen?
Yeah, I think along those lines, we also have to listen to how we can best help our providers be able to do this, and talking to them. I know I had a friend in California, and on her 45th birthday, got a MyChart message from her doctor at Kaiser saying, hey, I just sent you something in the mail. It was her goal. She turned 45, automatically was sent a Cologuard test just to improve, the screening rates. And whereas, myself, my husband, when we turned 45, we had to ask, can we get screened? Can we get signed up for a colonoscopy? I know that, right? I'm in healthcare, I'm in genetics. I'm saying, I know what the guidelines are, and we now meet guidelines. And I had to explain the guidelines to my family, care doctor, who is really good, but yet still isn't up to date on all those new guidelines. And so if I'm having to advocate for this, then I know there's a lot of people who aren't. And how do we get to a system where we can help the providers stay up to date on those guidelines and, implement things where they do send out, automated messages and get the patients involved. And also so the patients understand, that why they're having, the Cologuard test sent to them for their 45th birthday present from their doctor.
Thank you. And as is always appropriate, the patient advocate should have the last word. Bryce?
Well, I'm going to put my tech hat on for a second, because for a long time, I worked at Intel Corporation, and we had a group that worked with, the health and life sciences sector. And, it's not just us, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Apple. They're all precision health is the big buzz term right now. And a lot of these tech companies want to partner with organizations in the healthcare space that have a lot of data that they don't know how to turn that data on and how to use it. And so, for Iowa, I would consider, the advantages that could come with partnering with a large tech company that could help you really mine that data and do something useful with it. And, Dot mentioned Geisinger. It's amazing what Geisinger's been able to do by partnering with tech companies. They have taken precision health, and now they're really focused on prevention, before you even get sick, and that could be everything from every patient gets genetic testing so they can understand, what you're predisposed to so they can intervene early. I know Montefiore in the Bronx, we worked a lot with them. So what makes them unique? Well, 80% of their patient population is Medicaid, right? So, when you have a hospital like that, you don't want people coming in with acute care issues. You want to intervene early before they even get sick. So it's really important to know those patients, look at all the data, and to predict things before they even happen. And, there's a lot of examples of that where, working with a tech company, getting access to that data and helping them come up with new ways to predict and prevent illness has been really successful. So I would look into partnerships with tech companies.
Great, thank you. So Kelly, it looks like we have about 10 minutes for questions. Okay. I'm usually the one that asks the first one, but I've already asked 5, so.
Hi everyone, Witherspoon with the Children's Environmental Health Network. I'm going to be talking the next segment. So really appreciate all of our speakers. And I guess I just wanted to make a comment on your last question. My crystal ball wish would be that there would be a much more intentional marriage between genetic counseling and all the importance of this session, as well as the environmental health contributors, as Dot had mentioned, to many, if not most of the cases of different forms of cancer. Because even with the genetic screening, we are still going to miss. Even with the best of behavior lifestyles, we will still miss and we will still see an increase in cancer incidence. So we don't want to be looking at this 10 years and wondering what could we have done. We know that there's a very important opportunity right now to prevent, in many cases, certain onsets of cancer versus putting the onus and responsibility, I think, on the caretakers as well as the patients themselves. So that would be my wish.
Thank you.
I would just follow up, from the genetic counseling perspective, we do talk with patients a lot that it's not all genetic. And we do, ask about those environmental factors and the family history. And sometimes patients just think like the genetic test is the magic answer. And it's not going to always, depending on which one. Often genetic counselors are talking more about the germline or what you're born with. But, I think helping people understand how all these things come into play and work together are really important.
And I do know that there is more testing going on in newborns, and newborns especially with high risk. And I know there's a physician in, I think, Washington State area where he is testing whole genome sequencing on all newborns that are high risk. And the goal is to, number one, identify if there is, a disease that we're unaware of, number one. Number two is to prevent this disease. How can we prevent this disease from occurring? So there are those forward thinkers out there that are doing that to prevent that and to help in ways that I think technology is critical at this time to really understand, what is possible for this high-risk population, but then what is it going to be like for everyone someday? It might be.
I do have to push back a little on that. So I think what you're referring to is like Project Baby Bear and Project Baby Deer, and there's like 5 state Medicaids that are covering the whole genome sequencing of newborns. And I think that's great. And I am a huge proponent, and actually just brought this to our dean, last week, saying like, we need to be doing this, right? And Illumina called and they want to partner with us in Iowa on that. And that is fantastic. I am a huge supporter. But I think when we're talking about a disease with a later onset like cancer, we do also have to balance it with the patient autonomy. And, are we going to sequence every newborn for the risk for breast cancer? I would push back and say no, especially if it's a sick newborn in the NICU, we want to know, how do we get this baby, healthy as quickly as possible, and how do we get them out? And the risk for cancer, while cancer is very near and dear to my heart, I would say that needs to be a conversation later on when they can be more informed in that discussion. Obviously, there's some cancers that are at risk, for childhood, and those would be ones we would want to consider incorporating in that. But a germline risk for breast cancer, for colon cancer, those would be things we would want to wait till the individual is closer to 18. As a genetic counselor, that's my perspective.
No, I'm sorry. I was thinking of all diseases, not cancer, but cystic fibrosis, things that,
Yeah.
Okay. So being African American, for the past 50 years plus, we have lost our identity due to, say, slavery and stuff like that. So my breast cancer doctor used to tell patients that if you're not going to be, if you want genetic testing, make sure you have the insurance that you're not going to be losing for the next 10 years. Because once you get this genetic testing, insurance companies won't be able, they'll deny you off top. Are you guys having a lot of patients deny getting the genetic testing?
This is a really important question, and Colleen is an expert on that.
Yes. So there's a couple of laws. One is the Genetic Information Non-Discrimination Act that would prevent discrimination about genetic testing, but also like what we call big genetic, which would include your family history. So one of the things the genetic counselors will do is they will talk to patients about insurance risks and insurance discrimination and where that would be. We typically do not see that very often for health insurance. Where you may see it is more in the life insurance, but not all providers understand the nuances. They don't also understand the loopholes to the laws, but there's other laws that have, like with the Affordable Care Act, there's other protections in place as well. And so it is something we do discuss with our patients if they're making that decision about having genetic testing is, should we do this? Some states have tried to fill some of those gaps by with the legislature and passing laws to kind of fill some of those holes. But for the most part, we're not seeing a lot of it for health insurance. It also protects against employment discrimination as well. But the life insurance, long-term care, and disability insurance, those are not protected. And so those are things where you may want to get those in place. If you have a strong family history, they're going to know that. Once you have cancer, that supersedes any kind of genetic test, because a genetic test only tells you you're at risk for disease. There's not a genetic test yet for cancer that says you will 100% develop this disease. So once you have a diagnosis of cancer, then that's what the insurance companies will use, not any genetic test results. But it is a really important question and a conversation you should have, and genetic counselors are really well positioned for that conversation.
We have time for one more question, I think. Yep.
Rachel from the Iowa Cancer Consortium. I know just enough about biomarker testing to be dangerous, but I was just curious, if I was talking to my dad or my grandpa about biomarker testing, is there some like analogy to like a car or something else like very visual to kind of say like this is retrofitted for you? I was just curious if there's something off the top of your head that you use.
I may actually answer this one that I've used with patients before. And I've said it's like opening the hood of the car, that you're actually trying to look at what is going wrong under the hood and to identify it so you can take care of it right there mechanically, as opposed to just banging the roof of the car with the sledgehammer, which is what, unfortunately, in oncology we've done for some time. So that's a metaphor that I've used. Any others?
That's a good one.
I'm curious, Bryce, how would you describe it?
Yeah. Well, I've always just been like, you got to really understand what's driving your disease, because everybody's unique and different. And there is no one size fits all. I mean, even in, you take any individual cancer. We talked about non-small cell lung cancer, and everybody knows how critical that is. I mean, it would almost be medical malpractice to not profile someone with non-small cell lung cancer today. Yeah, I don't know if I have a great analogy. I love what was just described. I just think it's really, really critical to understand what's driving a person's disease. And, one of the things that that's been useful when I talk to certain people is, someone will get diagnosed with, breast cancer or prostate cancer, and they're told it's really aggressive. And it's like, oh, okay, but you're going to go on the same treatments that everybody else gets, and you're just going to hope for a better outcome? Is that what you're going to do? Because you've just been told yours is more aggressive, yet you're getting the same treatments as everybody else. Does that make sense to you? So, and I know that was with me in my case. It's like, why would I was told that my cancer was more aggressive than the average guy, yet I'm just supposed to go on the same treatments as everybody else does and just hope for the best? That just seems so odd to me. So, being able to understand what's driving your disease and then open up new doors just gives you hope. And not only does it give you hope as a patient, but it empowers you, because once you understand that your cancer is driven by something unique and then you can get on a treatment for it, it gets you more engaged and empowered in your care versus just kind of going through the motions if you are getting the same thing as everybody else does. So.
I think Bryce brings up a really important distinction in biomarkers, and that's the difference between a prognostic biomarker, which is going to tell you how is a patient going to do versus an actionable biomarker that's going to really direct the therapy that you're going to receive. And they both can be important, but obviously the actionable biomarkers are the ones that really are important to identify.
Yeah, and can I just add one thing?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I just wanted to add one thing to that too. I think clinical actionability, the definition needs to be much better than what a lot of oncologists look at it today. I think a lot of doctors think of clinical actionability as, oh, okay, there's something FDA approved for your indication for this. And that's too narrow of a definition. I think, to me, clinical actionability means there is something that could either be FDA approved for your cancer, it's FDA approved for some other cancer, but you could get it as an off-label thing, or it's just opening up a clinical trial that would be a good fit for you. And when you look at it that way, you're going to most likely find some match if you do some cancer genomic profile.
I agree with you, and I think the word predictive has been used a lot, and now they're wanting, more and more healthcare professionals want to, what can we predict what their outcomes are going to be? And I think that's part of the research, looking at that, saying how can we predict and what do we know? And you're right, that will make a decision of what therapy would be best for that individual patient.
Okay, well, I would like to thank the panel for just a superb discussion of a really complicated topic. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Thank you again to our speakers. We have a very quick 5-minute break for you all to figure out where you want to go next for breakouts. You can look at your agenda to figure out your choice. Don't forget to look in your folder for our membership survey, too. And if you get it completed, and tell Kelly Rollins she's got a special gift for you.
After I went to college, I've been living in I don't know what the boundaries of the Midwest, but I would consider yeah, it's right outside of Cleveland. It's a small liberal arts school. It's very similar to Grinnell and everything up there.
All right, guys, we're going to get started with our next session. I'll give you like I do with my kids. This is your 10-second warning to take a seat. But they can't tell time. You probably can. All right. Well, thank you all for joining the session today. I'm Sarah Zeiler. I'm the Executive Director for the Stoddard Cancer Center here in Des Moines, and I am also a board member of the Iowa Cancer Consortium. And before I introduce Dr. Dickens, I just want to thank the consortium staff for putting on a really awesome event. This is my first in-person conference in a couple years, and it's going to be a high bar for anything that comes after. So. All right, so I have the pleasure of introducing Dr. David Dickens. He earned his Bachelor's of Arts degree at Oberlin College and his medical doctorate at Upstate Medical University in Syracuse, New York. He completed his residency at the Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh and fellowship at Cincinnati Children's Hospital Medical Center. In February 2019, Dr. Dickens became a clinical professor at the University of Iowa's Stead Family Children's Hospital as the Dance Marathon Endowed Chair in Pediatric Oncology, Clinical and Translational Research, and is currently serving as the Interim Division Director of Pediatric Hematology, Oncology, and Transplantation. Dr. Dickens holds numerous institutional and national leadership roles to support the needs of pediatric cancer patients and hopes to continue to collaborate strategically with national colleagues and organizations to further the needs of pediatric cancer patients and their families. And he also is a musician and a magician, which I found very interesting and I'm sure makes him an exceptional pediatrician. So welcome, Dr. Dickens.
Thank you. I tend to wander when I walk, and this is a smaller audience, and so hopefully the cameraman's okay with that. Can you just thumbs up if that's okay? Perfect. Being a later in the day speaker is a big responsibility. It's post-lunch. People are looking forward to their travel plans. People are split up. So I'm going to try my best to keep everybody engaged and tell you all about pediatric cancer in about 30 minutes in 12 content slides. So the slides are a little bit dense. So when you see something up there, just hang tight. I'm going to walk you right through the whole diagram so you don't have to focus on small little letters. I'll explain it all. So I'll start with a story also too, because today listening to all the different speakers reminded me of this very important story, which you're all welcome to share. So about 10 years ago, my wife started a family tradition. I don't know how it came to her, but it's been great. My oldest child at the time was about preteen, 11, 12 years old. My youngest would have been about 5. I have 4 beautiful children in total. I have 5 if you count the ugly one. So 5 kids, so it takes a while, and there's birthdays all around. Is this being recorded? Yes, it is. But if it's not on TikTok or Instagram, they won't see it. YouTube, they don't do that. That's for old people. So on a child's birthday, everybody goes around the table and says at least one nice thing about that birthday child, including the siblings. And you can't repeat anything that somebody before you said. So everybody learns quick to go first because they don't have to come up with anything that's new or creative. That's a little bit relevant for me today because there was a lot of people who spoke who said, you'll see it's almost omniscient. Some of my content is very similar to what you heard, and I'm modifying what I have to say according to what I'm hearing, just like these birthday kids. But the best twist, if you incorporate this into your family flow, is after everybody goes around and says something nice about the birthday kid gets to go back around the table and say one thing that their sibling can improve on. It is delightful. So what is a pediatric cancer doctor doing here in the context of the Iowa Cancer Consortium? Because one thing to establish up front is pediatric cancer and adult cancer are different things. I heard a question came up in the last session about, help me explain why precision medicine is important to adults and give me an analogy. Well, I lived in Michigan for 17 years. It's easy. And you say, when you have a part of your car broken, you can't go to an auto parts store and say, my car is broken. Can you fix it? They're going to ask you the year, the make, the model, so they can get you the right part. And the parts that break in pediatric cancer are different than the parts in adult cancer. So this is from SER data, the top types of cancers that are seen in men and women adults. And if you look at those that's probably the top 10. Out of those top 5, none of them in pediatric cancer gets a slice of the pie. Not a single one of them. So the breast and prostate and colon, we just don't see those types of cancers in pediatrics. In our pie, the biggest piece is leukemia. The second biggest piece is brain tumors. You just put those two together, that's almost half of all of our cancers. And those types of cancers don't even show up on the list of the top 5 in the adults. We are in some ways talking about a completely different problem. The numbers are smaller, and we heard a little bit earlier in the day from Dr. Richardson that when you're dealing with public health issues, people are looking at numbers, but that's not the whole story. What I heard Dr. Richardson say, this is about impact as much as it is about numbers. And when you're dealing with children with cancer, if the average age of leukemia is 2 to 4 years of age, you are looking at decades of life years saved, and that is where, in one ways, we're different. But those numbers average out to about 100 to 1. So every 100 adults that are diagnosed with cancer, 1 child is diagnosed. So that's about the scope of the problem, and that's nationwide. Anytime I throw a national data out, usually you can divide that by 100, which just means you move the decimal point over 2 when you're trying to think about Iowa statistics relative to the rest of the US country. Here is one fact that reminds me that the Iowa Cancer Consortium is not the Iowa Adults with Cancer Consortium. It's the Iowa Cancer Consortium for all constituents of the state of Iowa, including children. And we do have a focus and strengths in epidemiology. But over on the left side of that graph is incidence rates over time. So the further that line goes out to the right, when it goes up, that means more children are being diagnosed now than they were 30 years ago. And used to be back in the 90s when I started my training, people were wondering about technology. Maybe the technology is better and different. We're finding more cancers. But those trends have continued. And it's continued for all the different races. Each color line is a different ethnicity. We are doing better at mortality rates. The right curve, I'm going to say something about mortality, but we are doing better about less children dying when they get diagnosed with cancer. Roughly speaking, 85% cure rate if you average everything across the board. This is kind of like a heat map of the United States. This is one of the few Iowa-specific slides I can find with regards to the incidence of cancer. So there's a picture of the United States. People in this audience are probably the one group that I would not need to put an arrow on which rectangle Iowa is, but in other parts you do have to point. The darker blue states have a higher incidence rate of cancers, and the white is the least amount of cancer incidence in children. And on that very top right graph, that is all the different kind of cancers combined. And so as you see, Iowa is kind of like a medium to dark blue. That means that we are slightly more, have a slightly higher cancer incidence rate than the national averages. But these other maps represent specific types of cancers, leukemias and brain tumors. And in some categories, we have, we're doing better than the national averages, like that top left is leukemias. And then right beneath that are brain tumors, and we're doing worse, much worse than the national average. And in fact, we don't know why yet. So some of the work that I can see combining with the mission of the Iowa Cancer Consortium is to answer these critical questions that I get asked by every patient. How did this happen? Why did this happen? How many people in this room have children or grandchildren less than age 18 years? Show of hands. And nobody knows who I am, right? Nobody's ever met me professionally in this room. You know why? Why do you have the good fortune of not knowing me in my professional life? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. That's the work that we can do. Moreover, even though these numbers, the mortality rates are improving, the significance of pediatric cancer is this. This is a graph that represents all causes of death due to disease in children. This came out in 2018. It was the latest publicly available information from the CDC. And as you can see, that more children die of cancer than any other disease in the United States. Moreover, what I tell people is you can add all the other types up, and it's still less than the number of children who die because of cancer. So even though we have high cure rates, even though the mortality rate has dropped, this is what's going on today. I loved how earlier we were broadening the definition of cancer prevention. It's not just about cancer prevention. This is where I think historically it's been a struggle to fit peds into this mission. Because what am I supposed to do when people tell me, what happened? Why did my kid get this? I don't know. So what do you do with that information? But it's not just about cancer prevention. There are some ideas that I have how we can move forward with that. But we're really talking about 4 different domains. Somebody on the board had recently describe the vision of the Cancer Consortium, not as cancer control and prevention, but as reducing the burden of cancer in the state of Iowa. And when you think about it like that, it broadens the perspective, because there is a huge burden when you get diagnosed that we might have strategies to help reduce for families that we meet. So the 4 general categories are the classic prevention, and that's hard to deploy in pediatrics, but I have one idea. Early detection, another idea. Diagnosis and treatment, I'll show a slide on that, and survivorship issues. You think about that, now I can have some ideas about how pediatrics fits into the Cancer Consortium. I am not going to steal the thunder from the next person who's coming, so I am going to cut off this slide, which represents known causes of cancer, not just specific to pediatrics, but in the human population, and just focus on the very bottom issue. And the bottom issue, and we kind of heard about this in our last presentation, was genetic screening for pediatric cancers. Maybe we're not quite there yet. I hope to provide evidence to suggest that we are there yet, and we need to start focusing on genetic screening, because roughly 1 out of 20 of my patients will carry a predisposition for a disease, a type of cancer that hits children. It's not often, but the impact, the potential impact of that might be enormous. So here's a study that Harvard did, and I read this paper about 20 times to try and translate what these ultra-intelligent people were trying to say, and I will do my best. If you're interested in scrutinizing what these people had to say, I would challenge you to read that and understand for yourself. But here's how I would boil this study down. So they were looking at what happens, they modeled, they just like put in some average numbers of situations. They asked a question, what if we did this? What if we just started screening siblings of children who had, were found to have one of these genetic predispositions? So that's typically right now what happens. Somebody gets diagnosed with cancer, the oncologist says, this seems kind of strange. I bet you this kid has a somatic or a mutation in their entire body that led to this situation. You find the test in the child, then the parent's next question is, does my other child have it? So that's what this testing was doing. It was going back into the siblings and asking the question with mathematical modeling that I could not completely understand despite my best efforts. What would that mean? So they really looked at 11 genes, just 11 genes that would cost roughly between $100 and $200 to run. These were common genes that are known to cause pediatric cancers and actually had a pathway where we can screen the asymptomatic sibling, which is currently something that we are not doing. So there's roughly 3.7 million newborns, and they assumed in this model that each one would have one sibling at least. So they do all the math and they figure out of that 3.7 million, how many of those would have one of these predispositions, and then what if we tested the sibling? And what they found is they would be able to reduce the amount of cancer deaths in pediatrics by 52%, just from early detection. So if you boil those numbers down to the state of Iowa and envisioned a way that our state would run these 11 genes, it would probably save somewhere between 1 and 2 lives per year in children. It was hard. They had this ratio called the incremental cost-effective ratio. I couldn't understand how they did it, but basically it's just like you're going to spend some money to do this test on everybody, and then you're going to potentially spend money on the screening tests, and then you would potentially save money in the treatment. And these were very different genes and very different diseases, so it was very variable, but at their maximum, this sort of ranged from being a cost savings, so it was much cheaper to do the testing than treat the disease, and in some cases it was vice versa, to the maximum of about $52,000 a year per life year saved. So there is a potential way that we could save lives in children with screening. The other reason why I think it's important to have pediatricians engaged, by the way, is there any other pediatric healthcare provider in here? Okay, one. Maybe there were some in the other room. One. So I looked at the standard pillars for cancer screening in adults. And of course, we have smoking. So I found this online. If anybody has updated data, let me know. But the smoking cancer rates in Iowa are about the same as national, about 6% of children who admit they're regular users of cigarettes. And then on the right side there is vaping. So e-cigarettes are about 20% of high school students. This was a couple years ago, I think this came out. About 20% of high school students admit to regular using of vaping. In other studies, up to 90% of smokers report that their brain got hit with nicotine for the first time as a kid. 90%. That sounds like a pediatric problem. Smoking prevention is better than smoking cessation. Because once nicotine hits your brain, that's a lot harder. If it never hits your brain, that's easier. So we've got to be talking about pediatricians. Sun protection, that starts as a pediatric behavior. I've never put sunblock on any of my 5 kids and had them not screaming, so I don't know why that kid's smiling. But people don't do it because it's hard. It's just a nuisance. You get sand and it feels like sandpaper's running on them. They cry, it gets in their eyes, and they complain. Pediatricians need to be sending this message as well. Obesity, this is a heat map for obesity. The state of Iowa is kind of mid-ground. Those green and blues are a little bit less obesity rates, and then the yellows and the reds are a little bit hotter with more obesity rates. Winds up being somewhere in the ballpark of 15 to 20% of our children in the state are obese. And obesity and lifestyle changes, lifestyle habits are established when you're a child. And pediatricians need to get engaged. Not being obese, training your kids not to be obese is easier than treating obesity. And of course, there's HPV. HPV vaccines, this is an ad I found online from Iowa. That's a disease that we vaccinate as children. So there are other important mechanisms for cancer prevention, but here's 4 major categories that a pediatrician or a healthcare provider or a family practice doc should have an enormous influence on, and there ain't a single pediatric provider in this audience. Also, here's precision medicine. Nobody asked me my definition, but I'm going to get to it. So on those diagrams, those 4 diagrams, we're on diagnosis and treatment now. Burden of pediatric cancer. The burden of pediatric cancer sometimes is from our treatments. And our standard treatments are really 3. Surgery, radiation, and chemo. And that comes at a price. The evolution that we're in, that's how I define precision versus accuracy. So the center of our target is curing cancer. And you can be really precise and give somebody a precision medicine that blocks a specific mutation and doesn't cure cancer. Precision just means that you were very consistent with something. But if that something isn't your target, it doesn't matter. Accuracy means that you were both, precise, and accurate means you were hitting the target right where you wanted to hit. So chemo is accurate. It'll kill cancer and very successfully, but it's not very precise. So we need both. Personalized medicine means you take all of your individual information and then you plug it into the formula. That, to me, is personalized medicine. Precision medicine is you just find something and you target it. But it doesn't matter if you're off. The hope and the promise of that approach is it's less toxic, reducing the burden of cancer. Survivorship, the last bubble. We heard there were 22 million cancer survivors in the US. So the question in front of you is, out of the 300 million, 300 plus, 330, something like that, million people in the US, how many are survivors of childhood cancer? So I'm thinking this is probably plugged into that 22 million. And so how many are there estimated to be right now, 2022? That number is about 500,000. So there are 500,000 people walking around the US who had a history of childhood cancer. And how are they doing? So St. Jude's does a lot of research in their lifetime cohort, it's called their lifetime cohort, have studied this issue. And they've asked these questions. How many cancer survivors experience at least one severe chronic health condition? At least one. And severe means it's disabling, life-threatening, or it already killed you. It's got to be in one of those categories. So what would you estimate that number to be? 96%. 96% of cancer survivors in the study had at least one. That sounds like a lot, but the question was, well, how often do people who didn't have cancer have a severe chronic health condition? So they did a cohort study, and they compared those rates to age-matched, gender-matched controls in their community. And so on the flat axis, the x-axis is age. So the further that goes off to your right, the older those patients get. And at age 50 years old, that bottom line, that dark line, it's actually dotted, it's hard to see, it's black, is the number of cumulative healthcare conditions in the control population. So the answer to the question, this is now not percentage, this is the cumulative number of healthcare problems regular 50-year-olds have, 5 to 10. All grades, it could be minor. I have high cholesterol levels, that would count as one. And then those red and blue bars, the difference is not really that important. That represents the cancer population, the cancer survivors. So they're up around 15 to 20 if you add up all of their problems of all grades. So what happens if you only count the severe types? This is what happens. So the control, again, is that black dotted line at the bottom, and that number is about 2. So the average 50-year-old has 2 severe health conditions. The average cancer survivor is more than that. It's double to triple the amount of severe healthcare conditions. So these are consequences to treatments that people have gotten decades ago. And the hope is, the crystal ball is telling me, you repeat the study in 10 years, the difference is going to be smaller. But now we have 500,000 people who are dealing with the consequences of the treatment they got when they were younger. So don't worry about this graph, I'll explain it. What are those problems? What are those problems? So the way these graphs work, there's 2 of them. On your left-hand side is going to be the severe side effects. On the right-hand side is all of them. And then you can see that each triplet, there's a triplet of bars, and those represent different diseases. And on the far left is controls. So when those bars are low, you have less side effects. When those bars go up, you have more side effects and more health conditions. And each color represents a different organ system that the patients are dealing with. And the 2 most common long-term late effects for cancer survivors in pediatrics are heart toxicity and other cancers in the future, which we also heard earlier is a huge problem and drives the need for survivorship clinics and continuity of care. And this whole transition of care after you've been treated for cancer is a huge problem everywhere because you don't quite fit in anywhere. The oncologist is not treating a cancer anymore, so you go somewhere else. You go back to your primary. You graduated, congratulations, but you're still living with the scars of the past of what you've been treated with, and you need somebody with some knowledge about what you received to interpret your symptoms. So cancer docs don't want you. Primary care docs feel like they're in over their head, and they don't know what to do or how to help people out. So it's a gap. Heart disease and other types of cancers, those are the primary two. I am doing good on time. Everybody, this is a COVID-related question because I've been getting it a lot over the past couple of years and what COVID has done in pediatric cancer. And so I got involved with this study. My name is in the middle somewhere because I didn't write it. I just participated in it and gave some advice about how this should look. One question I get is, did you see a change in your cancer rates, delays in diagnoses or more diagnoses? And happily, I can tell you no, at least not yet. Our numbers of cancer patients, pediatric cancer patients at the University of Iowa, our service diagnosed between 1 and 2 new patients per week. Every week, once or twice, somebody on my team or myself is telling a family their child has cancer, and I don't know why, because they keep asking every week. So that's what's motivating me to be here. I want to answer those questions. So after 20 years of practice, I can tell you the best way to treat cancer is to not get it in the first place. There's no way around that right now. So COVID hasn't really changed our statistics or the rate with which people have come in or more advanced stages. It might be the nature of pediatric cancer. When your kid is sick, maybe it drives you a little bit differently than if you have a lump or a bump somewhere and you kind of ignore it for a while as an adult. Parents behave a little bit differently. But what happened to children who got diagnosed with cancer in COVID? And this goes back to the very beginning. If you remember, March of 2020, which I think was the first time cases in Iowa were discovered, all sorts of questions were coming up through that long and dark year. So what happened to our patients? So we had about a 5 to 7%, across the country, by the way. This is like over 1,000 patients across the country that were involved in this study. 5 to 7% of them went to the ICU. This MISC is that inflammatory syndrome that you might have heard about, where your just immune system goes bonkers when you get COVID. So that happened about 1 to 2%. Ultimately, death was the most important variable that a patient would be asking. What's the chance that my child will die because they got COVID and you're treating them for cancer? That number is somewhere between 2 and 4%. It can be a little bit hard to figure out when a child with cancer dies. Was it from COVID? Was it from advanced cancer? So we have some debate about making an attribution there. That number is 100 times more than general pediatrics. So when I tried to send my kids into the environment and into the society as much as we could, dating back to 2020, and still now, and now we have the other viruses to worry about, as people have probably heard on the news, RSV, and there's a ton of things going around that also can impact kids. So when you're talking about the burden of cancer, that also includes the risk that you're going to pick up something that a lot of people can get, but it's more likely to kill you. Because if you die of COVID, you're still not alive. And you may have died of COVID because your immune system is low. 2 to 4%, 100 times general pediatrics. So that's what people ask me. But here's the question that I ask myself that keeps me up at night. Change in therapy. So the dark days of 2020, COVID is out there. People are losing their minds. Child gets diagnosed with cancer. They're losing their mind from that anyway. And now you have both. It's frightening. It was frightening. So a lot of people were not sure and still aren't. What do I do with my treatment? I don't want this child to die of COVID, and I don't want them to die of cancer. Do I keep going with my treatment? Do I modify it somehow? Nobody knew. And so we asked those questions on this survey, which is of the oncologist, did you change your treatment because that child got diagnosed with COVID? And the answer was 48% of the time, yes. Somebody got inferior chemo, something considered less, out of fear that you were going to unintentionally contribute to the death of the child because your chemotherapy was making them more prone to getting a bad COVID outcome. And that is what keeps me up, because I don't know what impact that had. It's still to be determined. It's still being studied right now. For all those kids, 40% of over 1,000 kids that had their therapy changed because they had COVID, are they going to do worse? Are they going to be more likely to die of cancer? Nobody knows. So when you immerse these children into our society with all the dynamics that we talk about, there are inevitable realities that they have to deal with, that we have to deal with, that makes cancer burden not just about any one particular aspect. Can I prevent it? Can I do genetic counseling? It's surviving your cancer journey in everything that entails. So my two ending points of actionable items of what we can do as a cancer consortium about pediatric cancer. One of them is to utilize this wonderful network of people and say, you know what, I heard you talk about genetic testing in newborns. I think that if you insert these 11 genes onto your panel, advocate for that to be a routine, that you can save lives or at least reduce the burden of cancers, because there are some cancers, if I detect early, will be more curable and potentially not exposed them to chemo. So engaging in with those advocates is one clear thing I think we can do together to improve the outcomes. And the second one, for adult cancer prevention, engage with your local communities, your pediatric providers, because they're the ones who have the ear of the families. And it's not 100% of them that are going to buy into all of the recommendations. But at least as somebody who's positioned in your community with your patients to send healthcare messaging and address things like vaccine hesitancy or a struggling parent who just doesn't have the right resources or knowledge to lead, to train their children in a healthy lifestyle, that if each one of you engaged with somebody who's caring for those children, that teaching them early might have a benefit by the time they hit adults. And on that note, I will thank you for your attention and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. All right, we got about 5 minutes for some questions. I don't know if I have one. I don't know if 5 minutes is enough for this topic, so maybe your 30-second elevator speech. So we had a group a while back through the Cancer Consortium talking about pediatric cancer, and it became really clear you can't talk about pediatric cancer without mentioning AYAs. Do you want to give a Cliff Notes version of some challenges with adolescent and young adult cancer patients?
Sure. So AYA, adolescent young adults, about 20 years ago, it was identified that this was a particularly vulnerable population because they fell into a gap in our systems. If you're 18 and a half and you're out in the community, where do you send them? Do you send them to adult oncologists or medical oncologists? And at about the same time, they studied trends over time with cancer care. In all age groups, in the younger side and the older side, and we saw a slide on this earlier, we have seen significant improvements in cancer outcomes. What's the chance you're going to survive your cancer? All age groups improved, except the AYA population. This is traditionally defined as age 15 to 39. That age group, over the past few decades, has, depending on which study you read, either shown zero or marginal, like razor-thin improvements in cure rates over the past few decades. And nobody knows why. That's the AYA gap. That's the AYA problem. We are fortunate. There are very specific groups that are aimed at addressing this issue. We are poised well at the University of Iowa with collaboration with the medical oncologists and pediatric oncologists to address some of these issues, and we have resources and a generous community that has supported that kind of effort in a program to recognize that patient population is unique, has unique needs. Forget about all the medical stuff. There's psychosocial stuff and emotional stuff. There's family planning and oncofertility issues, which hit a little bit differently when you're in that age group than when you're at the extremes, that need to be addressed in a very specific and unique way. So I think there are resources for AYAs, and you're right, it kind of is pediatric, it kind of isn't medical, which is part of the problem. But I feel fortunate that we have a community that supports that kind of work where we're at.
Thank you. All right, any other questions? Yes.
You mentioned the 40% change in therapy if they had COVID. Did that mean that they stopped like chemotherapy or like didn't finish the course of treatment?
Usually it was delay, pause, dose reduce. In some way, people were inclined to give the immune system a break when you were finding COVID, and that's why the concern is that potentially, we don't know this yet, you increase the risk of relapse by doing that. And you do it with the right intent to try and prevent death in the moment, because then you don't have an outcome to worry about if you lose a child to COVID. We've been very fortunate. We are being a part of that study, tracked all of our cases and continue to track with all the new variants. We're somewhere between 50 and 60 of our patients who have been diagnosed with COVID since the beginning of all of this stuff. We diagnose at our site, it's probably about 90 patients a year. So out of those 50 to 60, we haven't sent anybody to the ICU. Nobody's died. 2 obese adolescents needed some oxygen on the floor. But there are some patients who are picked up on asymptomatic screening. It's just like in general pediatrics. And I think in this case, I'm more lucky than good. I don't know that, definitely in 2020, we didn't have any resources. If you got it, we just kind of watched and waited. Now we have a lot more therapeutic interventions available to us. Certain people have been vaccinated. We're studying whether vaccination in people with cancer uptakes. It's a little unclear if the immune system can respond in the same way. So that's a current study that's going on right now. So I don't know if all those vaccinated kids are as protected as we think they are, because we kind of blow their immune system apart with the chemo. But it's introduced a whole variable in addition to all the other variables. Everybody's workforce distancing and no conferences, and we'd split the teams apart so COVID didn't get on our floor, knock all of us out as healthcare providers, get us quarantined. We had to come to work through the whole thing. I've been face to shield with COVID for hours of conversations with people who had COVID. And we've been very fortunate with precautionary measures that are available online. There have been pockets in a healthcare setting where workplace spread happened, but we didn't hear because we scrambled to at least not be decimated as healthcare providers. Emotionally and psychologically, people are pretty decimated, but we protected each other in lots of smart ways.
All right, well, thank you so much for your great presentation and all your great work for Iowa's kids. We really appreciate it. Thanks. All right, we got about 5 minutes, and we'll start the next session. Thanks.
that when she sees. Hi everyone, welcome back in. Thank you so much for your interest in the session. Ooh. Feel good? Feel set? Hi everyone. My name is Audrey Tronlom. I serve as the Environmental Health Program Manager at the University of Northern Iowa Center for Energy and Environmental Education. It's absolutely my privilege to be able to introduce our next speaker, Witherspoon, Director of the Children's Environmental Health Network. I've had the great good fortune of being able to work with Nse through the Cancer-Free Economy Network for the last, couple years now, yeah. And I've very, very recently joined her on the board of the Pesticide Action Network of North America, which is basically like all of my dreams are coming true, being able to work with Nse. Let's see here. I'm pretty committed to keeping my opening remarks short, which means the irony of this, Liz, is that I'm going to be shirking the one responsibility that I had and asking you all to please read Nse's very impressive bio on the conference website because I want to be able to share a little bit with you about why I'm so excited that Nse is able to join us for today and why I was just thrilled that she accepted the invitation to come and share her expertise in children's environmental health and environmental carcinogens with us all. So, as sort of alluded to in the last few sessions now, cancer develops through a combination of many factors and environmental exposures that often occur simultaneously. This means that genetics alone do not determine whether or not an individual will develop cancer in many cases. The environment really is the context in which we're all sort of nestled, and which disease is nestled also. When it comes to carcinogens in our environment, exposure to a single pollutant may only pose a small risk to an individual. However, if widespread, exposure can result in a significant number of cancer cases across a population. What's more, people are rarely exposed to a single carcinogen. In fact, people are often exposed to multiple pollutants and other substances at the same time that can impact cancer risk at any given stage of the life course. The more a population is exposed, and this is some silver lining, the greater number of cases of cancer that can be prevented by reducing those exposures. This is why it's so important to really reduce exposures and environmental carcinogens in the environment wherever possible. Now, Nse was the person who taught me this much more nuanced ways of thinking through and appreciating environmental carcinogens and chemicals' impact on cancer development. And I know she'll be speaking much more specifically in her talk about particular carcinogens of concern. But she taught me sort of this systems thinking way of this approach. Now, not only is Nse a very, very skilled communicator in the important relationship of population-wide prevention efforts, population-wide cancer prevention efforts, especially as it relates to the most vulnerable among us, she is also one of the strongest voices and advocates for these issues that I know, and I'm so, so pleased to be able to share her with you all today. So I'm going to pass the mic to Nse now.
Thank you, Audrey. Being a public health leader, I'm going to have to ask y'all, please stand up, stretch. I know it's a lot of sitting and all for wonderful reasons, but it is tough, right, to do that. So please do stand, stretch, whatever makes you comfortable, just so that, and I know that I'm like the tail end after lunch, which is always challenging. But while you're doing that, again, it's such an honor. Thank you to the consortium for this very kind invitation. I came in last night from Washington, D.C. I have to shuffle back right after this, and we're going to have some meetings with the administration tomorrow. But I also want to give a land acknowledgement that we are on the traditional and ancestral unceded lands of the Bakauje and Inouye, Sac, and Mikowski people. And just want to acknowledge that the land acknowledgement alone is not the benefit here. The benefit is to remind us all how respectful I hope I will be in my discussion that we are on this land and that we listen to the fruits of our ancestors and make sure that we're doing everything accordingly to be good stewards of our environment and, of course, our health. So again, I'm with the Children's Environmental Health Network. If you don't know about us, we're celebrating 30 years this year. We actually had an anniversary gala a couple weeks ago. We don't do that often, but every now and again we do celebrate these milestones. And I'm the third director in line, and I think our director would say, our founding director would certainly say that never would they have thought in their wildest dreams that 3 decades later from their start that there would still be a need for a national group with a focus on protecting all children from environmental hazards. I mean, it seems pretty intuitive, right? I mean, most of us want the next generation to be better, safer, healthier, to not go through the same cycles of mistakes. And yet here we are, almost in the year 2023, and I would say a country that has a lot of resources and, compared to 3 decades ago, a lot of science, peer-reviewed science that shows us we can and need to be doing better. So our mission has always been the same: protect all children from environmental hazards, to make sure that the places where they spend the most time in, their homes, their schools, their early learning environments, their communities, their synagogues, their churches, grandma's house, you name it, are not causing harm unbeknownst to them. And in order to do this work, we conduct a lot of different programs. Majority of our work is taking the science. At times we're a part of the science. We lead what's called the Children's Environmental Health Research Translation Centers through the National Institutes of Health, which is a very big responsibility, making sure that the science that's being developed is translated in a way that all of us benefit, right? As has been discussed a few times, peer-reviewed journals are important, but the science does not do much for us if it just stays stagnant in a journal. We need to know, as parents, as consumers, as residents in this world, you know, what does this mean to better my life, my decision-making? My husband and I are parents to 4, and so it's very important, it's very personal, right? As well as children who I have never met. I have this calling to make sure that we, again, stand up for them when they can't be there for themselves. We also do a lot of translation of the science. So that's a heavy part of our portfolio. So education, curriculum development, translation into child protective policies and actions that will have long-standing implications for generations to come. And again, provide leadership and provide that constant, what about kids? What will said policy standards? What about the lack and void of said policies? How will that impact children of today and tomorrow? So we're the only organization of our kind in the nation with this mission, and we do international work as well. We are a leader in climate change, cancer prevention, water, air, major modes of transmission, and of course, places where kids spend a lot of time. We coordinate the NIH centers, which I said. We're on a variety of advisory committees and boards, and again, we are a go-to, you know, we need that child health perspective at this table, which is great. That wasn't happening 30 years ago. And we definitely provide a variety of resources like state profiles. How is the state of children's environmental health in my state? And we don't have one on Iowa yet. So I know I'm working with Audrey and others to see if we can shake some resources, because I think it's a great pillar for engagement with your policy leaders, with your respected advocacy leaders, to get a sense of the challenges, the things we still need to attain for, and the positive things happening to grow from. So just to give you a frame of where I am coming from you, I'm definitely coming from a systems approach, right? What we have learned definitely the hard way, I'd say, over the many decades is this one by one, and I've heard this throughout today, this one by one siloed approach it's giving us incremental steps forward, but it's not the monumental shift change that we need. I'm talking about educational shifts in our educational systems, our childcare systems, and certainly a variety of other systems that unfortunately got us to this place of where we are struggling, I would say, to keep up with the available science to do better for communities, especially when it comes to environmental exposures. I'm also very framed with a strong economic and equity and justice and racial justice frame. I refer back to Nelson Mandela often when I'm speaking and thinking on those hard days. And this, among many of his quotes, really resonates with me. There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way it treats its children. So I would say, until we do right by our children and the ones yet to be born, we have a long way to go. So, if I was to get into all of the environmental exposure pathways that all people, especially our most vulnerable like children, are exposed to every day, we would not have enough time. So there's a couple highlights here. And I'm happy to talk with folks offline more, and hopefully we'll be doing more work with you all. PFAS, perfluoroalkyl substances, are a class of chemicals that many of you probably have heard about more and more in the news. Exposure pathways are a lot. Water, especially old or current military bases that have caused contribution to water runoff and water contamination as one of many. This slide shows, PFAS are in those non-toxic pans. They're in the foam that firefighters use. Many different ways that they're used. furniture, different types of insulation. So we cannot get away from them. And this is one of those things where, it seems so overwhelming and so incredibly challenging to overcome, and yet they are a suite of carcinogens. So we can't avoid these exposures, and we have to figure out how to reduce exposure as fast as we can. Now, looking at these trends, I bring this up. This is actually from the Pesticide Action Network, their Generation in Jeopardy report from 2012. So you might say, why am I still bringing this up? The sad part is these trends have not changed in almost 10 years now. The health outcomes for children are all clearly going the wrong way. We used to be dealing with infectious disease major routes of exposures. Now we're dealing with these chronic concerns, and they're going all the wrong way, and all of them have evidence-based, science peer-reviewed connections to certain forms of environmental exposures. I'm also, again, very framed in this equity justice lens. We will not get where we need to go with any of our goals in this country and beyond if we do not acknowledge that certain marginalized populations who least contribute to our contamination and our energy crisis and our climate crisis, but yet bear the biggest burden of them, we have to make sure that we're framed, I would say, from a child health perspective, which includes our most vulnerable of populations and what they can sustain, and the most marginalized within our communities as well. So there's a piece that I did recently with the Chisholm Legacy Project called Racism That Upends the Cradle, and we're going to do a few more of these, but this really gets into how this endemic has impacted Black children in particular. So COVID-19, the climate crisis, economic disinvestment, and overall environmental injustice. Again, the climate crisis, I mentioned this a few times, we again will not reach the goals that we need to as far as optimum health outcome, optimum environmental conservation, and many of the other great benefits in between if we don't think about these movements together. And of course, when we're cleaning up our environment, cleaning up our water, cleaning up our air, which are non-negotiable, our food supply, which you all know about very well in this state, these are all aspects that we need to survive, right? It's non-negotiable. It doesn't matter what the zip code you live in, the economics that you have, we all need these to survive. And we are all seeing the negative repercussions of not addressing in a very concerted, targeted way the climate crisis, as well as, I would say, our environmental injustice movement. But there are many things missing, right? And that's what a lot of what we do. So urgent focused implications on children in any of the related movements that I've discussed. What about the urgent connections to the short-term and the long-term health of children? I would make the case that there are states certainly already, and with the 3 decades of our work with them too, putting children first in their standard setting, putting children first in their policy development, and they're seeing and reaping the benefits of that years, decades later. There are a variety of inequities, of course, in current existing policies and standards. How do we update those and make them much more attainable? What about mental health and trauma? I mean, these are the documented, the unforeseen, the status quo, stigmatized implications of climate disasters, of environmental injustice, of negative health outcomes, right? And most, if not all families, are seeing this within their family networks. And again, learning environments, we are missing a lot of where children spend the majority of their time. You're hard-pressed to find a lot of peer-reviewed science in early learning childcare environments. One of the many silver linings, we never wanted COVID to happen, but one of the silver linings has been, I have never heard childcare talked about in the public media space more than I have in the last 2.5 years. So let's hope that there's a bump up now of focused attention, not just money, but targeted attention for understanding that the places where our youngest of our children, where their little brains are still developing, even 2 years into their toddler years, their respiratory systems are still developing, their musculoskeletal systems still developing. The place where they spend 40 plus hours or more for the average American young child in this country before they even go to K through 12 schools is vital. Also, let's not forget, this is a place predominantly dominated by women, many of women childbearing age. So what they are also exposed to during these critical windows of development could have generational impacts. So there's many benefits to making sure we don't miss our early learning environments. So let's look at Iowa a bit. Your top 20 for the release of harmful chemicals and greenhouse gases, unfortunately, in the United States. And the Iowa Environmental Council has made it clear that with over 750 lakes, streams, and rivers, there are a lot of concerns with pollution. And again, Iowa is not by yourself. This is the concerns all over the country. There was a study just last year that found that vulnerable populations in small rural towns experience significantly more public health challenges compared to statewide. And those cities were Ottawa, I'm so sorry, Perry, and Marshalltown. Am I saying that right? Those were the three that were in that study. And then we look at some of the national numbers. I mean, this is relevant to every single state. 95% of Americans are believed to have traces of detectable amounts of those chemical-causing PFAS chemicals, those carcinogens that I mentioned. So again, if we did a body burden test on all of us, you could be living what you think is the cleanest lifestyle. And unfortunately, we also know babies are born pre-polluted. You haven't even left the hospital yet. And if you were to test a young baby, which has been done, they already have traces of very harmful chemicals that were never meant to enter the body, many of them known carcinogens. And obesity has been talked about, mental health illness, distress, infant mortality, premature death. This is seen across the country, per that earlier graph I show you. Iowa is no different. You're seeing this, and unfortunately, rates are going up, according to Is Iowa's Health Improving, a recent report. So there are some investments, right? You heard earlier from the Centers for Disease Control, and I know at one point, I'm not sure if it's current, there was funding coming in from the CDC's Environmental Health Tracking Program, as supports other states in the country. And in pesticides, right, these chemicals that are used in agricultural and indoor environments and for many other uses, 15% of Iowans use private wells, identifying high pesticide use. And the idea is there, by identifying these problems, that it would help the Iowa Department of Public Health determine if education or related intervention would be needed, or if new regulations or guidelines are needed for monitoring drinking wells. So that's a starting place, right? So it's one thing to at least have the data. It's a whole other thing as far as what you do with the data, as has also been discussed. On nitrates, the discussion of nitrates, private and public water supply data and cancer data is being looked at simultaneously. Looking at these data sets and molding together what are the lessons learned between the two, so that, again, we can do better. As my 16-year-old daughter says often, when we know better, we should be doing better. And when you think about water exposures and nitrate exposures in our drinking water supply and the connections to cancer that are well evidenced in our peer-reviewed science, the work to link those associations and the health effects data will really prove to be beneficial to this state and others. Iowa City is selected as an Invest Health partner. So this is a collaboration between Robert Wood Johnson Foundation and the Reinvestment Fund, and it develops new strategies for increasing and leveraging private and public investments for accelerating improvements in neighborhoods that are facing the biggest barriers to better health. So the Iowa program is looking at efforts to reduce asthma disparities, depression, behavioral health diagnosis in children and adults among low-income families and underrepresented groups. That's an awesome investment, and I have no doubt there will be positive returns that can be modeled across the country. So there are many ways, this is just a highlight of some of the policy advocacy efforts that are happening and asks that are being asked of some of your advocate groups in the state. So the Iowa Department of Natural Resources is calling for the Environmental Health Commission to adopt rules requiring water pollution monitoring systems at all feedlots. Seems pretty basic, so that should be something that hopefully could be supported. The Des Moines City Council is demanding a franchise agreement with the Mid-American Energy that extends related to clean energy goal till 2035 and serves also many climate goals. So the proposal would include options to terminate at 3 to 8 years, the commitments if they are not being met by this company. So there's a sense of accountability here, right? Again, plans are only as good as they are as implemented, and the intent and good intent is pretty obvious. Either you're doing what you should be doing or you're not. I would highly support there be a consideration for those in the room that can do these type of things to support such an agreement and showing these industries that you mean business, because again, they have goals that they're setting, who's holding them accountable for those goals. Supporting the Mississippi River Restoration and Resilience Act. That was introduced by Congressman Betty McCollum and 4 original co-sponsors, and that would be coordinating restoration and resilience work up and down the Mississippi corridor, a vital waterway. And then all electric incentives for new buildings, asking the City Council to uphold 2050 net zero greenhouse gas emission goals by moving to vote in all electric incentivizing for new buildings. And I will tell you, our building structure are some of the biggest energy consumers, right? This is a big part of our climate strategies. We have to think about how to think about our regenerative energy dynamics for the buildings that we unfortunately spend a lot of time in. So that also would be highly supported by an organization like ourselves. And there are many wonderful groups, if you don't already know about them, that are very much interested in crossing this bridge between environmental and public health, environmental exposures. You, of course, have the Iowa Environmental Council. There is Pesticide Action Network of North America, based in California, but they have an office here in Iowa that myself and Audrey are on the board on, and Sankar was also up on board as well. And then Iowa Environmental Health Association, Iowa Public Health Association. You may not know about the Mid-America Pediatric Environmental Health Specialty Unit. Has anyone heard of that one? Yay, Audrey, okay. So every region of the country, in accordance to every EPA region, has a pediatric environmental health specialty unit. They're not funded highly. They don't have a lot of marketing dollars, so not surprising you don't know about them. They have 1-800 toll-free numbers. They have websites, and they are there for any related children's environmental health exposure you might have a concern about. If you're a teacher, if you're a parent, if you have any other interactions with a child, and you just want to, you want to disclose this and get some referral, they will even refer all the way to clinical care if needed. These are public health trained case managers, and they're always associated with a pediatric hospital or nursing hospital or consortium. So highly recommend you check them out because they're a resource right here in your region. And they do education and training mandates as well. So getting back to climate change and these connections to chemical exposures. One of the ways I want to tell you some national efforts that are happening that I think you should know about and that could also be beneficial to you here in Iowa. We're releasing this fall the Climate Equity Collaborative. So you're hard-pressed to find any acknowledgement or efforts that are blending climate change, climate injustice, children's environmental health, and equity needs. So we are trying to do that on a domestic and international level. So this is a public-private partnership. The notion is that if we keep waiting for our federal government or our state governments to be able to have the capacity to fund the kind of urgent levels of change that we need, we're not going to get there. So we're going to be looking at sustainable tech industry, who certainly do have the capacity and funding to fund this effort. And again, it's an idea of bringing business partners together with already existing programs that are shown return on value, that they are making a difference for our climate goals, as well as our public health and environmental health goals. So we're elevating knowledge and leadership by funding and supporting already existing programs that are showing benefits that could be modeled across the country and in states like Iowa if interested, as well as resources and tools that we can all benefit from. We're providing more engagement and on-ramps because a lot of these industries have not been working together, certainly not the tech industry in this space, and they, quite frankly, have a lot of responsibility in this space. A lot of them do not have pristine records when it comes to not contributing to our environmental woes. Driving investment, so thinking about and encouraging our tech industry and many other serious investors to look at this realm of partnership versus these siloed funding approaches. And then elevating children's environmental health in this whole field because, again, you're hard-pressed to find climate discussions and climate and children all being discussed at the same time. We have our Eco-Healthy Childcare Program. It's been running for 15 years. It's the only program of its country, program in the country working to train and educate childcare professionals on low to no cost steps they can take to protect themselves and the children that they are entrusted in for their care. So we have two sides of this. We have a curriculum side that's been peer reviewed and it keeps going for peer review and review every year. And we work with the who's who in childcare associations, accreditation, licensing. They give us on a voluntary basis their support and their guidance, and they help frame this whole program because they recognize this is a gap that's otherwise not being supported in their field by current training programs. So this is online. We can also do it in person, and it helps with them with their licensing credits that they need for childcare professionals anyway. The other side of it is a 30-item checklist. So you can download it, we can send it to you. Out of 30 items, a provider or a center must adhere to at least 25 practices. And you give us a sense of, for example, our pesticides sprayed monthly. How is that done? Why? What's the decision making for that? Who's coming in? What are they spraying? These are just some of the basic things we ask. 9 times out of 10, there's really no need for that company to come in and spray a harmful unknown chemical, which usually is not being adhered to. You're supposed to not be in the same room for 72 hours at least. It's supposed to be well ventilated. A lot of these centers are spraying on a Thursday, and the children and everyone is in by Friday morning. You keep doing that every month, 12 times a year, that's a lot of exposure, just as one example. So we give them practices that don't usually cost much of how they can just change their behaviors to benefit the center, reduce costs, and increase health. And we provide a range of technical assistance as well. So any way that we can help bring this program into centers here in the state, we're ready to go. The Cancer-Free Economy Network that I work on with these lovely colleagues back here, I've been at that table for about 7, 8 years, and there's a lot of places that we're asked to be at. I'm at that table because this is transformational. It's focused on a systems approach, the fact that we need cancer treatment. No one's negating that. We need that. All of us probably are connected to someone, if not multiple people with cancer or ourselves dealing with cancer. The reality is the science shows there is peer-reviewed science available linking certain trends of environmental exposures to certain forms of cancer that are not being adhered to, that could prevent, in many cases, certain diagnosis of cancer and other long-term illnesses. But we are not setting up our communities to be proactive about that, and to be honest with you, there's no funding for that. Funding is always on the treatment side. So we need to be advocates of preventive strategies and preventive funding mechanisms that, again, marry the treatment needs, not taking away from treatment, adding on to. So we're broken down into health science. I co-chair our health science side of it, existing science, lifting it up, making sure that associations and healthcare associations and many advocates, including cancer advocates, have what they need to be the advocates they need in their networks. We have the only joint statement on cancer prevention. Our last speaker spoke about the need to have healthcare professionals in this field. Of course, certainly. So we have a joint statement that provides healthcare associations for the first time working with cancer-serving organizations, making a very public statement that we can prevent certain forms of cancer, so we need to be doing that. We have a market shift side of this, because this is a lot of this is economically driven. We didn't just get here by chance. We have to admit the fact that our consumer system is very much dependent on an economy that relies on synthetic chemicals. And a lot of these chemicals are not tested for human health implications before they're put on the market, before they're put into products that we buy or the food that comes into our homes. We have a whole policy side to this, a legal side to this, and a strong communication. Changing the narrative. Yes, we need cancer treatment. And we can work on prevention. So we're also working with the Cancer Moonshot, the President's administration, on trying to take their leverage and their platform to understand that prevention has many angles here. There was discussion earlier, a great session earlier about childhood cancer. So we were part of the release of this first ever childhood cancer report a couple years ago with the Childhood Cancer Prevention Initiative. And this report is, again, we didn't do any new science. We just surveyed available science and pulled it together. And what it showed us is that, again, childhood cancer incidence since 1975, the year I was born, 47 years, has consistently been going up in incidence. Yes, we're doing better on mortality. Yes, there are less children dying from certain forms of cancer. But as was discussed earlier, and I will articulate again, being a cancer survivor of any state, especially a young child for the rest of your life, is not a walk in the park. So we know that there's a steady rise in this incidence. Most of the common causes, again, are, or types of cancer are leukemia, lymphomas, brain, central nervous. Rates of leukemia are highest among Latinx communities, and there are some connections there related to our disparity data. Again, there's an economic and social burden. So you have increase of other forms of cancer has been discussed. Also sleep disturbances, learning disabilities, concerns with holding and maintaining a job and profession for the rest of your life. There are existing associations now and groups that have come together just connecting childhood cancer survivors so that they can be support networks. How do you go to college when you can't focus? You know, what about when you're starting to thinking about a family and now you're dealing with infertility, among many other challenges? Work limitations, missed days of work, economic disenfranchisement, not to mention the economic stress, mental stress for the family that then has to care for that young child. Clean Water for All is another coalition I'd love for you to know about. Again, when we think about major pathways, water is huge. So we're working to just ensure that everyone has equitable access to clean, accessible, safe water for all uses, including recreational uses. So if we can be of help to you, please let us know. We're elevating the Clean Water Act. We were just at our office is right next to the Supreme Court. We were just all together at the Supreme Court a couple weeks ago. The Sackett versus EPA case is one I'd love to bring up to you. If the Supreme Court is hearing this right now, if the Sacketts win over the Environmental Protection Agency for the United States, this will be a whole change on the definition of protected waters in the United States. They will reduce the amount of oversight that our Environmental Protection Agency can have to regulate our waters for public health best practices and standard. That impacts all of us. That would be a huge step backwards. So that's just one of a few examples of how we're trying to be out there, trying to make sure that public health and the needs of vulnerable population like children lead the way in decision making. Also, I'd like to mention America the Beautiful for All. This is an effort through the Biden administration where there's been a goal to protect 30% of our lands and our waterways by the year 2030, if not sooner, the urgency to be sooner. And that's an effort that I co-chair along with Green Latinos and the Wilderness Society. They're meeting right now in DC. But also part of this is that 30% of those protected lands would benefit at least 40% of marginalized communities. So you can imagine the conundrum we have of elevating and making sure that our measure of success are accurate and are able to tell that story. They're audacious goals, they're big, and we do need that. We're at a time where we need just that. The incremental steps were passed. We have to be very urgent and audacious. And the benefits is that, again, we'll all benefit. Every state will benefit when those goals are met. So I'm not at all undermining how big of a challenge we have. By the beginning of January, we will have policy platforms from that initiative that work with this administration on how we get to those goals. So we're happy to share where we are with those and what those might mean for your state cancer plan. I do want to acknowledge and applaud you for having a state cancer plan and a plan that actually has an environmental health component. That's a rare situation, so you should be very proud of all the energy and time that's gone into that. I'm sure it will only get better and stronger as you implement it, and we stand ready in the many coalitions that we are part of to do whatever we can to make sure that your Iowa cancer plan is effective and successful. And I've heard rumors about a climate plan maybe for the state, so that would also be another one. If that does come to fruition, those would definitely work hand in hand, if I haven't made that clear enough. And I'll just end here with this point from Paul Dressel with Race Matters Institute, that the route to achieving equity will not be accomplished through treating everyone equally. It will be accomplished by treating everyone justly according to their circumstances. So meeting people where they are is one thing. Making sure that any proposed solutions or implementations or what we think might be best for people will only be as good as the information that they give us as far as what will be meaningful for them to make the better informed behavior decisions, to overcome the challenges to living a healthier lifestyle, and to making sure that they have the help of advocates in the state that understand sometimes you can do all the right things and still find yourself with a negative health consequence that I would offer could have some environmental components that are beyond your personal control. That's why, again, there's a need for us to be much bigger in our policy development and our standard setting, and to at least make sure that environmental contributions are a part of the solutions and not left out, which all too often they are. And we have a children's environmental health movement. Every third Thursday of October is Child Health Month. We encourage and would love this consortium to be an official partner. It's a time for us to take a step back and just appreciate the successes, the milestones, the resources, the ways we've connected with our community, with our youth in particular, what we've learned from them, and to roll up our sleeves and dig in for the next year. Because again, these issues did not happen overnight. They won't be solved overnight. But the more the masses, the stronger we get, the more powerful we get. And there are many other things we're doing. We have proclamations, Children's Environmental Health Day proclamations, and there are some all over the country. And these are engagement tools. So going into your school board meetings, going into your policy leader meetings, and making it clear that we collectively as a consortium here in this case know that we can do better for Iowa. So how do we do this together? It's going to take everyone. It's going to take policy leaders with our agricultural leaders, with our justice leaders, with our child health policy leaders to come together singing the same tune. So again, this systems approach, breaking these systems. And these are my 4 kiddos who keep me motivated every day, and the millions that I don't ever meet who really keep me jazzed to do this work each and every day. So thanks again for the invite. And happy to engage in a discussion.
Oh my gosh, Nse, thank you so much. I obviously will be turning the floor over to you all to ask questions, but I'm going to take the moderator privilege to ask the first one. I'm so thrilled to hear you talk about climate change in your presentations. It's such an important piece to overall environmental health, of course, but there is sort of a not well articulated often relation to the petrochemical industry. And I think it just might be useful if you would maybe break that down a little bit more, and how chemical exposures are related to petrochemicals.
Yep, sure. So, and Audrey has been helping us with our climate toxics work group of the Cancer-Free Economy Network. So this is very much in your wheelhouse, and you should jump into. So again, going back to this economic dependency, after the Industrial Revolution, you know, depression, all of that, we had booms, right? And industrial booms, and that's been great. And they created jobs and they created livelihoods for families that they may not have had otherwise. There's a downside to innovation. I mean, including our cell phones of today and our cars and all of these computers, these conveniences that we all benefit from. We have not done well in our history of balancing out those pros and cons when it comes to public health. And now we're in a predicament where we are quickly scrambling and trying to catch up. And sadly, I would say the canary in the coal mine, bad analogy, is that our children become those indicators of how well we're doing. I could throw that slide back up there. And again, I don't know that we've lived in a time since we've been tracking where all of those health outcomes are as negative as they are and continuing to rise in the wrong direction. Genetics alone cannot answer those questions and those trends. You have to then look at where people are spending their time, what they're exposed to, and again, you can't leave environmental exposures out of that. The huge flux of chemicals, industrial-related chemicals, synthetic chemicals that we produce in the United States and outside every year that enter our commerce through products, through emission of plants and coal-burning fired power plants, just to name a few, the cars we drive. The report that I mentioned, childhood cancer trends are closely related to pesticide exposures, which Dot mentioned earlier, emissions from our cars, for air pollution concerns, and paints and solvents. Those are the largest connections in the broadest sense to childhood cancers that we know that is in the peer-reviewed science. And tell me if there's any standards or policies that you're aware of that are making sure that we don't continue to have those exposures. We're just kind of going through. So just like mercury and other emissions and many known carcinogens are being emitted into our air and our water every day, the same thing has been happening as far as the type of chemicals entering our products that we then bring into our homes and or put on our bodies or otherwise maybe are eating through our food. So it's been this multiple array, confounding exposure pathways, we'd say, that there's definitely, when you look at our history here in the United States, had an incredibly huge boom with the Industrial Revolution and the intentional use of these chemicals for their benefit, but not at all considering the health consequences of anyone, nonetheless the young vulnerability of a child. The climate piece is that the more polluted our air is, the more carbon that we're emitting, the more inability to clean up our various systems and our exposure pathways. It's caused a negative detriment. That's yet another. There's negative health consequences, and it's been negative environmental consequences to our actions. So is it all human-made? No, but it's a huge contributor to, again, the negative environmental crisis that we're in when it comes to increased heat, increase extreme weather patterns, which I know you all witness. There's no place in the world anymore that doesn't witness some form of climate implications when we're honest with ourselves.
Yeah, thank you, Nse. I think that, really breaking it down into this sort of twin problem, like chemicals and chemical exposures and climate change coming from this petrochemical source is something that sort of broke my brain open when I first learned about it, realizing that this was, like I said, this twin problem. Yeah. I have backup questions as a moderator, but I need to make sure that you all have a chance.
So I have a question from our virtual attendees. It's actually from a coworker. She's our new CDC PHAP and is really into environmental health types things. So great. She's blowing up my phone with questions for you. So she says, her name's Caroline. She says, agribusiness plays a huge role in promoting pesticide use that is especially harmful to farm workers and their families. Can taking a children's health-centered approach help or be a more effective avenue to take in advocacy and policy efforts to restrict their use?
Caroline, great question. Definitely, and I would say any of these related advocacy efforts. There has never been evidence that taking a children's environmental health lens approach or equity-driven approach towards any related industry would have a negative consequences, only positive. So again, there's a natural protective barrier created by all of us when we think about the vulnerabilities. This is what can be sustained by a vulnerable person, a person living on a fence line community, person living in an agricultural community that's constantly exposed to pesticides or many other routes of exposure. So there's many efforts at state levels trying to reduce exposures to pesticides, and especially in the agricultural communities that maybe could be gleaned here in the state. I'm not saying it's easy. This is a huge industry. I would equate them to the tobacco industry, and I've seen it get pretty ugly in hearings I've been in. They have an industry that they want to protect. I would also make the case that the frontline workers are the most exposed. So you have women, many immigrant women, not at all given protective gear or education on what they're exposed to. Then there's evidence of this. There's unfortunately many studies, especially in California, for example. Chamacos is a study bringing these pesticides home to their children, you know, on their clothing and that kind of thing. So this cyclical generational impact is not okay. Who are we to determine who gets to live and who gets to, have a healthier set of risk outcomes just by notion of occupational hazard or other places where people live? So I would say to that, yes, it would be amazing. There's an effort called the Protect America's Children from Toxic Pesticides Bill, which has been reintroduced a few times at the federal level. We don't have too many federal level child protective policies. I will say that our states have been doing much better than the federal government. But this bill, if it's able to gain traction, a lot of us have been working to get other states, to senators and legislators to sponsor this, would add the most protective factor that we have seen yet in this country beyond the Food Quality Protection Act from years ago, where the allowable pesticide levels on our fruits and vegetables were reduced from what a healthy male could sustain to what a child could sustain. But we've been hard pressed to see anything since that. And that gets fought every time it's up for renewal. So this is not a walk in the park. This is a huge industry that will fight for their ability to do what they do, but the science shows us otherwise. And I think you're all seeing the legal challenges that are happening with different types of pesticides that are banned in other parts of the world but are still allowed for use here for agricultural and other uses. Integrated pest management and many other practices that reduce significantly our regular use of harmful pesticides is what is being advised. It doesn't mean we can't deal with them as needed in a concerted way, targeted way, being careful about exposures and who's around, but just spraying and using as regular practice cannot be our regular, because pesticides, many forms of pesticides are known carcinogens. They're a big part of, and I just mentioned, a big part of exposure routes for our children in particular.
Thanks, Sensei. I would also mention just briefly too, the scope of PAN includes California, which does a lot of our fruit and vegetable production. Yeah. And those pesticide application systems look a little bit differently than they do here in Iowa, where it's mostly row crop agriculture. And that's something that I work on a lot at our center, and so I'm happy to explain sort of the differences in agricultural systems and how application and exposure could work there, and sort of the volume of pesticide issues that we have here in the state versus in California. It's all related, and again, there's that petrochemical backbone to a lot of these synthetic chemicals that we are using.
On that note, again, we need water, food, air to live, non-negotiable. We are down to only a few crop cycles left from those that follow these type of things, because we're doing detriment to our soil health as well. So it's our health of us, our soil health. We cannot produce the type of food that we need for the population size we have for the long term if we stay with these type of farming practices.
This is exceeding my wildest dreams. Soil health is one of my favorite topics in the world. And so if we diverge from cancer or make the link for cancer to soil health, I'm just going to be the happiest. It's all linked. Okay. Questions from the audience before I ask my next one that I really want. Okay. Woo. All right. We're going to go here, and then we're going to go to Ann.
It's not so much a question, but a comment. Recently, I was doing some reading, and I loved the headline with regards to cancer diagnosis and incidence. Is it more your genetic code or your zip code? And I was like, at first it made me think of inner city, what they're exposed to. But now I'm thinking, obviously, more of our state, which is a rural state, and the food that we grow. And also, I would be remiss if I didn't talk briefly about radon, which I didn't hear mentioned. And our state has 6 times the national average of indoor radon concentration. And I'm very happy to announce that, for those of you that might not know, that the Iowa Cancer Consortium and ACS we passed the Gail Orcutt school radon safety bill this year, so that all of our students in any public school will have their building tested. And as a mother of a daughter who teaches and having lung cancer myself, that's due to radon, it's a big deal. So
and that's huge, and we want to elevate that for sure. Those are the kind of stories we want to elevate with our other states. And thank you for reminding us. Again, radon, you cannot smell it, you cannot see it.
Right.
You don't know when you're being exposed, so you have to be able to test.
And I've been in healthcare for 40 years. So it's like, you knew radon was there, but the incidence in Iowa, I had no clue.
Yep.
And now I sure do.
Yep. And for those that don't know, the uranium in the soil then moves into the radon gas, and usually you're testing at lower basement level or first level. And again, it's all about finding the opportunity, and then it's not cheap. A couple $1,000s to mitigate, but it is possible. And a lot of us are trying to work on making sure that new homes or home sales also include this type of screening, right? Like you would a previous lead containing house or something like that. So thank you very much. Very important piece. Again, radon is the #1 reason for lung cancer among non-smokers. So again, you're doing everything you should be doing. And just by the notion of where you happen to be spending a lot of time, could be at harm's risk.
Thanks for your comments, Nse. I always enjoy hearing you talk. I'm going to preface this by saying I have no financial interest in the answer to this question. But I'm very curious from your perspective how I hear what you're saying, where so much of environmental health is our policy frameworks are failing us and our regulatory frameworks are failing us, and the government is not doing what they're supposed to be doing to protect us from environmental exposures. My question is actually about public education. And how we can differentiate between some of these environmental carcinogens and environmental risks while not having that bleed into other areas of cancer prevention. So you probably know the anti-vax movement loves to say vaccines are bad because autism and chemicals. And we're not going to vaccinate. We don't need vaccination laws. We don't need vaccination mandates. We don't need anything to do because chemicals are bad. Okay. So how do we deal with that from a public education standpoint and differentiating for people good chemical versus bad chemical, and how chemicals can promote as well as prevent public health?
Thank you so much. So we're very much premised on the precautionary principle, right? So up to this point, hopefully we pivot quickly. The process in the United States is that a variety, like thousands, we have, I don't know, something like 190, there's a lot of chemicals out there that we don't really know on an annual basis. They're not, again, there's no true regulation on the number of them. Ideally, they go through a review process. Maybe not all of them. It's not going to be all of them, but as long as they can show that they don't have negative health implications to people, maybe there is still a use for them, but we don't go through that rigor. In fact, the intent to do that is very much backed up at our Environmental Protection Agency for a lot of reasons. So the regulatory arm is broken here in the United States. We could look to Europe, we could look to other places that I think have been doing it better. There's never a perfect system. So the precautionary principle at least instills that you assume risk unless otherwise proven. We have reversed that right now. We are allowing anything into our market, and then unfortunately the only reason that we know that there's harm is when we see clusters, cancer clusters, or presentation of young or any patient, and by that point the prevention notion is out the door. Now you're hoping you can deal with secondary prevention and not and allow that person somewhat of a quality of life, if not their life overall. So I would offer the precautionary principle is where we need to be going. Maybe getting into the nuance of every chemical and every risk, that's too much. That's a lot. I think our regulatory system at some point needs to do that for us. But for us, there's a logical factor of, if I'm going to a store and I'm buying laundry detergent, or I'm buying food for my family, or just basic needs, there's a lot of people out here that do believe that we have better protections than we do. That there's this myth out there that the government is otherwise protecting us. And I'm not saying that there aren't positive aspects of government programming. I'm saying there isn't enough of them. And unfortunately, we haven't reversed course on millions and millions of dollars at times spent into certain industries that are not showing a return on our positive health here. So if we flip this on its head, change the current system, and insist that chemicals are not introduced into our commerce unless otherwise proven and going through a review process for human health implications, and then on the other side of that, fine. Then at least we can feel a little bit better about their uses. Many of them will not go through that in a productive way. So that right there would be an incredible, now that's huge, and that's policy making, and that takes a long time, and a lot of us don't have that kind of time. So while that's the larger end goal, We'll see if we can get there. I think our states, again, the movement that our states have been doing. So that's why we all know elections matter. Your state legislators are huge in this. Who you're electing, do they understand public health side of this? Do they understand equity sides and needs of this? That all of us are exposed, but certain populations have notoriously been exposed because of the work that they're doing for us most of the time. Frontline workers, the same workers that were at high risk for COVID, are the same workers that are showing highest risk for these environmental considerations. Not only, there are many high wealth families that are also dealing obviously with cancers, of which some are connected to environmental contributions. I'm talking about the mass numbers though. So if we flip this on its head and not make the onus and responsibility to be on us as consumers, put the responsibility on those that are causing the problem in the first place, the industries that are, or the various companies that are spewing out the products with the chemicals. I hope that gets to your question.
Yeah, and I really love the way you describe the precautionary principle as fundamentally being a change in burden of proof not on communities to prove that they're sick or getting sick, but on corporations or industry to prove that their product is safe before going to market. I just really like the way you put that. I also think in terms of environmental justice, like what's coming to mind for me immediately is thinking about talcum powder, and just the outsized occurrence of certain cancers in African American women who use the product and sort of were pushed aside and were not listened to because of this now proven link between this product that they were using and were sort of being targeted to use over time. Yep. Broke that story, heard this on NPR on the treadmill the other day, almost cried. Okay, questions? I'm gonna keep my eye out, but I wanna ask one more here. You had mentioned the potential risks for women of childbearing ages to, having their environmental exposures potentially impact several generations. And you can sort of understand how maybe one generation is impacted, but would you break down how maybe more than one generation is impacted?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, definitely what I've seen are grandparents, the exposure of a grandparent showing up in their grandchild, the exposure pathway, which is deep. And that's been even more recent. We definitely knew parental, and I don't want to leave out our fathers because I think, yes, maternal child is huge, and obviously the first environment is mom's womb, but what we also now know that science has shown us easily in the last 10 years is that it's also what dad can be exposed to at young age that could show up in their children later. So if that's not a huge amount of responsibility, I don't know what is. And again, no one is trying to place any blame here, right? So I'm totally standing with our oncologists. I can't even imagine what it is like to stand there in front of a family that wants to know, hey, we have other kids at home. We want to know, was it this? Was it my occupational hazard? Was it my smoking in the house? I mean, we've talked to oncologists who have been at, unfortunately too many times at that discussion. We are not asking our oncology team to have to bear the burden of all of these exposures, but we are hoping that we have a better informed citizenry so that when families are asking, we're at least giving them some resources who can further have these discussions with them. I don't know, as the last speaker said, I don't know that we'll ever know each individual case. But again, when you have clusters, for example, in a community, and then you tend to go backwards and find out all of these relationships were very similar, well then, in that case, you do have an exposure pathway. You might not be able to tell that story for every single person. And again, all of us as parents and community members don't want that to be the trajectory of how we figure out our health outcomes. That's a totally backwards way, clearly, of doing it. It's not a humane way, I would say, either, of doing this.
Thank you, Nse. Everyone, I'm not a very good moderator because I blew through the amount of time that I had for question and answers, so we have to wrap up. So can we please thank Nse one more time? Thank you all very much for your attention.
Thank you.
This is your last opportunity to turn in your raffle ticket, so if you hadn't finished visiting all of the exhibitors, I don't know if there's still time to do that, but this is your last chance to do that, and so I'm going to pass the mic over to people who know what they're doing. Thank you, everyone.
I don't know what I'm doing.
We don't know what we're doing at this table either, but if you have your card, your raffle card, quick run and turn it in. We're going to do the raffle drawing very quickly, and then we have our wonderful closing keynote. So you have about 2 or 3 minutes if you need to to run to the restroom, grab some more water, and then we're going to do the raffle and introduce Dr. Brown. Thank you.
Okay, everybody. The moment you've all been waiting for, we're going to draw the raffle winner. So thank you so much for visiting all the exhibitors. Can you hear me? Oh, there you go. Okay. All right, we're going to draw the raffle winner real quick. So, drum roll. The winner is Susanna Freemel. Dr. Freemel, are you here? Yay! Okay, so you can get your prize at the registration table before you leave today. So thank you so much. And now I'm going to welcome Dr. Wiener to the stage.
Well, thank you all for staying to the end of what I think has been an outstanding summit, and it's my honor to introduce the afternoon keynote, who is Dr. Kristen Brown. Dr. Brown is a social epidemiologist who works at the Health Policy Center at the Urban Institute. The focus of her work is on social determinants of health, such as public policy, psychosocial stress exposure, neighborhood environment, impact, and their impact on the biology that contributes to racial health disparities. This is an exciting area of research, and as we connect psychosocial issues to the biology, it's been given the name of psychoneuroendocrinology. Before joining the Urban Institute, Dr. Brown worked at the National Human Genome Research Institute at the NIH and in the Department of Epidemiology at Emory University. She has her undergraduate degree from Rutgers, as well as a master's degree in human genetics and a PhD in epidemiologic science from the University of Michigan. And the title of her presentation, which ties together much of what we heard today, is It's a Small World After All, Transdisciplinary Approaches for Addressing Racial Health Inequities in the Precision Medicine Era. So Dr. Brown, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Wiener, for that awesome introduction. And also thanks to the organizers for the invitation to be here today. I am excited to be here today. This has been a great day, and hopefully I'm able to wrap up nicely. I know everybody's getting tired, so everybody said after lunch is hard. I'm like, after lunch and last is even harder. So just bear with me for a little bit. So I titled the presentation today, as Dr. Wiener said, It's a Small World After All, Transdisciplinary Approaches to Addressing Racial Health Inequities in the Precision Medicine Era. So in 2015, then President Barack Obama, along with then NIH Director Francis Scott Collins, ushered in the precision medicine era of research. And in a State of the Union address that year, President Obama said, "Tonight, I'm launching a new precision medicine initiative to bring us closer to curing diseases like cancer and diabetes, and to give us all access to the personalized information we need to keep ourselves and our families healthier." And it's not that these ideas didn't exist before, but it started to come to the forefront of our conversation, the forefront of our research dollars, that this is what we're going to go after, is precision medicine. Shortly after that, later that year, Dr. Collins wrote this paper in the New England Journal of Medicine, highlighting the hopes of this precision medicine era. And he had really two components that he outlines of what he wanted this to be. One, he said, we're going to focus on cancer research. Why? Because cancer has a high disease burden and increasing incidence as the population ages. And two, cancer specifically have a genomic signatures with some features that are tumor specific and others that are common to multiple cell types. Despite being in this setting, I am not a cancer research, and I certainly am not going to pretend to be today in front of actual cancer people. So I will say that a lot of my work really focuses on the second component that Dr. Collins outlines in this paper, where he talks about transdisciplinary research to address a range of diseases. And I take this quote out of this paper where he says that the initiative will encourage and support the next generation of scientists, that was me because I was in grad school at the time, to develop creative new approaches for detecting, measuring, and analyzing a wide range of biomedical information. And I really key in on this second part where he says, including the molecular, genomic, cellular, clinical, behavioral, physiological, and environmental parameters. So this wasn't just supposed to be a genetics problem, right? We're supposed to understand how the environmental factors, our lifestyle factors, our behavioral factors are all intersecting with the genome and how all of those things together are actually contributing to health. A little bit later, Mañon-Sosa from CDC, he wrote a paper talking about the idea of precision public health. And he says, could the same technologies that propel precision medicine usher in a parallel era of precision public health beyond the treatment of sick individuals? That if precision medicine is about providing the right treatment to the right patient at the right time, then precision public health can simply be viewed as providing the right intervention to the right population at the right time. And it's not that these two ideas between precision medicine and precision public health are in conflict. Rather, they're just on opposite ends of the same spectrum, of thinking from individual level to population level. And if we're going to do precision medicine well, and I'm going to come back to this graphic a lot in this presentation, we have to really think about all of the layers that affect health, anywhere from individual level genes, thinking about our individual risk behaviors, our stress levels, our engagement with physical activity, our diet, our exercise. We have to think about the neighborhoods in which we live that are influencing those individual behaviors that we make. We have to think about the policies that are influencing the neighborhoods that we live, that influence the decisions that we get to make, that influence our genes. And I think inherent in this idea of us taking this multi-level, multifaceted approach is that we all have to work together in this. And if you ignore me after this slide, it's okay. I know everyone's tired. But get this point is that the whole point of this presentation, I titled it, It's a Small World After All, to really get to the point that if we're going to do precision medicine, that we have to think about all of these different levels, and we have to work across all of our different fields. We have to get out of the silos of our own expertise and be able to do this work together to treat whole people, because that's what we are. We're whole people. So it just, a little bit of the bridge that I try to bridge together is looking at social determinants of health and genetics. So most of the time you have geneticists over here, they're like, I guess social stuff matters, and you have the social people over here, they're like, yeah, genetics matters, but ooh, genetics. So a lot of the work that I've been trying to do is try to link what we know in terms of social determinants of health with genetics. So how do geneticists think about disease? I think that we think about disease in two broad ways. One is we think about simple or Mendelian diseases. So simple Mendelian diseases, those are diseases that are caused by mutations in one gene. That's something like a sickle cell, like a Tay-Sachs, for example. The other way in which we think about it is in terms of complex diseases. So complex diseases result from the combination of multiple genes working together, influenced by the environment, the physical environment, the social environment, your lifestyle factors. And a lot of my work really focuses on thinking about the complex diseases. Why are complex diseases important? Well, if we look at the leading causes of death in our country, many of them are complex diseases. Many of them are the combination of genetics and environmental factors. So how do we think about the relationship between the environment and genes in health? Well, I think that there's three ways in which geneticists think about how genes and environments go together. One is the long-standing nature versus nurture debate. So we learned about this in like elementary school, middle school. I remember when I first learned about it, my 6th grade teacher, Mrs. Soul, said, imagine that a lion coming through this classroom right now. And everybody knows that feeling, right? I get it just on a bumblebee. I don't need a whole lion. I'm scared of bees. But your heart rate increases, your breathing quickens, you get hyper alert, where'd it go, right? Your reproductive system is like, not the time to make babies, let's send the energy to the muscles because we got to do something here. So how do they think about nature versus nurture? So we try to figure out what component is nature and what component is nurture. And to do that, we do twin studies. So with twin studies, we have monozygotic twins, dizygotic twins. Those are identical twins versus fraternal twins. And we try to understand what component is genetic and what component is environmental. So if you compare monozygotic twins pretty much have the same DNA sequences. dizygotic, the fraternal twins, they have 50% of their shared DNA sequences. And what do we try to do is we try to tease apart what part is environmental, what part is genetic. The other way in which we do it is the long-standing, is the gene-by-environment interactions. Gene-by-environment interactions try to say, given that you have a certain genetic sequence, how does this genetic sequence operate in different environments? So one of my favorite examples of that is the idea of perfect pitch. I come from a family full of musicians and can't sing a lick, don't know notes. But the idea of perfect pitch is that people believe that you are born with the genes to have perfect pitch, but you have to be musically trained as a child in order to ever achieve that. So you can have the genes, but you have to also have the right environment to have experienced to have perfect pitch. And more recently, what we've been thinking about is this field known as human social genomics. And this is a lot of where all of my work lies. So in the other two, when we think about nature versus nurture, when we think about gene by environment, it's like genes are over here, environments are over here. What happens if you have both? But human social genomics and human social epigenomics gives to this idea that it's that the environment is actually impacting how your genes are functioning. So it's not genes over here, environment over here. It's that we have the environment, and then how our genes are functioning are dependent upon, how our genes are functioning are influenced by that environment specifically. So it's not totally a new idea. So Nancy Krieger, she's a social epidemiologist out of Harvard. She brings up this idea when she presents eco-social theory, and this is back in 1994. And she says, a central focus is on how we literally biologically embody exposures arising from our societal and ecologic context. At issue are socially patterned, exposure-induced pathogenic pathways mediated by physiology, behavior, and gene expression that affect the development, growth, regulation, and death of our body's biological systems, organs, and cells, culminating in disease, disability, and death. So trying to get to this idea that we actually need to think about how the environment, the how of how the environment is actually affecting how our genes are functioning. Along with that idea is when human social genomics actually started being written about in about 2007, George Slavich puts out this quote, he's from UCLA, writes that an emerging field of research is demonstrating that our external social conditions, and especially our subjective perceptions of those conditions, can influence our most basic internal biological processes, namely the expression of our genes. So one of the early studies in human social genomics was a study by Steve Cole out of UCLA, and he was studying the idea of loneliness. So he had people who filled out a survey that said that they were lonely in their survey and looked across the genome to try to see, is there differential expression patterns by people who said they were lonely versus people who said that they weren't lonely. And he considered loneliness to be a 30% difference in gene expression. So he finds that there's 144 genes that differed in expression just by whether people who filled out the survey said that they were lonely or not. So he says, okay, well, what do these 144 genes mean? And when he did the bioinformatic analysis on it, he realized that there was a difference in immune system-related genes that were connected to a person's loneliness. And this is a survey of loneliness. So it was really groundbreaking, really exciting research. What do we do as researchers when a researcher does something really exciting? We try to do it with our own favorite exposure of interest. So that's what happened. So then people did it on grief. People looked at socioeconomic status. People looked at caregiving stress. And what happened is they found a conserved transcriptional response to adversity. They found the same pattern looking across all of these different exposures, categorized by an upregulation of pro-inflammatory genes, a downregulation of type 1 interferon genes, and a downregulation of antibody synthesis genes. So overall, looking across these different exposures, they're finding changes in our immune system due to adverse social exposures. Why do we think we're finding the immune system? Well, it's because one is just practical. It's a lot easier to get blood samples to do your surveys than like brain tissue. So you're doing the studies on white blood cells, so it makes sense that you're going to see something in white blood cells. But two, it's also, again, the activation of our body's fight or flight response. So your body sees like the stressor, like the lion, like the bumblebee, and it reacts. And as part of that part of your body's fight or flight response is that your immune system revs up. It says, hold on, we might get hurt here, so let's start wound healing, let's start reacting to the fact that we might get hurt. So we have a biological explanation and a practical explanation for why we're seeing this immune system response to an adverse social exposure. Why does this become important? Because immune system dysregulation is important in a lot of important high-burden chronic diseases or processes involved in these chronic diseases. So when we look at cancer, it's involved with cell proliferation, with resistance to apoptosis, with genomic instability. We can look at atherosclerosis and see that it's associated with plaque formation and plaque rupture. We can look at diabetes and see that it's associated with insulin resistance and beta cell dysfunction. So you can stress me out. If I get stressed out enough, it has this whole biological cascade that then puts me at risk for a lot of different types of diseases. So I wanted to ask a question. I do some of this work previously. I said, well, okay, I've seen this study look at this exposure and gene expression, this exposure and gene expression. What if we look at all of the same people, try to look at a bunch of different exposures? Can we see some exposures hit and some exposures not? And then which exposures might be rising to the top? I used data from a study called MESA, it's the NHLBI or NIH, National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute study from NIH. And the utility of using MESA is that they had info on both social and genetic factors. So typically in these studies, you have really good genetics data or really good social data. MESA was unique in that it had both, so it allowed me to ask about a range of social environmental exposures and gene expression. So I looked at 6 different exposures. I'll kind of go through them a little quickly. One looking at socioeconomic status in adulthood and childhood, a measure of perceived stress. These were assessed via survey, so people filled them out, and it's one of those surveys that was Likert scale, so it was like always, sometimes, usually never. I looked at loneliness, and I used the same measure of loneliness that Steve Cole used, as I mentioned in the paper earlier. Major or lifetime discrimination, so that's how you've ever been discriminated against in one of these fields. Then I looked at chronic burden. So chronic burden is a measure of chronic stress. So it's stressors that they said that they had experienced for at least 6 months or more, and they considered it to be moderately or very stressful. And then lastly, to throw in something positive, I looked at social support to try to see if social support as a positive exposure would have an influence. I looked at 4 biological processes: chronic inflammation, inflammatory response, regulation of the inflammatory response, and the immune response. And what I found was that for chronic inflammation, I found an association for loneliness, chronic burden, and discrimination as being associated with inflammation-related genes. And then additionally, for discrimination as an exposure, I found that it was associated with gene expression and also in the inflammatory response, immune response, and the regulation of the inflammatory response. Now, how might this relate to cancer specifically? So I draw in this paper where researchers were looking at social isolation and whether it was associated with cancer-related gene expression patterns in breast tumors. So we know that social isolation activates the body's fight-or-flight response. One of the things of fight-or-flight response is a change in the tumor microenvironment, specifically what's known as an epithelial to mesenchymal transition and having an upregulation of what's known as M2 macrophages. So it's very specific to cancer. And they wanted to know, is there a difference in the expression of those patterns by people who say that they're socially isolated? And they found that people who said they were socially isolated had upregulation of these specific genes. And these are amongst people who had cancer. And then on a positive, I guess, a potential intervention, these other researchers, they wanted to know if an increase in mindfulness-related well-being can affect CTRA, conserved transcriptional response to adversity, gene expression in breast cancer survivors. So they actually tried to do a 6-week intervention to try to see if a mindfulness intervention increased well-being. And for those people where the mindfulness intervention increased well-being, they found a change in their gene expression as well. So it may be interventionable that we can affect our gene expressions that are in regards to these social factors. And then there's the question of can epigenetics play a role? So, typically we used to think about genes as on-off switches, that you were born with the variant, you had the variant throughout your whole life, and that was just it. More recently, we're starting to investigate this idea of epigenetic modifications. And essentially, they're things on your genes that are kind of like dimmer switches. And they can be environmentally influenced and control how much or how little of a gene that you start to make. So that's just a picture of kind of what they look like. So I've worked on this paper, I was co-author on this paper, that asks, is smoking associated with DNA methylation in African Americans? So this was in a study called Intergen, it's a study of African American women in Connecticut, and then reproduced in a study called Genoa, which we also used African Americans. And we wanted to know if smoking is associated with DNA methylation. So this is known as a Manhattan plot. Essentially, if there is a dot above that line, that means that the association is statistically significant. And what we found is that there were 26 methylation sites for where we could find an association between smoking with the methylation site. So we're starting to uncover the how. So we know smoking is associated with cancer, but we're starting to try to get to the biological mechanism whereby this might be working. And of the 26 methylation sites that we found, we mapped them on and found that there were six of the associated genes were cancer-related genes. So we can start to say, okay, we know smoking is cancer. We know smoking is actually affecting the expression of these genes, and the expression of these genes are how we're starting to see cancer. Before I joined this lab group, they asked a question that I also thought was interesting, so I wish I got there a little bit sooner. But they said, is racial discrimination associated with DNA methylation in this same group? Same Manhattan plot, same kind of Manhattan plot idea. Above the red line means that it was statistically significant. And they found that there were 9 places, 9 methylation sites, where they found that racial discrimination, being exposed to racial discrimination, was associated with DNA methylation. So again, whereas like my other study said that, okay, we see that DNA, we know that discrimination is associated with health and disease, we're starting to see a how. We're starting to see this actually affecting the expression of our genes. So if we take a step up, I was trying to bridge between genes and our environmental exposures, but we know it's not just our environmental exposures that matter. So if I draw back again on this diagram, is that we need to actually take a step up and then look at, well, what happens by neighborhood level factors. So one of the leaders in studying neighborhoods, and especially racial inequities, is David Williams from Harvard. And he argues that racial residential segregation is a fundamental cause of racial health inequities. So let me just talk about it like this way. So a fundamental cause involves access to resources that helps people avoid disease and their negative consequences. So for example, so what he's saying is that if you geographically separate people by race, allocate resources to one neighborhood differentially from the other neighborhood, that's the fundamental reason that we see the racial health inequities that populate every single study of racial health inequity that we ever talk about. And in general, these flexible resources are things like access to healthy foods, opportunities for physical activity, it's medical care, different types of treatments and screening, quality of education, and things like that. So this, I'm highlighting a review article that looks specifically at neighborhood segregation and cancer racial health disparities. And they say that segregation contributed significantly to cancer and racial cancer disparities in 70% of analyses. So they looked across 17 different studies, created a summary of those 17 different studies, and said that even after controlling for socioeconomic status and health insurance, that segregation was a leading reason why we see disparities. And residing in a segregated neighborhood was associated with higher odds of late-stage diagnosis of breast and lung cancers, mortality rates, and lower survival rates from breast and lung cancers, as well as higher cumulative cancer risk associated with exposure to ambient air toxins. And acknowledging that I am in Iowa right now, I also wanted to highlight this paper that looks specifically at neighborhood deprivation and see if that was associated with cancer screening, and this was a study in the Midwest. So they combined information from Minnesota, Iowa, and Wisconsin and created a measure of neighborhood deprivation. So it was a measure of 17 different census tract variables, things like median household income, poverty level of education, and tried to see if looking at neighborhood deprivation was associated with who was getting screened for cancer. And what they found is when they looked at breast cancer, they looked at cervical cancer, they looked at colorectal cancer, and for each type of screening, the more deprived the neighborhood, the less likely they were to be screened for cancer. And probably one of my favorite studies is by a guy named Tom Levis. He did his work while he was at Hopkins. He's now dean at Tulane. And he wanted to know what would health inequities look like in racially and socioeconomically integrated communities. So if you put black people and white people in the same neighborhoods under pretty much the same socioeconomic conditions, would we still see all of the inequities that every epidemiological study says that we have? And the answer was no, not really. So looking across different studies, they were either eliminated or severely attenuated if you put people under the same environmental conditions. We talk about racial segregation, but racial segregation is not a natural phenomenon. It's not like the country started because black people said, we want to live over here, and white people said, we want to live over here, right? It was really by design, it was by policies. If we take another step up on my ladder here, that created the racial segregation that we see. Here I borrow some information from the FHA manual of 1930. These might look a little bit familiar, but this is DC's redlining map, where the FHA would literally go out and grade the neighborhoods. And the way that they graded it, most of them are graded on A to D. I'm from the DC area. Ours happens to be on an A through H scale. And they describe A neighborhoods as the best residential area and are occupied chiefly by persons in the highest income groups, whereas H neighborhoods are more for the result of the exploitation of the Negro rather than a planned development, literally written into federal housing guidance on how to insure mortgages in the 1930s. Further, it said, if a neighborhood is to retain stability, it is necessary that property shall continue to be occupied by the same social and racial classes. In communities where there is any possibility of Negro infiltration, application for the insurance should be rejected. So as it kind of makes sense as a consequence, less than 2% of the approximately $120 billion of housing financed by the Federal Housing Administration and the Veterans Administration between 1934 and 1962 went to non-white residents. So this just starts to get to looking all the way up to policies and why we're seeing the inequities that we see more downstream. Now, we could say, okay, that was the 1930s, right? It's 2022. One of the things that came out of civil rights legislation was the Home Mortgage Disclosure Act, which required financial institutions to maintain, report, and publicly disclose loan-level information about mortgages. So there's a database, publicly available database available. And what researchers in recent years, past 5 years or so, have started to do was use this database to try to identify areas where there's, quote, contemporary redlining. So where are the areas in the country where black people still can't get mortgages at the rate that white people can after accounting for economic factors? So that's the way that scientists are currently measuring contemporary measures of redlining. And then what they're finding is that living in a red line neighborhood, whether you measure it by these 1930s maps of what was a desirable neighborhood and what was not desirable, or whether you measure it by contemporary measures, measuring who's getting mortgages where now in 2022, is it's been associated with late-stage cancer diagnosis and mortality. So this is the way in which we're seeing policy now also affecting our health inequities. So if I think about everything that I said today, it's really been to drive home the point that we need to think about health at multiple levels, that we could think about it at genes, we need to think about it at our individual level stressors, we have neighborhood level factors that we know that are contributing to it, we have policy level factors that we know that are contributing to it, and that if we're ever really going to get to precision health, precision medicine, that really we have to think about it at all of these levels. We have to work together. We have to be dually trained and think about the bigger picture at all times. So what's just one small way that we can do this? like many epidemiologists, when COVID hit, I turned my work a little bit towards doing COVID-related work. And one of the activities that I'm involved in now is known as a learning community. So essentially what we try to do, or we try to understand that trying to get people vaccinated was not really just about the individual person's decision, that it was really about the environment and the culture in which they lived, and we needed some sort of concerted response that wasn't just a one-on-one conversation, but that got to people or efforts at the community level, at the local level, at the state level, at the national level, and we needed everybody working together to try to distribute this healthcare resource. So we have partners from national organizations, we have partners at pharmacists, we have community-based organizations, and everybody working together for this one thing. And what we do in the learning community is that we have a virtual community where people in California, people in Michigan, people across the nation, it's about 500 organizations that we link together so that we can try to get them information correctly, that we have a members-only website so that they can interact with each other. So if I want to say who else is studying Hispanics in New Mexico, I can find somebody else in the directory who is also studying that. We have communities of practice groups to say, if you focus on this population, let's link you with others who focus on this population, thinking the idea that we're just better together, right? Some organizations have 3 people running the show, some people have 10, but if we can use our strengths together, if we can share our resources, that we'd be better at all of this. And I say that to say, I know that's completely about vaccines, but I think that structure is applicable to any kind of disease that we go after. So can we do this with cancer? Can we link together our physicians and our researchers and link them with the on-the-ground community health workers? Can we link them with our urban planners who are designing the neighborhoods in which we live? Can we link them with our policymakers? And can we use that kind of structure to collaborate and work together? And my hope is that we can do that, and that would be a successful approach to addressing cancer, addressing cardiovascular disease, addressing diabetes, addressing them all together and just improving overall health. And thank you so much for your attention. Thank you for hanging out this late, and I'm glad to take any questions.
Questions or comments? Can you hear me now? There we go. So thank you. Questions and comments? I can kick things off. So just a comment, first of all. I don't know if you've seen the work of one of our native Iowans, Susan Lutkendorf, who she does work and has actually shown that social support correlates with gene expression in ovarian cancer. And so very similar to what you talked about. One other question is, have you looked at underserved rural communities and whether some of the same connections between psychosocial stress and biology exist in those communities as well? Because they do share some cancer disparities with the urban underserved communities.
I have not. I mean, but I think that fundamental to what I'm saying is that it doesn't matter, right? Because we're all humans and it's a subjective perception of our stressors, of what stresses us out. And if I have a stressor, whether I'm black, blue, white, or purple, that's activating my body's fight or flight response, I would expect to see that kind of biological response. Where it differs in our society at the social factor is who's exposed to what, and that differs by who gets stressed out in the first place. So I think at that level we have to think about it, like who's getting that stressor, but I think once that stressor happens, we're human, right? Like we're human.
Mary has a question. I'll jog.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a wonderful talk. And we see in the cancer registry where we don't have a whole lot of socioeconomic status variables or measures of psychosocial support, but we see it in almost everything we look at. The marital status is of being with somebody, being partnered with somebody is associated with better outcomes. And then time and time again we see in our black population compared to our white population, there are more single and unmarried black people than there are white people in Iowa. And it just doesn't seem, I always just sort of wonder, that's not exactly a modifiable thing, like whether you're married or not, but how, do you have any ideas about how to address something like that? When, I mean, it's clearly somehow contributing along with all the other layers that you showed, but it's a pretty consistent finding, and I just always sort of wonder what angle or what can be done about that.
Great question. I think the question is, well, what does marriage do, right? Like, ideally. It's a sense of social support, right? It's a sense of financial stability, ideally. And it's like, can you recreate that in a non-marital context and still get the same results? And I would imagine that you can, right? If you, like there's studies about church interventions, right? So having that church community and that's social support, right? Or how can we put our money together so that we're more financially stable? How can we have a housing market that allows people to buy homes? I think that all of those things matter. I think it's how you can buffer the effects of the stress of your world, of society.
So you showed some really interesting data about the potential reversibility.
Correct.
And I would think studying stress in children and what the ultimate results are on cancer would be exceedingly difficult. But you wonder if stress during childhood might impact on cancer incidence later in life.
I would think so, right? Because if we think about a life course approach, that we know it's a cumulative measure of stress, right? That if I deal with this as a kid, especially if it's in a certain time period, that shapes how I see other things that are stressful, right? Like I became to see that this is a stressful situation, and now I'm faced with it again, and now I'm faced with it again, and that wears and tears over time over your body's physiological response, aka weathering, until you die, I guess, until you get sick.
Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you. That was fantastic.
Thank you guys so much.
All right. And with that, this concludes the 2022 Iowa Cancer Summit. It has been so lovely to see all of you and see you interact. Just wanted to say thank you again to all of our sponsors and members who made this day possible. 2 quick reminders. Please do take the membership survey. We'll send out an email, so you'll have that as well. We also have our evaluation for this event, and you get this really cool ice scraper. Winter's coming. So please make sure that you, stop and say hi to Kelly Rollins on your way out and pick up an ice scraper. But again, really appreciate you all, and have a safe trip home. Thank you.
You're just in time to hear that beautiful old song.